Chapter 1804. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios stepping into Wu Sheng's realm. Scoundrel, I won't let you reincarnate alone. The second dream appeared behind him. She looked at Lin Ling and smiled. Her smile was very beautiful, like a quiet night. However, her words had the playfulness of the fire spirit princess. She directly called Lin Ling a scoundrel. These two extreme personalities made the second dream even more attractive. All right, with your power, I will definitely be able to charge out of this evil cloud. Lin Ling nodded heavily. The fire spirit princess's body had a fire elemental talent and could fuse with his talent. However, he did not release the flames of the underworld. Instead, he chose to let the evil cloud enter his body. If the evil cloud wanted to devour Lin Ling, it would have to enter Lin Ling's body. However, Lin Ling's talent was too strong. Therefore, more evil clouds were required to devour Lin Ling. As more and more evil clouds entered Lin Ling's body, the flames of the underworld finally exploded. Boom! Lin Ling's body seemed to have turned into the underworld mountain. Terrifying flames swept out and burned all the enemies that invaded his body. You actually used her flames to increase the power of the divine talent in your body. Around Lin Ling, the evil cloud exclaimed. Lin Ling was already exhausted. However, the addition of the second dream gave Lin Ling enough power. Only then did the extinguished flames reignite. The most terrifying thing was that after the evil cloud was burned by the flames of the underworld, all the evil aura disappeared. Instead, it turned into a pure ancient power and was absorbed by Lin Ling into his dantian. In this way, Lin Ling's power would not disappear. He could continue to resist the evil aura's power, and it would become stronger and stronger. One had to know that fire was the bane of evil things. However, at the beginning, Lin Ling's fire was too weak. However, as long as he had enough power, the evil aura would not be able to resist the fire. You are devouring my evil aura. The evil cloud exclaimed in horror. What a terrifying junior. In the desolate era, and near ancient era, this was the first time it had met such a troublesome fellow. Because now Lin Ling was devouring the evil cloud. At this moment, in Lin Ling's body, turbulent power was rushing everywhere, trying to rush out of Lin Ling's body. However, it was burned by the flames of the underworld and was continuously absorbed by Lin Ling's divine sea. Gradually, it formed an almost transparent power, like a gaseous sphere. If there was Wu Sheng's Shen he would be shocked, because this was the void's origin. The void's origin was the foundation of the power of law. Only with this kind of mysterious power could one display the power of law. Of course, if one's talent was great, or if one's cultivation method was unique, then they could also display the power of law. However, one thing was for sure. A martial artist who had the void's origin would be more than twice as strong as before. However, stepping into Wu Sheng's realm was the most difficult. If one was not careful, they might never be qualified to step into it. Therefore, the power that Lin Ling had devoured before was obviously not enough to satisfy him. This caused a large amount of evil cloud in the surroundings to be absorbed by Lin Ling again. Gradually, a vacuum area began to appear around Lin Ling. There were no more evil clouds in a radius of 100 meters. The evil clouds in the distance were rolling like black sheep. The scene was extremely magnificent. Buddha is merciful. This boy is really a demon son. At this moment, the evil cloud was also afraid of Lin Ling. It had devoured many celestial emperors and accumulated a thick power. However, this power was instead being devoured by Lin Ling. Therefore, it turned into a vast and mighty evil cloud and fled into the distance, avoiding Lin Ling. This was because it knew that Lin Ling was not like other celestial emperors. He was not someone it could devour. However, for it to leave at this moment, it was clear that Lin Ling had accumulated enough power. In his dantian, that almost transparent sphere was becoming larger and larger, exuding a beautiful and dense light as if it were the most ancient law. After an unknown period of time, when Lin Ling opened his eyes, he discovered that the evil clouds around him had disappeared. He cast his gaze into the distance. The distance had already become a gorgeous black and white world. On one side was the world of rolling evil clouds, and Lin Ling was in the clear world of vine leaves. Obviously, those evil clouds did not dare to approach Lin Ling. I've broken through. Source of ethereal power? Then Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. He sensed the power of law emanating from his Danton, and it was extremely powerful. Now that he had used the law of fire again, the power of this law had obviously increased greatly. From a certain perspective, he now had the power of 3 laws. One was the law of space, one was the law of fire, and the last was the law of ethereal power. Among them, the law of ethereal power could be integrated into the laws of space and fire, greatly increasing the power of these 2 laws. This also meant that Lin Ling's power had increased greatly, and he could truly dominate the Celestial Emperor's world. I didn't expect that by borrowing the evil clouds, I would gain a blessing in disguise. Lin Ling thought to himself. He turned his head and saw that the second dream had regained her fire spirit princess appearance. However, there was a dark golden light on her face. Clearly, she had been invaded by the evil aura. The fire spirit princess talent was ultimately not as good as Lin Ling's, so she could not resist the evil aura. The fire spirit princess? Lin Ling's expression changed. He quickly checked and found that the fire spirit princess would not turn into an evil creature. However, there was a lot of evil aura in her body that had to be expelled. Otherwise, the fire spirit princess would never wake up. The evil Buddha's evil aura is not ordinary evil aura. It is the evil Buddha's evil aura. If I want to expel it, it is difficult to rely on medicine. I have to find the most positive yang aura. Lin Ling thought to himself. He had Li Xiaoyao's memories, so he quickly knew how to save the fire spirit princess. This made his expression turn ugly. Although the fire spirit princess' life was not in danger, she had almost died in order to save him this time. Mustang, Xinyuan Xiang, if I don't kill you, I'm not human. Looking into the distance, Lin Ling's expression turned even colder. He carried the second dream and walked forward. At this moment, a large number of celestial emperors had gathered at the ancient gate. They looked at the evil clouds in the distance, and all of them let out sighs of relief. Right now, as long as they passed through the ancient gate, they would be able to leave the vine leaf world. Therefore, they could relax. Su Jimin and the rest have escaped. Suddenly, someone stared ahead and saw that in front of the majestic evil clouds, a large number of figures were quickly flying over. What a lucky guy. But where is Lin Ling? He should be dead. Senior Mustang's intention was to kill Lin Ling. Lin Ling saved those people. Now, he should have been devoured by the evil clouds. Hee. In this way, Lin Ling has become a hero of the human world again. The celestial emperors laughed gloatingly. Su Jimin led the crowd to the ancient gate. At this moment, their expressions were extremely cold. Among them, Tyrant Shuriren shouted angrily, Mustang, where is Xianyuan Xiang? They left. A celestial emperor replied coldly. Chapter 1805. This is only right and proper. They are doing this for the sake of the big picture. Don't blame senior brother Mustang and the others wrongly. In addition, not many of you died. As for those who fled at the start, they were still as cold as ever, as though betraying Bai Yun Tiendi and the others was only right and proper. Bullshit. If it wasn't for Lin Ling, we would have died long ago. When the evil clouds descended, you guys actually acted against us for your own safety. How despicable. You guys are even worse than dogs and pigs. How shameless. You guys actually have the face to say you betrayed us for the sake of the mortal world. Many of the immortal emperors on the Yungu immortal platform roared in anger. They were all saved by Lin Ling and now, they were all standing on Lin Ling's side. Lin Ling is dead? That's great. Didn't he want to be a hero of the mortal world? He can do it again now. There's no need to care about those who have already died. As a cultivator, we have to look forward. Let bygones be bygones. However, those immortal emperors who had a good relationship with Mustang and the others all waved their hands, as though they didn't care at all. This caused Su Jimin and the others to be filled with killing intent. Did these people still have any face? Let bygones be bygones? Those who harmed me must all die. At this moment, A voice filled with killing intent drifted over, causing many people to tremble. They turned their gazes in the direction of the evil clouds only to see a man carrying a girl on his back walking over. Behind him were the terrifying evil clouds. However, the evil clouds seemed to be afraid of that man and actually avoided him completely. Staring at that man, the hearts of everyone pounded violently because in their eyes, that man was even more evil than the evil clouds. Lin Ling. As for Bai Yun Tiandi, Tyrant Shuriren and the others, they were all extremely agitated. Lin Ling wasn't dead yet? The man who came was none other than Lin Ling. His footsteps quickened and not long after, he appeared before the eyes of everyone. That blue-white robe of his no longer exuded a clean and transcendent aura. On the contrary, it seemed even more demonic, giving people the feeling that he was a god of death. At this moment, those immortal emperors who were extremely proud of themselves earlier didn't dare to say anything. All of them lowered their heads. Mustang, where's Xinyuan Xiang? Lin Ling's cold voice sounded like it came from the depths of hell. They went out. A heavenly emperor said uneasily. Then he smiled and said, Senior brother Lin Ling, it's best that everyone is fine. Congratulations on escaping Xie Yun's encirclement. As soon as these words fell, many of the heavenly emperors beside him revealed reverent smiles, and even had flattering expressions. On the side of the 7 emperors' heavens, many heavenly emperors sneered. Before this, how arrogant and domineering were the heavenly emperors. They didn't even place Lin Ling in their eyes. But now that Lin Ling had returned alive, they were like toads that lowered their heads. What happened before was a misunderstanding. Another celestial emperor smiled apologetically, not daring to look at Lin Ling. Misunderstanding? Let me tell you, if I don't kill the 2 of them, I'm not human. Lin Ling's killing intent became even denser, causing those heavenly emperors to swallow their saliva. Lin Ling was crazy enough. Mustang and the others had already left the vine leaf world, but Lin Ling still dared to kill them. However, could Lin Ling kill them? There were a large number of giants of the mortal world outside. Why lower your head to him? No matter how strong Lin Ling is, he's only the number 1 heavenly emperor. There are countless people outside who are stronger than him. At this moment, a heavenly emperor walked out proudly and stared indifferently at Lin Ling. This person's background was obviously not small. He was also a heavenly emperor from the Xinyuan family. Indeed, there are many people stronger than me, but that doesn't include you. Lin Ling's lips curled into a cold smile. He stretched out his left hand, and flames shot out like a meteor. The current him, his strength had increased greatly. He could easily erupt with the power of laws. What do you want to do? The heavenly emperor's expression changed drastically. Don't tell me you still want to kill the innocent? Although there were some misunderstandings before, you should be satisfied that Lin Ling is not dead. Stop. Following his last sentence, his tone became louder, and he simply shouted with dignity. Perhaps in his heart, there were indeed many people outside who were stronger than Lin Ling. Lin Ling did not have the qualifications to be arrogant, so he was not afraid of Lin Ling. However, he forgot that at least he was not as good as Lin Ling. Die. Die. Not only did Lin Ling's movements not stop, but the speed of the flames increased. Boom. The flames landed on the heavenly emperor's body, instantly burning him into nothingness. Dead? That's Xinyuan Half-Mountain, someone from the Xinyuan family. Seeing that scene, everyone's heart trembled fiercely. Stop? That heavenly emperor asked Lin Ling to stop? However, not only did Lin Ling not stop, he killed even faster. Lin Ling, he's someone from the Xinyuan family. A heavenly emperor frowned and said, Lin Ling was too arrogant. If he said he would kill, then he would kill. Were all heavenly emperors ants? You go to hell too. Die. Lin Ling's eyes were cold. His left hand formed a fist and fiercely punched out, forming a terrifying spatial crack. It was like a spatial abyss that surged towards the heavenly emperor. The heavenly emperor's expression changed drastically. He only advised a sentence, and Lin Ling wanted to kill him? You dare! The heavenly emperor shouted angrily. At the same time, many heavenly emperors stood out and shouted angrily. They did not believe that Lin Ling would dare to kill them all. Unfortunately, they did not expect that when Lin Ling was weak, they could kill Lin Ling at any time, and even framed Lin Ling. Now that Lin Ling's strength had increased greatly, what did they not dare to kill? One-dimensional space. Boom. Lin Ling used his actions to prove that there was nothing he did not dare to kill. Under that punch, no one could block it. Not to mention the Heavenly Emperor, even the Heavenly Emperors beside him were smashed into pieces. That punch was so terrifying. That punch was incomparably domineering. Those who framed me before, go to hell. However, Lin Ling did not stop. With the Fire Spirit Princess on his back, he turned into a god of death and ruthlessly killed his way over. One had to know that these people all wanted to kill Lin Ling. However, in the valley, Lin Ling intimidated them, causing them to not dare to act rashly. In the end, they still framed Lin Ling and even seriously injured the Fire Spirit Princess. Therefore, how could Lin Ling not kill them? Even if the Sky Lord was here, Lin Ling would still dare to kill him. To Lin Ling, the Fire Spirit Princess was his. Anyone who hurt her would be killed without mercy. Boom. Majestic flames erupted as the Fire Dragon King roared. The Fire Dragon King had already turned white. Not only was it hot, but it was also cold. It was as if it was the Dragon King that had been resurrected from the Yellow Springs Mountain. Once the Fire Dragon King appeared, it was invincible and all-powerful. Ah no! Lin Ling, you dare to kill me? You're crazy! Lin Ling, spare me! A large number of heavenly emperors were killed alive. At this moment, they finally knew that there was nothing Lin Ling did not dare to kill. No matter how many people there were, he would still dare to kill. Moreover, they died in front of the ancient door. In fact, they only needed to take one step and they would be safe. This was because there were giants of the human world outside. Unfortunately, they would never have the chance to take that step in their lifetime. Lin Ling, you're so fierce. As for the 7 emperors heaven side, all the heavenly emperors gasped. However, they felt elated in their hearts. Previously, when they came out alive, not only did the heavenly emperors not feel guilty, they were even gloating. Therefore, seeing their miserable state now, no one was happy. Was it only right and proper? They dared to say that it was only right and proper to betray them. Now, they wanted to see if those ugly people knew pain. Chapter 1806. Kill Lin Ling? Blood was flowing, fire was burning, and killing intent filled the entire world. In front of the ancient gate, blood flowed like a river and corpses were everywhere, turning this place into a human realm. Many people looked at this scene in shock. They were completely speechless. The number 1 Sky Emperor, Lin Ling, was angry. Millions of corpses. Now, who dared to say that Lin Ling was trash? Lin Ling, spare us, we didn't make a move before. Gradually, many Sky Emperors began to beg for mercy. They were afraid and panicked, so they all knelt down and stared at the man who was as cold as a killing god. They had already decided that they would never provoke that man in their lives. Plop. More and more Sky Emperors knelt down, and those who didn't kneel were all dead at this moment. Lin Ling could be said to have killed them until they knelt. All of them are begging for mercy. Little Flame and the others were extremely shocked. In the past, Lin Ling was a hero of the human world, but his strength wasn't strong, so those Sky Emperors didn't put Lin Ling in their eyes. But now, in the world of Sky Emperors, who dared to be dissatisfied? Moreover, all of this was simple to say, but it was very difficult to do. At least Tyrant Shuriren, Su Jimin and the others had been in the 10 great Sky Emperors for several years, but they had never been able to suppress all of them by themselves. This guy. Tyrant Shuriren's beautiful eyes stared at Lin Ling, as if she wanted to see through his handsome face and see everything that he was hiding. At this moment, Lin Ling had already stopped killing. He didn't like to kill people who couldn't resist, but his pair of cold eyes stared at those people. Wherever his gaze passed, no one dared to look at Lin Ling. Their hearts were roaring. This was the Lin Ling they had always looked down on? Right now, the person they looked down on was already in charge of their lives. You want to kill Senior Brother Mustang and the others? They are already outside, but the giants of the human world are all here. Lin Ling, I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to kill them. Those kneeling sky emperors hurriedly tried to curry favor. If I don't kill them, I'm not human. Lin Ling's killing intent was exceedingly resolute. He wanted to see who would be able to obstruct him from killing Mustang and Shen Yuanxiang. His cold words caused the hearts of the spectators to tremble. They didn't know why, but they all had a feeling that Mustang and Shen Yuanxiang were dead for sure. Hearing that, Tyrant Shi and the others laughed. They believed that Lin Ling could do it. What happened to the Fire Spirit Princess? Bai Yuntiandi suddenly looked at the girl on Lin Ling's back, her eyes filled with worry. The Fire Spirit Princess has been invaded by the evil Qi. She will not be in any danger. However, if the evil Qi is not expelled, she will continue to be injured. Lin Ling indifferently said. This caused Bai Yuntiandi and the others to be incomparably enraged. If it wasn't for Mustang and the others, how could the Fire Spirit Princess be injured? Those two had to die. In their hearts, although Princess Fire Spirit was unruly and willful, she was also very understanding. All of them liked Princess Fire Spirit very much. Get out. After that, Lin Ling and the others left the Vine Leaf world. At that moment, in the Mountain of Pain, the strong cultivators of the human world were still waiting calmly. The three legendary cultivators of the human world were listening to Mustang and the others talk about the changes in the Vine Leaf world. The evil Buddhas have woken up? The Vine Leaf world isn't safe anymore. Many celestial emperors have died this time. The strong cultivators of Yanggu's celestial stage, Champion University, and the Seven Emperors world were all astonished. Apart from them, the Supreme Clans, the Ji Clan, the Shen Yuan Clan, the Eternal Palace, the three great clans, and the others were all astonished. My lord, many celestial emperors have indeed died. Among them, the hero of the human world, Lin Ling, pushed all the celestial emperors towards Xie Yun for his own safety. His actions can be said to be vicious and merciless, said Mustang. Lin Ling was probably dead, but he couldn't let him off so easily. Therefore, he had to make Lin Ling suffer. Thinking about it, a hero of the human world had become a demon of the human world. How wonderful! That Lin Ling is so ugly, shouted someone from the Shen Yuan clan furiously. Emperor Li Shou and Emperor Yu's expressions changed drastically. Lin Ling had killed so many people? How was that possible? I think Lin Ling should be executed and stripped of his status as a hero of the human world, said Emperor Fa icily. Even though Lin Ling is a celestial emperor of the Seven Emperors world, I won't protect him. His words caused many people to agree with him, but there were also many who objected. However, before the spirited discussion could end, Shen Yuanxiang smiled and said, but Lin Ling's evil deeds are retribution. He should be dead. What? Everybody looked at Shen Yuanxiang. Lin Ling was dead? Emperor Li Shou and the others were especially astonished. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. It seems that the heavens have eyes. But it's good that he's dead. If he's not dead, I'll definitely put righteousness before family and seek justice for those dead celestial emperors, said Emperor Fa and Emperor Yu coldly after exchanging glances. Lin Ling had provoked them time and time again, so they had long found Lin Ling an eyesore. Now that he was dead, everything was good. Your whole family is dead, but I'm not dead. But at this moment, an angry curse was heard. Then, under countless gazes, a large number of figures walked out of the ancient gate. The one in the lead was Lin Ling. His face was cold, and his eyes were filled with anger, malice, and even killing intent. Everyone stared at Lin Ling and couldn't help but gasp. Lin Ling wasn't dead? But Emperor Fa and the others were furious. Lin Ling dared to curse them in front of so many people. Good, you're lucky to be alive, but you still dare to spout such arrogant words. Lin Ling, today, I'll enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. Emperor Fa and the others released their terrifying auras. They couldn't wait to kill Lin Ling. But under their terrifying auras, Lin Ling's face was still cold, as if he didn't know what powerful existence he had offended. He said indifferently, "You want to kill me because you heard that I killed many celestial emperors? This matter was witnessed by everyone, and you still dare to quibble. Lin Ling, the The celestial emperors of the human world are supposed to fight against external enemies. You killed the innocent, which is a blatant violation of the rules of the human world. You should atone for your sins with your death. Mustang and the others have already told us what happened in the vine leaf world. Emperor Fa and the others pointed at Lin Ling and shouted angrily. Moreover, all the big shots of the human world were looking down on Lin Ling, wanting to use this opportunity to kill Lin Ling. Mustang and Emperor Fa sneered. Lin Ling actually didn't die. Unfortunately, against the big shots of the human world, what could he do? His voice was filled with killing intent, and it was like a strong wind blowing Lin Ling's hair. However, the corner of his mouth curled up, and his cold smile deepened. He knew that many people here wanted him dead, and he also knew that the people here were powerful and could easily kill him. But could they kill him? Are all of you fucking dogs? Yes. The dignified law overlord and Emperor Luo put righteousness before family. What a nice way to put it. If you want to take revenge, just say it. And even if you want to take revenge, I won't do it for you. Yes. I know many people want me dead, but let me tell you, that's just wishful thinking. Today, I will kill Mustang and Xinyuan Xiang. Let's see who dares to stop me. Boom. Lin Ling's voice was like continuous thunder, causing everyone to be dumbfounded and their faces to turn red. No one thought that Lin Ling would still be so arrogant in this situation. Not only did he scold all the big shots of the human world, he even said that he would kill Mustang and Emperor Fa in front of them. Chapter 1807. Fury of the Masses. Lin Ling, you know you. The Luo Emperor's hair stood on end as he pointed at Lin Ling. Shut up, fat pig, and piss off. However, before he could finish speaking, Lin Ling's voice was even louder than his. The Luo Emperor's eyes narrowed into slits. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Because Lin Ling had asked him to shut up? Mustang and the others said that I killed many celestial emperors. But now, why are there so many celestial emperors behind me, and only 2 of them came out? Since I killed those heavenly emperors, why are those heavenly emperors still with me? Lin Ling took a step forward. His blue robe fluttered in the wind as he spoke fearlessly. Hearing this, many people's eyes sparkled. They were also curious about this point. Law Overlord, Xinyuan, Sky Overlord, can you answer this question? Lin Ling said again. His aura was frivolous and untamed. All the giants of the mortal world fell silent. They couldn't answer this question. What are you trying to say? The Sky Lord said calmly. Although he hadn't joined the crusade against Lin Ling, he wanted Lin Ling dead more than anyone else. It was just that Lin Ling wasn't a nobody, so he didn't dare to act rashly. What I want to say is, for the sake of their own safety, the people who betrayed the celestial emperors were precisely Mo Shang and Li Mu. Lin Ling said word by word. Nonsense. Mustang and Xinyuan Xiang immediately roared. Good, Lin Ling, you really know how to slander people. I don't know what your goal is, but why are you slandering us? They were filled with righteous indignation, as if they had been wronged. Ha! Lin Ling laughed out loud. His laughter was even more tyrannical and filled with a thick sense of sarcasm. Lin Ling, just based on your words alone? The Sky Lord frowned. I'm sorry, but I'm not as hypocritical as you. Justice is in everyone's heart. Heaven and earth have eyes who betrayed who? Lin Ling laughed coldly. Behind him, the celestial sovereigns raised their arms and pointed at Mustang. Bastards, you betrayed us. This was the accusation of 10,000 people. Boom. At this moment, all the experts who wanted Lin Ling to die had ugly expressions. They had never imagined that things would turn out like this. The celestial emperors were actually helping Lin Ling. It had to be known that before Lin Ling entered the Vine Leaf world, all the celestial emperors wanted to kill Lin Ling. Now, they were all summoned by Lin Ling. The most important thing was that the one who had helped Lin Ling wasn't the celestial emperor of the 7 emperors' heaven, it was Champion University. Then, what else could the human realm's giant say? Skylord, do you need any more evidence? Lin Ling looked at the Skylord. He knew that he was the strongest cultivator. The Skylord looked calm, but his eyes were twinkling. He hadn't thought that Lin Ling would have so many celestial emperors under his control. Law Emperor and Luo Emperor, didn't you want to put righteousness before family? Didn't you think for the human realm? Now you have the opportunity to kill Mustang and Mustang, said Lin Ling. His words were aggressive. The Law Emperor and the others looked glum. They felt disgusted, as if they had eaten a fly. Aren't you the strongest cultivators of the human realm? You don't dare kill them in front of so many people. It's better to let a dog do the job, Lin Ling said again, as if he was talking to himself. However, all the cultivators were so angry that they gritted their teeth. Lin Ling was actually calling them dogs. What an arrogant guy. Some of the onlookers sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling was the only one in the entire mortal world who dared to provoke the three great legends of the mortal world and even scold them. Sure enough, the rumors were true. Although Lin Ling wasn't strong, he had absolute arrogance. I said if I don't kill them, I'm not human. Lin Ling's murderous chi swept out. He was saying in front of so many powerful cultivators that he wanted to kill Mustang and Mustang. Mustang and Mustang turned pale. They hadn't thought that Lin Ling would be so arrogant. He didn't give anyone face. Wait. At this moment, the Sky Lord finally spoke. In fact, he had been looking for an excuse to kill Lin Ling. However, this excuse was used by Lin Ling to give them a slap in the face. But now, he couldn't let Lin Ling kill Mustang and Mustang, because this was an even more direct slap. Thinking about it, if Lin Ling succeeded, then from tomorrow onwards, the mortal world would definitely spread the news that Lin Ling had killed his disciple right in front of him, the Sky Lord. And as the strongest overlord, the Sky Lord could only swallow his anger. At that time, what dignity would he have as the Sky Lord? Our mission is to protect the entire human realm, so any celestial emperor is precious. If you want to kill them, you must go through the human realm's arbitration tribunal. If the tribunal decides that they are guilty, then you can kill them, said the Sky Lord righteously. It was as if everything was for the human realm. Despicable. The people behind Lin Ling were cursing him. The Sky Lord was protecting his disciple. What did he mean by celestial emperors are precious? Why hadn't he said that when Mustang and Mustang had tried to kill them? And before, when the strong cultivators of the human realm wanted to kill Lin Ling, why hadn't the Sky Lord said anything? Indeed, in the world of vines and in the human realm, it's two different things. Therefore, let's go through the arbitration tribunal first, said a strong cultivator of Champion University. I agree, said the 7 emperors of the world. Those bastards. Emperor Li Shou, Emperor Yu and the others gritted their teeth in anger. These guys were extremely shrewd. Seeing that they were about to lose face, they immediately used the human realm's highest deacon palace as if they represented justice. How shameless! Let's start the arbitration then, said the Sky Lord, ignoring the crowd. He waved his right hand and the strong cultivators of the human realm walked over to him and started talking. The so-called arbitration tribunal was just a gathering of their own people. It looked fair, but it couldn't represent the human realm. Those old bastards, said the 9 spirits of heaven, clenching their fists. They were trying to protect Mustang and Xian Shang. Maybe they'll kill Mustang and Xian Shang. Su Jimin was still looking forward to it. However, most people did not believe that the temporary arbitration tribunal was just a joke. Only Lin Ling's face remained calm and unmoved. From afar, Mustang and Xian Yuan Xiang both smiled. They were actually walking towards Lin Ling. Among them, Mustang played with his fingernails as he spoke. Lin Ling, you are still too inexperienced. If you want to kill me, you won't be able to do so. Let me tell you, after you failed to kill me in the vine leaf world, you should have regretted it to death. Indeed, in the human realm, you can't kill me as you wish. Ha! Said Xian Yuan Xiang, shrugging and laughing loudly. Suddenly, he looked at the fire spirit princess on Lin Ling's back and said, Hey, your people are injured. I'm sorry, it's my fault. I didn't do it on purpose. The two of them were obviously here to disgust Lin Ling. You want to die? Chapter 1808. Arbitration. Oh, so fierce. Try and kill me. Let me tell you, if you dare to kill me, You will have to suffer the wrath of the mortal world's giants. Mustang laughed sinisterly, and even revealed his neck. Pointing at it, he said to Little Flame, "Come and kill me. You are worse than pigs and dogs." Bai Yun Tiendi, Tyrant Shi Ren and the rest wanted to attack immediately. They had never seen such a shameless person before. However, when they were angry, Lin Ling said calmly, "Don't bother with these clowns. I can guarantee that they only have 2 hours to live." What surprised Bai Yun Tiendi and the rest was that Lin Ling was actually calm at this moment. This calmness made them secretly admire him. Hee, who doesn't know how to say it? Let's wait and see if we can still live after 2 hours. My neck is right here, come on. Mustang and Xin Yuan Xiang sneered. They didn't believe Lin Ling's words. Maybe they already knew that the so-called arbitration was just for show. The result had already been determined long ago. They definitely wouldn't die. Let me give you a word of advice. As a person, don't be too arrogant. Lin Ling said coldly and then stood there quietly. Ha! Mustang and Xin Yuan Xiang laughed even louder. Moreover, they were extremely arrogant and didn't leave. They stood beside Lin Ling and slowly disgusted Lin Ling. Of course, this action was also to show everyone that they were standing beside Lin Ling. Lin Ling didn't dare to kill them. Mustang and Xin Yuan Xiang are too arrogant. They should know the result of the arbitration. That's why they are so arrogant. If the result is that Mustang and Xin Yuan Xiang are innocent, then Lin Ling and the rest will suffer. The spectators from afar were discussing spiritedly, waiting for the result. Of course, no matter what the result was, Lin Ling had once again shone brightly today. Because he fought against the mortal world's giants with the strength of a celestial emperor, he didn't fear death. This wasn't something that anyone could do. Alright, the results are out. At that moment, a calm voice finally sounded out, causing countless people to be filled with anticipation. What would the result be? Was Lin Ling capable of killing Mustang and his companion, or was Mustang and his companion innocent? In truth, this was also a confrontation between Lin Ling and the Sky Lord. After the tribunal's trial, the human world's giants finally concluded that the killing in the Vine Leaf world had nothing to do with the outside world. This also meant that killing in the Vine Leaf world was allowed, but in the human world, the celestial emperors couldn't kill each other. Otherwise, it would be a violation of the human world's highest law. Therefore, if Mustang and the others killed the celestial emperor in the Vine Leaf world, you can take revenge, but in the mortal world, you can't. What's more, we know that you, Lin Ling, have also killed many celestial emperors. If you want to kill Mustang, we can also kill you. So for the sake of fairness, after leaving the Vine Leaf world, everything will be forgotten. The giants of the mortal realm spoke one after another. Their faces were calm as if they represented the entire mortal realm. Boom! When the arbitration results came out, countless people were shocked. This meant that Mustang and his companions were innocent. We won't accept this. Accept? Behind Lin Ling, the celestial emperors shouted. Because Lin Ling had indeed killed many celestial emperors in the Vine Leaf world, but those celestial emperors had wanted to harm Lin Ling first, and had implicated many people. Lin Ling had killed them for himself, and for everyone. And Mustang and his companions had framed the celestial emperors first, so how could it be fair? This is the arbitration of the human world's highest law enforcement. No one can resist. The Sky Lord ignored those angry voices and spoke indifferently as if he represented the entire mortal realm. Anger. Everyone was even more furious. Even Emperor Li Shou and the others were the same. They had wanted to join the arbitration before, but they were rejected. The Sky Lord's excuse was that they were above Lin Ling, so joining the arbitration would be unfair. We won't accept this. If it's really like this, then why don't we let Mustang and the others fight with Lin Ling? We can settle our grudges with martial artists. Many celestial emperors shouted. The Sky Lord looked at Mustang and the others. In fact, he also agreed with this method. However, Mustang and the others knew how strong Lin Ling was, so they didn't dare to fight. All grudges have been blown away by the wind after leaving the Vine Leaf world, so I don't agree with this battle. I want to shake hands with Lin Ling and work hard to protect the mortal realm. Mustang said magnanimously, his body exuding a magnanimous aura. That's right, Lin Ling, from today onwards, let's be friends. Yes. Xin Yuan Xiang also spoke. Their words were extremely hypocritical, causing even more people to curse. Could it be that they couldn't kill Mustang and the others? Could they only watch as they swaggered around proudly? At this moment, countless gazes were on Lin Ling. Even Mustang and the Sky Lord were looking at Lin Ling, wanting to know how Lin Ling would react. Of course, Mustang, the Sky Lord, and the others were sneering. The current Lin Ling should be enraged. They were looking forward to this scene. However, under everyone's gazes, Lin Ling's expression was still calm, without any trace of anger. This caused many people to be puzzled, because didn't Lin Ling say that if he didn't kill Mustang and the others, he wouldn't be human? Seeing that Mustang and the others were safe and sound, how could Lin Ling remain calm? Lin Ling, don't you have anything to say? The Sky Lord asked. In fact, I already knew the result of the arbitration, but I don't accept it, I don't approve, and I won't carry it out. Lin Ling exhaled softly and said in a cold voice. Lin Ling didn't accept, didn't approve, and didn't carry it out. It meant that he despised the strong cultivators of the human world. In his mind, the arbitration tribunal was just a bunch of trash. Hee, I know you're not happy, but you don't have the right to refuse the decision of the entire human world. Could it be that you want to go against the entire human world? Therefore, I advise you to follow the orders of the highest authority in the human world. Otherwise, we have the right to kill you. The Lord of the Sky said plainly, as if he was thinking for Lin Ling. It was also as if he was speaking from the vantage point of justice, representing everyone's thoughts. Hee, the so-called arbitration tribunal is just a bunch of trash. You can't represent the entire human world. You're trying to distort right and wrong, you're trying to distort black and white, but everybody's eyes are as clear as snow. Look at who supports you, said Lin Ling indifferently. After that, the Dharma Emperor and the other strong cultivators of Champion University shouted furiously, "How audacious! You dared humiliate the highest authority in the human world. How dare you? Indeed, I don't accept, I don't approve, I won't carry it out. Today I have to kill Mustang and the others." It was very clear that the facts spoke louder than sophistry. Many celestial emperors roared in anger. This matter concerned their lives and dignity. Their lives could not be lost in vain. Thus, they all supported Lin Ling. No matter what you say, nobody can kill Mustang and the others today, said the Sky Lord aggressively. If anyone dared attack, he would kill them without mercy. Chapter 1809. Still daring to kill Lin Ling, you're nothing but a clown. Mustang and the other two sneered coldly at Lin Ling. They didn't think that Lin Ling would be able to kill them. At this moment, Lin Ling's gaze landed on them, causing the provocation in their eyes to grow even more intense. It was as though they were saying, "Lin Ling, do you dare to kill us?" However, just as their gazes fell, they saw a smile on Lin Ling's face. That was an extremely evil smile, causing them to have a bad premonition. What was Lin Ling planning to do? Get the hell over here. After Lin Ling laughed, he was like a butcher who had revealed his butcher's knife. The fiend god overlord physique erupted forth, and terrifying strength gathered in his two arms as he grabbed Mustang and Mustang by the neck. After which, the two of them shot towards the ancient door like cannonballs. Mustang and the other two were too arrogant earlier. Hence, after provoking Lin Ling, they didn't leave. They were too close to Lin Ling, causing them to be unable to react in time. Or rather, they didn't even think that Lin Ling would make a move. The crowd was also stunned. Lin Ling actually dared to make a move. Courting death. The Sky Lord and the other experts were also shocked. Lin Ling had violated the rules of the arbitration. Show. At this moment, Lin Ling grabbed Mustang and rushed through the ancient door. Within the world of vine leaves, Mustang and Mustang were tossed out like trash by Lin Ling. They smashed into the ground, causing many vines to break apart. Lin Ling, you're courting death. Could it be that you want to perish together with us? If you kill us, you won't be able to live. Very quickly, Mustang and Mustang walked out from the broken vines. In front of them, Lin Ling was like a death god standing there. His eyes were cold and emotionless, as though he had come from the 9 nether realms. You don't have to worry about whether I'll die or not, but I know that you'll definitely die. Lin Ling exploded forth with a terrifying aura, as the power of laws circulated around his body, causing the expressions of Mustang and Qin Wenyan to drastically change. Only now did they realize that Lin Ling had already reached the level of Wusheng. Previously, they weren't even a match for Lin Ling, let alone now. Are you surprised? I can tell you that if you didn't set me up, I wouldn't have been able to devour Xie Yun's power, and I wouldn't have been able to step into Wu Sheng's realm. Lin Ling was akin to an indomitable giant, akin to an undefeatable god of war. Step by step, he walked over, exerting immense pressure on Mustang and Qin Wenyan. What angered them the most was that Lin Ling's breakthrough was all thanks to them. Let's join forces and kill him. Mustang's eyes turned red. Seeing Lin Ling getting stronger and stronger, he felt increasingly uncomfortable in his heart. Can you kill them? Lin Ling's footsteps finally quickened. His ancient fist carried a dark golden glow as he ruthlessly punched out. Kacha! The space instantly shattered, forming a 2-dimensional space. It was 2 beautiful worlds. Rumble! With just one punch, Mustang was sent flying. His body seemed to have been sliced by countless blades, dripping with blood. Moreover, if he hadn't reacted fast enough, he would have long been sliced into pieces by the space. Of course, compared to the injuries on his body, he was even more shocked in his heart. That was because Lin Ling's spatial laws had reached 2-dimensional space. This meant that Lin Ling had fused the origin of void power in his Dantian into the spatial laws. Ranked second among the 10 great sky emperors? A mocking voice drifted over from the sky, causing Mustang's heart to fiercely tremble. He knew that Lin Ling was mocking him. I've said before that even if the 2 of you joined forces, you wouldn't be a match for me. Now it's still the same. Divine Dragon Warrior Xianyuan Xiang, come and fight. Lin Ling's footsteps didn't stop. He pounced towards Xianyuan Xiang, choosing to end the battle quickly. Because not long after, those big shots of the mortal realm would very likely charge in. Go to hell, Divine Dragon Cannon. Die! Xianyuan Xiang's face was solemn. He immediately unleashed his most terrifying trump card, blasting the Divine Dragon Cannon towards Lin Ling. Dragon soars in the universe. Boom! At this moment, Lin Ling was at his peak. He wasn't afraid of Xianyuan Xiang at all, so he unleashed the Fire Dragon King and rushed towards Xianyuan Xiang. Rumble! The 2 powerhouses collided. This time, the Divine Dragon Cannon clearly couldn't stop Lin Ling at all, and was swept into pieces by the Fire Dragon King. At the same time, Lin Ling appeared in front of Xianyuan Xiang, looking down at him. You only this much strength? You? Only this much strength? This was looking down on Xianyuan Xiang from high above, questioning why he was so weak. Boom! Xianyuan Xiang was the dignified number 1 Sky Emperor. When had others trampled on him like this? You're afraid of me. Boom! Lin Ling spat out another sentence, causing Xianyuan Xiang's eyes to turn red. He roared angrily, I'm the descendant of God, how can I be afraid of trash like you? Yes. You're obviously afraid, because I'm standing in front of you, but you don't dare to attack me. If you're not afraid of me, then why did you frame me? It's because you're afraid, that's why you're using such underhanded means to kill me. Pitiful number 1 Sky Emperor, even if you join forces with Mustang, you still can't defeat me. Your martial path will end here from now on. Yes. Lin Ling's voice carried endless majesty, as if the heavens were crushing Xianyuan Xiang. Then he took a step forward, and a dragon claw appeared, suddenly grasping Xianyuan Xiang's neck. That terrifying power was telling Xianyuan Xiang, Divine Dragon Warrior? Just a joke. Dang. Lin Ling raised Xianyuan Xiang high in the air. He kept kicking his legs, but that kind of resistance was extremely weak. In fact, he was really afraid of Lin Ling. You shouldn't have attacked my fire spirit princess, because if you attack my people, you'll die very miserably. Lin Ling said again, causing Xianyuan Xiang's eyes to widen. He spat out a sentence with difficulty. You can kill me, but if you kill me, you'll definitely be killed by the giants of the human world. Die. Linling, come and kill me. You have to think about the people behind you, think about your family and relatives. You'll be happy to kill me, but from now on, without you, they'll definitely be humiliated to death. Die. Xian Yuanxiang was obviously threatening Linling, and when he saw Linling was silent, he immediately felt proud in his heart. Linling, obviously, didn't dare to kill them. Linling, come, let's die together. Die. On the ground, Mustang seemed to know Linling's misgivings. He jumped up from the ground, came to Linling's side, and hysterically roared. He even exposed his neck, letting Linling kill him. Since they couldn't defeat Linling, they would force Linling to kill them. Linling obviously didn't dare to. Do you dare to kill? Die. Both of them seemed to have grasped Linling's weakness, and the more silent Linling was, the more excited they were. Linling was still holding Xian Yuanxiang, but he finally slowly opened his mouth. You think that because I'm afraid of the giants of the human world I won't dare to kill you, but you seem to have forgotten, before those giants of the human world said that outside the human world, everything goes with the wind, no one can take revenge, and if they want to take revenge, they can only do it in the vine leaf world. But now, I want to ask, where is this place? Yes. As soon as these words fell, the pride and arrogance of Mustang and Mustang seemed to have been splashed with cold water, and immediately extinguished. Indeed, the arbitration of the highest executive palace of the human world. If they returned to the human world, all grievances would go with the wind, and if they wanted to take revenge, they could only do it in the vine leaf world. But now Linling had captured them and brought them to the vine leaf world. Chapter 1810. He slapped his own face. Linling Xian Yuanxiang felt as though he had been struck by lightning. He no longer dared to be arrogant and wanted to beg for mercy. Previously, he thought that Linling wouldn't dare to kill him, but now, he didn't think so anymore. Linling clenched his right hand, and Xian Yuanxiang's neck was broken. Xian Yuanxiang fell powerlessly. The first heavenly emperor had fallen. Xian Yuanxiang was so proud and arrogant before, but now he wanted to beg for mercy. After which, Linling's gaze shifted, landing on Mustang. At this moment, Mustang's neck was still exposed, but his expression froze, as though he was in a daze. Your neck is very white, I will break it properly. Linling lightly spat out a sentence, causing Mustang's body to tremble. He actually came to Linling's side to seek death, and even exposed his neck? Crazy, was he crazy? Linling, what happened before was a misunderstanding. Mustang's heart trembled, and he hurriedly explained. Linling, there really wasn't anyone he didn't dare to kill. Get over here. Linling didn't have the time to talk nonsense with him. With a wave of his left hand, a dragon claw appeared and grabbed Mustang's neck. This is the first time I've met someone like you who wants to die. The dragon claw fiercely tightened, and Mustang's neck was broken. Before he died, he was filled with deep regret. He shouldn't have been so arrogant, and he shouldn't have exposed his neck to disgust Linling. Because the moment his neck was exposed, Linling, this wolf, wouldn't hesitate to bite him. As for the consequences of killing them, they knew that there were no consequences at all. They had died for nothing. If I don't kill you, I'm not human. After killing both Mustang and Linling, Linling held their heads in his hands as he strode towards the ancient door. Since he had already killed them, he wanted to see what the so-called arbitration tribunal had to say about this. The giants of the human realm were playing word games with Linling, and Linling was playing tyrannical with them. At this moment, outside of the ancient gate, everyone was still in shock at Linling's actions. Many people knew that Linling had fallen into a trap. If Linling had impulsively killed Mustang and the rest, he would have died without a doubt. Linling isn't that stupid. He probably won't kill him. Bai Tiandi and the others thought to themselves with worry in their eyes. As for the Sky Master and the others, they were laughing coldly. Previously, when Linling had suddenly attacked, they had not chosen to stop him precisely because they wanted to see Linling fall for it. Goyilu. At this time, 2 human heads rolled out of the ancient door, shocking everyone. When the countless gazes landed on the heads, Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Those were the heads of Mustang and Xin Yuanxiang. This meant that Lin Ling had really killed them, and even tossed their heads to the mortal realm giants. This was clearly a provocation to their prestige. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. They had long known that Lin Ling was arrogant, but who knew that today, Lin Ling was even more arrogant than they had imagined. I've killed those two scumbags. If I don't kill them, I'm not human. At the same time, a slender figure walked out of the ancient door. His steps were steady, as if an emperor had descended. If I don't kill them, I'm not human. Everyone clearly heard this sentence, and their hearts were like thunder. Lin Ling was a man of his words. Those who dared to offend Lin Ling, no matter how far away they were, would be killed. Even with the mortal realm giants present, he still dared to kill them. You've really killed them? The faces of the mortal realm giants were ugly. Although Lin Ling was undoubtedly dead, Lin Ling tossing out the heads was indeed a ruthless slap to their faces. Crazy. Crazy god Lin Ling. At this moment, whether it was the mortal realm giants or the celestial emperors, they had already secretly given this celestial emperor Lin Ling a title. It was Crazy God. Moreover, after Crazy God, there were no celestial emperors. This was the first case in the world of emperors. However, this also illustrated how tyrannical Lin Ling was. The arbitrators believe that Mustang and the others cannot die. Therefore, Lin Ling, no one can save you today. I, the Sky Master, declare to the mortal realm that if I don't kill you, Lin Ling, I will no longer be a giant of the mortal realm. No matter what reason you have, I represent the 7 emperors in the heavens to kill you. The mortal realm giants killing intent sword. They finally found an excuse to kill Lin Ling. Moreover, Lin Ling had challenged their dignity, so they wanted to kill Lin Ling even more. Seeing the mortal realm giants bare their fangs, Bai Yuntiandi and the others looked at Lin Ling worriedly. However, Lin Ling was indifferent. He sneered at the mortal realm giants and said, "Don't be so full of yourself. Be careful not to slap your own mouth." The arbitrators have already determined that Mustang and the others are innocent. Although you don't recognize the formation of the arbitration tribunal, we don't need to wait for you to do so. We only need to do so. If we still can't kill you today, I will leave on my knees. The Luo Emperor said in a dignified voice. Ha! Upon hearing those words, Lin Ling let out 3 loud laughs. His laughter shook the heavens, causing many people to hold their breaths. As expected of the mad god Lin Ling. Even when his life was at stake, he was still so bold. Since you want to slap your own faces, then I will help you. Although I don't recognize you as a nest of snakes and rats, I will play with you all. Lin Ling laughed louder and louder. His long hair fluttered as he walked forward step by step. It was as if he was not afraid of the mortal realm giants. The mortal realm giants around him could not hold back their murderous intent. They all rushed toward Lin Ling. Their eyes were full of murderous intent. Lin Ling had the divine martial world suppressing beast, but this time, they had enough of an excuse to kill Lin Ling. However, just as they were getting closer and closer to Lin Ling, suddenly, a cold voice came out of Lin Ling's mouth like thunder. You all said that in the mortal realm, Mustang and the others are innocent. All personal grudges can be settled in the vine leaf world. Then I would like to ask, where did Mustang and the others die? Boom. His voice was like a shocking thunder, causing huge waves to surge in everyone's hearts. That was right. Lin Ling was right. Moreover, this was a rule set by the nest of snakes and rats of the arbitration tribunal. Lin Ling had used this rule to slap them hard in the face. This also meant that Lin Ling was not guilty of killing Mustang and the others. If the Sky King and the others dared to attack, then their so-called arbitration tribunal would lose even more face. They could not kill Lin Ling at all. Bang bang bang. All the mortal realm giants stopped in their tracks and stared at Lin Ling. Only now did they realize Lin Ling's intention. No wonder Lin Ling brought Mustang and the others into the vine leaf world. It was for this moment. They played a conspiracy with Lin Ling, and Lin Ling played along with them. He killed Mustang and the others in a domineering manner, and he was not guilty. This time, the mortal realm giants could not refute. You slapped your own face, arbitration tribunal. Lin Ling's handsome face revealed a cold expression. He grabbed the two heads on the ground and walked step by step towards the mortal realm giants in front of him. At the same time, he handed Xinyuan Xiang's head to the Sky King. This action was undoubtedly an even louder slap to the face. This person was cruel and ruthless. In the end, he was killed by me in the Vine Leaf world. I, Lin Ling, am once again a hero of the mortal realm, the Sky King of the Arbitration Tribunal. Am I right? Now, do you still want to kill me? You said before that if you don't kill me, you will never be a mortal realm giant. This slap, you can slap yourself. Luo Huang, this Mustang's head is yours. You said before that if you don't kill me, you will leave on your knees. Do you want to leave on your knees, or do you want to slap yourself 3 times? I think that the so-called fair and just arbitration tribunal should not go back on their words. Chapter 1811. The ancient giants, the Sky Lord and the others were silent. Their faces were so gloomy that water could drip from them. After becoming the giants of the mortal realm, this was the first time they had encountered a junior who continuously provoked them. Ha! Ha! Lin Ling laughed wildly and strode past them. Ha! The tribunal is a nest of snakes and rats. You asked for it. Ha! Emperor Li Shou, Emperor Yu and the others also laughed out loud. Their laughter soared into the sky. Other than them, the experts of the mortal realm also laughed out loud. These so-called members of the arbitration tribunal had all slapped their own faces. Everyone stared at Lin Ling in awe. Lin Ling's character was arrogant and ruthless, like a lone wolf. Even if he offended the giants of the mortal realm, he would never compromise. What happened before seemed simple, but in fact, it was full of danger. However, Lin Ling was still able to achieve victory in the difficult situation. This showed how terrifying Lin Ling was. Heaven is watching what people do. Suddenly, this sentence appeared in many people's minds. Mustang and the others had killed so many Sky Emperors. At this moment, Lin Ling stood up for them. The giants of the mortal realm did not want to lose face, so they also stood up for Mustang and the others. However, the result was a slap in the face. Alright, this time's Vine Leaf World experience is over. Everyone hand over your vine fruits. Emperor, you said. At this moment, only he could preside over the situation. As for the Sky Lord and the other giants of the mortal realm, they obviously did not have the face to preside over it anymore. The result was without a doubt, Tyrant Shur-Iran won first place. She secretly traded with Lin Ling, and Lin Ling also received a large number of merit points. These merit points were enough for Lin Ling to increase his strength again. The Sky Lord and the other giants of the mortal realm stood in the distance like clowns. Although Lin Ling did nothing to them, they still felt the burning pain on their faces. That slap was indeed very loud. Especially the Sky Lord, who was still holding Xinyuan Xiang's head in his hand. At this moment, his body was trembling with anger. A moment later, all kinds of cheers rose and fell around the ancient door. Although the number 1 in the Vine Leaf world was Tyrant Shur-Iran, the most dazzling person was still Lin Ling. Mad God Lin Ling, the first heavenly emperor. Without a doubt, he had finally revealed his true potential today. This Lin Ling, if you can be a friend, then don't be an enemy. Previously, everyone overlooked one point. This Lin Ling was able to kill Xinyuan Xiang and Xinyuan Tian. His strength is already the first Sky Emperor, and he has only been a Sky Emperor for a short period of time. His potential is extremely terrifying. On the side of the 7 Emperors' heaven, a black-robed man said indifferently. This person came from a supreme family and was also one of the highest deacon palaces in the human realm. They had always maintained a neutral stance towards Lin Ling, but now, they decided to support Lin Ling. At the beginning of the Vine Leaf Worlds test, he was only an Earth-grade talent. But now, even Xinyuan Xiang is no match for him. This means that Lin Ling has hidden his talent. An elder from the Eternal Palace also spoke up. The leaders of the human world were all very smart. Lin Ling and the leader of the Sky Emperor were fighting against each other. If Lin Ling had died, that would have been the end of it. But Lin Ling was still alive, which meant that they couldn't underestimate Lin Ling. It was better to be friends with him than to offend him. The most important thing was that they didn't have a deep grudge against Lin Ling, they just had some small conflicts. The same thing was happening in Champion University and the Evil Clan. They were also thinking about it, and the Evil Clan was also thinking about it. The most important thing was that Lin Ling was too strong, they couldn't afford to offend him. However, those who had deep grudges against Lin Ling, such as the Lord of the Skies, the Law Overlord, the Encompassing Emperor, the Shenyuan clan, and the Ancient Ji clan, would not rest until Lin Ling was dead. "Kill him, what do you think?" asked a strong cultivator from the Shenyuan clan to the leader of the Sky Emperor. After calming down, he realized that Lin Ling was the first celestial emperor. He had such terrifying potential, it was better not to know about it, but if they did, they would have to kill him. The leader of the Sky Emperor nodded coldly. He was also wondering how Lin Ling had done all this. Actually, he'd always been able to kill Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling was an ant while he was an overlord of the mortal dimension. So, if he rashly made a move against Lin Ling, then it would be detrimental to his reputation. But now, he noticed that he couldn't kill Lin Ling according to proper methods, so he had no choice but to use force. Besides, Lin Ling had provoked him again and again. He was running out of patience. Boom boom boom. At this moment, a majestic evil aura surged out from the ancient door and lingered in the air. Then, it transformed into a myriad of dark clouds that shot out in all directions like shooting stars. In the blink of an eye, it vanished without a trace. It happened very quickly. When the evil clouds disappeared, everybody realized what had happened and their expressions changed drastically. The evil Buddha clan had escaped from the Vine Leaf world? Their attention had been focused on the arbitration earlier, so they'd forgotten about the evil Buddha clan. Now that the evil Buddha clan had appeared in the human world would definitely be in trouble. If the evil Buddha clan was allowed to devour a large number of experts, then the evil Buddha clan would become a force to be reckoned with. Their expressions became even more solemn when they thought of this. At the same time, a furious voice resounded in the sky and caused the clouds to explode. "Leader of the sky, why did the evil Buddha clan come to the human world?" The eyes of the Sky Emperor and the others narrowed when they heard this. They originally wanted to kill Lin Ling by force, but they didn't dare act rashly now. They knew that the person who spoke was probably that lord. Moreover, that lord was a figure from the ancient times. He was even the founder of the Martial Pavilion, so he wasn't someone they could provoke. "All of you, come back and receive your punishment." The voice resounded from the sky again, causing the Sky Emperor and the others to clench their fists. Obviously, that lord was blaming them for the evil Buddha clan's escape, and all of this was Lin Ling's good deed. If Lin Ling hadn't wanted to kill Mustang, how could they have forgotten about the evil Buddha clan? Lin Ling was too hateful. "All the human world's big shots, come back immediately." The lord spoke again, causing the crowd's hearts to pound. Many of them didn't know who that lord was, but they were certain that he was an ancient-level big shot. His status and strength were definitely above the three great mythological legends. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. In Li Xiaoyao's memory, the human world wasn't simple. Now, this was the second time he had heard of such a terrifying existence. The first time was the Dark Dragon Emperor of the Chaos Demon Sea. It was a pity that Lin Ling only had a rough understanding of the Dark Dragon Emperor. As for the specific memory, perhaps he would only be clear when he found the second statue. At least by then, he could be sure whether the Dark Dragon Emperor was a friend or a foe. If he was a friend, then Lin Ling could do whatever he wanted in the human world. Then, the human world's big shots left one after another, leaving the ancient gate in silence. Have the human world's big shots all gone back? At this moment, a large number of experts walked over from afar. Upon closer inspection, these people's strength seemed to penetrate the heavens and the earth. Their footsteps seemed to be the power of laws, making it difficult to breathe. They were the experts with the title of Xian Di. The experts with the title of Xian Di also went to the secret territory. Have they all come out now? Many people guessed. There were many secret territories in the human world, and as long as one reached a certain level of strength, they could enter the secret territory and rapidly increase their strength. Chapter 1812. Xianyuan's southern peak titled Xiandi, I heard that the evil Buddha lineage of the vine leaf world has revived. A majestic voice rang in the air, causing the titled celestial emperors to stop in their tracks and stare at the ground coldly. The people below were all heavenly emperors, so they had to look up to those powerhouses with burning eyes. Titled Xiandi, this was their life's pursuit. Only by reaching this level could they be famous in the world and dominate everything. They were already standing at the top of the pyramid of the human world and were used to living above everyone else. So how could they be willing to accept others being stronger than them? Therefore, their goal was to surpass those powerhouses. Man's ambition was endless. On the path of martial arts, there was no limit. There was no strongest, only stronger. Lin Ling's eyes were also emitting fighting spirit. Currently, he was the #1 heavenly emperor, but he believed that it wouldn't be long before he became a powerhouse on the level of Xiandi. In the sky, indifferent voices sounded, asking the people below, and everyone answered one by one, not daring to be negligent. Gradually, those titled Xiandi powerhouses looked at Lin Ling. They already knew what had happened. They didn't expect Lin Ling to be so powerful and become the #1 heavenly emperor. One had to know that the heavenly emperors who could enter the vine leaf world were all elites among geniuses. Lin Ling was a rising star, but he was able to become the #1. This showed that Lin Ling had hidden potential. For a moment, the titled Xiandi powerhouses had mixed feelings. Some were curious, some were cold, and some were kind. Lin Ling, what talent do you have? Suddenly, someone asked indifferently. This person was clad in white battle armor and had an awe-inspiring presence. Behind him, there was a pair of beautiful white wings, making him look like an angel floating in the sky. This caused the eyes of many people on the ground to sparkle, especially some female experts. A single word flashed through their minds: handsome. Although those women were all above everyone and were usually extremely arrogant, that was only relatively speaking. If they were to encounter a young man who was stronger than them and was also otherworldly and indifferent, how could they not be moved? It's one of the 5 lords of heaven, Battle Angel Tian Shui. Rumor has it that he is an angel who has descended to the mortal world. Now that I've seen him today, it seems to be true. Many people started to talk about it. Tian Shui, one of the 5 lords of heaven, was slightly weaker than Xianyuan Nanfeng. However, how did he know Lin Ling? No, he was obviously curious about Lin Ling's talent. Of course, the others were curious as well. They were sure that Lin Ling had a heaven-tier talent, but no one could be sure what grade it was. Why should I answer you? Lin Ling calmly looked at the sky and said indifferently, I know you're strong, but don't be too arrogant. I'm a titled celestial emperor now. The wings on Tian Kongshue's back moved slightly. White light bloomed like ripples, making him seem like the overlord of the sky. Title, Xiandi? There was an uproar on the ground. After the 5 heavenly monarchs went through the trials, their strength increased greatly. Did they enter the world of the immortal emperors? Under everyone's gaze, 5 people stood proudly in the sky like emperors overlooking all living things. This scene also meant that the 5 of them had indeed stepped into Xiandi's world. They are so powerful. Many people were envious. Now, can you say it? Tian Shui said again, as if to say that now that you know who I am qualified to ask. You are an expert with the title of Xiandi, which is indeed admirable. What does that have to do with me? Also, isn't it a taboo for warriors to casually ask about someone's cultivation progress? Yes. However, Lin Ling still said indifferently, You are indeed as arrogant as the rumors say. No wonder you are called the Mad God. However, you have to remember that if it weren't for someone, I could have defeated you in one move with your strength. The First Lord of Heaven is like trash to me. Yes? Tian Shui was not angry. Instead, he laughed and said to someone beside him, Xianyuan Nanfeng, this is your opponent. I will not fight with you. Obviously, Tian Shui knew about the battle between Lin Ling and Xianyuan Nanfeng, so he did not teach Lin Ling a lesson. The First Lord of Heaven is indeed trash to you. However, don't forget that you were once trash. Don't look down on trash just to prove your strength. Because that is also looking down on yourself. Lin Ling replied. His words made many people secretly nod their heads. Yes, no matter how strong Tian Shui was now, he was only a Lord of Heaven back then. Now that he said that the Lord of Heaven was trash, wasn't he also saying that he was trash in the past? You are eloquent. Tian Shui sneered and did not say anything more. Xinyuan Nanfeng stared at Lin Ling curiously. He did not expect Lin Ling's strength to increase so much. However, to him, that was all because his strength had increased greatly too. Let me remind you that there is still a month's time. If you can't increase your strength in this month, you have no chance of winning. Xinyuan Nanfeng said. Thank you for the reminder. Yes. Lin Ling replied with a faint smile. He also noticed that Xinyuan Nanfeng was stronger than before. Obviously, in the mortal world, the stronger one was, the more benefits one would get. In this regard, the current Lin Ling could not compare. I will wait for you. Yes. Then, Xinyuan Nanfeng turned and left. The Xian Di stared at Lin Ling curiously and then left as well. For them, the First Lord of Heaven was indeed quite amazing. However, when facing Xinyuan Nanfeng, the First Lord of Heaven was still much weaker. One should know that there was a vicious convention in the mortal world. The strong became stronger, and the weak became weaker. Because the stronger one was, the more resources one would get. Then Lin Ling left with the crowd. South Mountain South Xinyuan Nanfeng. He is now called Xian Di. I am afraid that he has comprehended at least 10 laws. Lin Ling, if you fight with him, I am afraid that you will not be able to win. Tyrant Shi said on the way. Are you worried about us? Lin Ling replied with a smile. Tyrant Shi pupils constricted. She was not worried, but she felt that Lin Ling would not be able to win. Because Lin Ling's strength was increasing, Xinyuan Nanfeng's strength was also increasing. Moreover, the increase was even greater. Now that you are the First Lord of Heaven, the mortal world should be protecting you. I have also seen before that powerful forces like the Eternal Palace and the Yi Clan do not seem to intend to go against you. Why don't you let those people come out and stop this battle? Bai Yun Tiandi said. Lin Ling, this is a good suggestion. After all, the First Lord of Heaven is not to be underestimated. In addition, the demon race will invade in a year, so the mortal world will pay attention to all the top geniuses. Su Jimin also said. Lin Ling shook his head. Even if I refuse this battle, Xinyuan Nanfeng will not refuse. Moreover, I do not intend to refuse. Although Xinyuan Nanfeng has more cultivation resources, I, Lin Ling, am not unprepared. As soon as he said this, the women looked at Lin Ling. They did not expect Lin Ling to be so confident. Tyrant Shi, you won't cheat me on the merit points you owe me, right? Lin Ling said again. Bullshit, who do you think I am? Chapter 1813. Wu Sheng Stage 2-inch. Let me tell you, all the merit points are yours. The first place reward is also yours. If I give you one less merit point, I, Tyrant Shi, will repay you with my own body. After saying that, Tyrant Shi left angrily. Her armor made clanking sounds. Lin Ling was stunned. Why did Tyrant Shi have such a big reaction? Lin Ling, I know you were joking before, but Tyrant Shi personality is like a rock. She can't take a joke. Su Jimin said helplessly. Lin Ling was stunned again. Was that a woman with a one-track mind? Lin Ling chatted with a few people as he walked. Behind him was a large number of celestial emperors. When they saw Lin Ling walking side by side with a few beauties, it would be a lie to say that they were not jealous. Unfortunately, Lin Ling was someone they had to look up to. After Lin Ling returned to the rainforest sacred land, he immediately checked on Princess Fire Spirit. The evil aura on Princess Fire Spirit's body had become stronger. This made Lin Ling frown. Fortunately, he remembered many ways to suppress the evil aura. The evil aura was indeed difficult to deal with. Princess Fire Spirit had only absorbed a little of it, but she had fallen into a deep sleep. If she absorbed more, she would turn into an evil being. Fortunately, one day later, Tyrant Shi came personally to deliver the merit points. The moment she appeared, the entire rainforest sacred land was in an uproar. In their eyes, the female warriors seemed to have a lot of resentment. Here are the merit points. We don't owe each other anything. Linling, even if you die in the hands of Xinyuan Nenfeng, I won't go and see you. Tyrant Shi'iran left after saying that. She left without hesitation. Linling was stunned. Although he was not familiar with Tyrant Shi'iran, they had worked together in the vine leaf world. Was there a need to be so angry? Linling, that woman has an unyielding character. You must have said something that offended her. Moreover, I have a feeling that she seems to like you. Yumun Yun was also surprised by Tyrant Shi'iran. However, she smiled at Linling and said, moreover, although she is a little fierce, she is good-looking. Most importantly, her figure is not bad. Linling opened his mouth wide and then shook his head like a rattledrum. You didn't see how ferocious she was in the vine leaf world, but I did. She turned into a stone golem and blew up a powerhouse with one punch. Who would want such a fierce woman? Linling, you and I are irreconcilable. Tyrant Shi'iran's voice came from afar, and Linling's eyes narrowed. She hadn't left yet? Bai Yun Tiandi and the others were also cultivating in the rainforest. When they heard those words, they all laughed. Linling was in trouble. Tyrant, you are indeed unreasonable. Linling shook his head helplessly. He treated Shi'iran as a friend and companion, so he was joking with her. Who knew that she would be so serious? Everyone, take some merit points and try to increase your strength. Ignoring Shi'iran, Linling distributed some merit points to everyone. Linling also used his merit points to buy treasures. Right now, he really needed to increase his strength. The flower of 10,000 sounds can break yin and yang, evil spirits, and evil spirits. It can be used to suppress the evil spirit on the fire spirit princess, but the merit points required are very expensive. The Fruit of Void, a treasure used by Wu Sheng realm powerhouses to increase their realm. This treasure is even more expensive. I'll replace it with spiritual flesh. The most important thing is to buy these materials to make the scabbard of the peerless divine sword. Linling kept looking at the treasures in the earthly paradise. He could not help but secretly rejoice. If he did not have the earthly paradise, even if he had the money, he might not be able to buy those treasures. Those treasures were rare, and ordinary people could not buy them at all. Then Linling used all his merit points to buy treasures. In the end, he was poor again. However, with those treasures, the fire spirit princess had also awakened. The evil spirit was temporarily suppressed. If he wanted to completely eradicate it, he had to find an expert who had the utmost yang and was proficient in Buddhism. After the fire spirit princess had awakened, Linling had entered into a state of cultivation. First, he needed to increase his realm strength. At this moment he was buying spiritual flesh. Legend had it that this was the flesh of a giant beast in the sky. It only appeared in the void and could increase one's void energy source. Of course, the effect was much worse than the Fruit of Void. However, this was the first time Linling had eaten this kind of spiritual flesh, so the effect would not be bad. Most importantly, Linling had bought enough. He was the number one in the vine leaf world. That amount of merit points could make any celestial emperor drool. Unfortunately, everyone thought that the number one was Tyrant Shi'iran. After crazily devouring the spiritual flesh, Linling had successfully stepped into the second level of Wusheng. His Danton had 2 sources of void energy. This meant that Linling possessed 4 laws in his body. Next, Linling refined the flame-patterned fruit he had obtained in the vine leaf world in one go, increasing his power of law. The flame-patterned fruit was also known as the Fruit of Law. It only bore fruit once every 10,000 years, so the vine leaf world could not be entered often. Because it had not reached 10,000 years, many strange flowers and herbs had not matured. Linling had obtained more than 30,000 flame-patterned fruits. In addition, he had also obtained quite a few thunder, water, ice, and other fruits. However, he had used them all to exchange for merit points. With the help of the flame-patterned fruit, Linling had finally given birth to another law of fire. As a result, he had 5 laws in his body. And the law was the standard to measure the strength of Wusheng. Of course, One's cultivation realm was also very important. This was because with every increase in cultivation realm, a new law would be born. If one's talent was strong, the power of the law would be stronger than others. It was said that some of the top geniuses of the mortal realm had extremely powerful talents. They only needed one law to be comparable to others with 3 laws. And Lin Ling's talent was stronger than the other. His power of law was also extremely terrifying. As for the power of the 2 laws, they could fuse with each other or create new martial arts. Lin Ling did not plan to create new martial arts. He chose to fuse the 2 laws into Long Tingyu, making the power of the laws even stronger. Although the current him was a 2nd-level Wu Sheng, he was confident that he could defeat a 3rd-level Wu Sheng. Rumble. The 7th level of the Purple Mansion realm, in the starry sky world. Lin Ling floated there. His blue robe fluttered. With his index finger in front of him, he muttered something. Suddenly, white flames filled the air around his body. Not long after, the terrifying power of the law transformed into a dragon. This was the fusion of the laws in Li Xiaoyao's memory. It could fuse the 2 laws of fire and increase the power by 10%. The great emperor is mighty. Around him, a large number of souls worshipped him. These souls were Lin Ling's Yellow Spring army. One must know that in the Vine Leaf world, Lin Ling had killed many celestial emperors. At this moment, those souls were all subdued by Lin Ling. Great Emperor Lin Ling, although you are only a 2nd-level Wu Sheng, your strength has already stepped into the level of Xiandi. Even the desolation of the mortal realm is not comparable to the great emperor. The moving mountain eagle flattered. Of course, he was also shocked. It had only been 10 days since the end of the Vine Leaf world and Lin Ling's strength had increased again. If this continued, defeating Xianyuan Nanfeng would be an easy task. Xianyuan Nanfeng dared to challenge the great emperor. He is courting death. Great Emperor, let me kill him. The other souls were not convinced that the moving mountain eagle had taken the lead and quickly flattered him. Chapter 1814. Exit from the past. Lin Ling looked at the souls indifferently and said, "You don't have to flatter me. Now, leave the Zifu and become stronger. You can do whatever you want, as long as it doesn't violate my principles. But under my command, all of you must come back. Also, if you meet any rascals, kill them and bring their souls back to me." "Yes, Your Majesty." The mountain-shifting eagle was the first to pat its chest and say, "Go." Lin Ling waved his hand. Everyone's souls flew out of their violet palaces. Lin Ling's lips curled into a smile. These souls were all part of his Yellow Springs army. Moreover, once they died in the hands of the Yellow Springs army, their souls would once again be under his control. In this way, his Yellow Springs army would become stronger and stronger. Furthermore, Lin Ling's law of fire and his cultivation level had increased. His control over the flames of the underworld had become even more powerful, allowing the mountain-shifting condor and the other souls to recover 60% of their strength. "Your Majesty, you can start forging the scabbard." At this moment, Elder Z spoke respectfully. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. The reason he had spent half of his merit points on materials for the scabbard was because this peerless divine sword was about to come out of the furnace. Soon after, Lin Ling hurriedly forged the scabbard. This scabbard was also engraved with spirit formation runes, used to suppress the peerless sword god's spatial laws. After all, the peerless sword god's laws were too terrifying. Without the scabbard, space would collapse at any time. Using another 3 years, Lin Ling forged the scabbard. At the same time, the peerless divine sword was completed. Rumble. The moment the sword appeared, the entire Zifu began to sway. Space shattered, and 100-dimensional space appeared. This represented the power of 100 spatial laws. At the same time, in the sky above the rainforest, there was an oppressive atmosphere. An invisible divine thunder fell from the sky and smashed into the divine weapon palace of the Purple Mansion. Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. One had to know that when forging divine weapons in the Purple Palace realm, the divine tribulation would never descend. The reason was that the Purple Palace realm was a space of its own, and the divine tribulation couldn't enter the Purple Palace realm. But now, the divine tribulation had broken through the space and bombarded the peerless divine sword. However, the divine weapon tribulation was powerful, but the peerless divine sword was even more powerful. As if it was blooming with the sharpness of the sword flew up by itself. With a slash of the sword, the 100-dimensional space appeared. Rumble! That invisible divine thunder was cut into pieces, and the 100-dimensional space tore apart the divine thunder. Lin Ling could not help sucking in a cold breath. This sword was too crazy. He even doubted whether he could control it. At the same time, in the highest Deacon Palace of the mortal world, the faces of the mortal world's big shots changed. They felt a terrifying pressure appear in the mortal world, but it disappeared too quickly, so they didn't know what it was. Could it be the evil Buddha lineage? Or did the demon race invade? Moreover, not long ago, the 3 great elders of the gates of hell told us that a spatial crack had appeared in the ghost realm. The ghost race is likely to enter the human realm. Could it be the ghost race? No, the aura from before was extremely sacred. It was the power of law. Could it be that another powerhouse has been born in the mortal world? I heard that many heaven-defying geniuses have awakened in the spirit race. Unfortunately, that power disappeared too quickly, causing the investigation to continue. I can only say that the mortal world's great calamity has begun, so the era of powerhouses has begun. The big shots of the mortal world discussed animatedly. They were just a little surprised because this was not the first time such a thing had happened. For example, the Son of Desolation's strength increased greatly. He devoured his master, the Imperial Exterminator, and became famous among the Sons of Desolation. Another example was that one of the Sons of Desolation fell. He lost to a mysterious young man and was valued by the highest Deacon Palace of the mortal world. It was said that the young man seemed to be the reincarnation of the Realm Lord from ancient times. Few people knew about this mysterious Realm Lord. Only those who came from ancient times knew that the Realm Lord's name was Li Xiaoyao. The mortal world was like boiling water. Powerhouses came out one after another, as if a new chapter had been opened. At this moment, Lin Ling did not know all of this. On the contrary, his name of Mad God had spread among the 3 mysteries of the mortal world. He was also famous among the 3 myths of the mortal world. After all, no one could violate the name of the first heavenly emperor. In the Purple Mansion, the space continued to shatter. The sword floated in the sky. Looking at it carefully, the whole sword seemed to be made of crystal, but it was also extremely huge. It was overbearing and noble, making people unable to take their eyes off it. Peerless divine sword. Lin Ling was excited. He slowly walked forward, waved his right hand, and the sword shot toward him. Rumble! When the sword fell on Lin Ling's hand, the void continued to crack and the 100-dimensional space appeared, which made Lin Ling's face change. The sword was too strong. Even holding the sword was dangerous, as if it could be torn apart by the space at any time. Your Majesty, quickly withdraw the sword. Elder Z knew that Lin Ling could not hold on for long, so he hurriedly shouted. A scabbard appeared in Lin Ling's left hand. Gritting his teeth, he used all his strength to withdraw the sword. Finally, after the sword entered the scabbard, the terrifying space power disappeared. The scabbard had many enchantments, which could seal the power of the sword. At present, I can be sure that it is at least 100-dimensional space. Then, Lin Ling's teeth chattered. This sword was equivalent to 100-dimensional space. It was too fierce. This made Lin Ling be able to control it for a very short time, but it was enough. Even if he controlled the 10-dimensional space, in addition to his own space law, he had 15-dimensional space law power. Although Xianyuan Nanxiang was powerful, could he withstand 15-dimensional space law power? At this moment, Lin Ling could not help but smile confidently. He could not wait to challenge Xianyuan Nanxiang and see how great this new rising Xiandi was. Of course, Lin Ling was just thinking about it. There were still more than 10 days until the next month. He was not short of time. Elder Z, how long have you been cultivating this time? Your Majesty, it has been 13 years. Lin Ling nodded, put on clean clothes, carried the giant sword and left the purple mansion. At this moment, everyone was present in the rainforest's sacred land. They looked at the Fire Spirit Princess and smiled. The Fire Spirit Princess's evil energy was suppressed, but it was obviously very weak. Most importantly, the Flower of 10,000 Sounds only suppressed it temporarily. After Lin Ling came out, he roughly swept his gaze and immediately discovered that Little Flame, the 9 spirits of heaven, Princess Bai Yun and the rest had all stepped into Wu Sheng's realm. Right now, they could be considered as Lin Ling's most capable companions. As for Yumun Yun and the rest, their strength had also increased. Of course, they could not be compared to Little Flame and the rest. After all, their talent was there for all to see. However, they were satisfied. At least in Shenpeng province, they were one of the strongest. Lin Ling, you're out. Big brother, you've reached Wu Sheng's second realm. Everyone also saw Lin Ling and could not help but laugh in joy. Especially Lady Shui Wu and the rest. At this moment, they felt like they were in a dream. In the past, Wu Sheng's realm experts were the most mysterious. They had only seen them a few times in their lives. But now, several Wu Sheng's realm experts had appeared beside them. It made them feel like they were dreaming. Especially Lin Ling. In the past, he was their junior. But now, they had to raise their heads and look up to him. Chapter 1815. See Immortal City, there's a chance? Lin Ling smiled faintly. He was now 90% confident that he could kill his opponent. Big Brother's cultivation speed is fast. In the next 10 days, Big Brother can reach a higher level. Little Flame touched his bald head and said excitedly, "The effect of our cultivation this time is remarkable because of merit points. Now that we don't have any merit points, our cultivation speed will slow down." Lin Ling said. Everyone nodded, but they were still worried because there was still half a month left. If Lin Ling didn't improve his strength, it might be difficult for him to win against Xianyuan Nenfeng. They didn't know that Lin Ling was no longer afraid of his opponent. "Princess Hualing, how do you feel?" Lin Ling looked at Princess Hualing and asked. "Bad guy, I'm much better." Princess Hualing's little face was still dark golden. At this moment she was smiling, but like a withered flower, she was no longer as lively and naughty as before. This made Lin Ling's heart ache. He knew that during this period of time, every night, the evil aura would act up and Princess Hualing would roll on the bed in pain. Ancestor Taiyin and the others also felt a little heartache. They also knew about the situation, so they couldn't help but look at Lin Ling. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and took out the mother-child insect. "Emperor Li Shou, do you know who's the most powerful Buddhist in the human world?" "Lin Ling, you should be doing this for Princess Hualing's evil aura. Unfortunately, that evil aura came from the desolate era. Even we can't do anything about it." Emperor Li Shou sighed, but Lin Ling said, "I know a way, but I need the help of someone with powerful Buddhist skills." Emperor Li Shou was obviously shocked because even he couldn't do anything about the evil aura, but Lin Ling knew about it. "I've checked the ancient books, so I know about this method." Lin Ling also knew that Emperor Li Shou and the others were surprised, so he explained, "Powerful Buddhist skills? Could it be Kame's spiritual master?" Lin Ling, go overseas to find Kame's spiritual master. In the chaotic demon sea, there's a spiritual island. Kame's spiritual master is there, and that's where the spirit clan lives. Emperor Li Shou explained. "The spirit race still exists?" Lin Ling said in surprise. The spirit race was the same as the ghost race and the devil race. They were all powerful races that had existed since the primordial era. Unlike the devil race, the spirit race had a good relationship with the humans. They had cooperated many times and defeated the invasions of the ghost race and the devil race. The Kame sage is an ancient cultivator. Many people who practice divination, Buddhism, and arhats respect him. For example, the Celestial Phenomenon sect of Shenpeng province, and the arhat sage of Champion University. Every year, many strong cultivators go to Zhenling Island to visit, but most of them don't get to see the Kame sage. Therefore, Lin Ling, if you want to see the Kame sage, it's going to be difficult. It's good that you know who he is. I have a way to make him see me." Lin Ling thanked him and planned to set off. After all, There were still over 10 days left. It was enough for him to make a round trip. Fire Spirit Princess, let's go, I'll take you out to play. All right, rascal, I want you to carry me. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling held the Fire Spirit Princess' hand and left the rainforest's sacred land. Lin Ling had been in seclusion for 13 years. Now that he was walking in the outside world, he suddenly felt relaxed and happy. He was not in a hurry. He held the Fire Spirit Princess' hand and revisited old places. They went from Xianpeng Province to the Xianyuan Great Region. First, he went to the Heaven Mystic's kingdom. He saw that the Cloud Sea Imperial City was getting more and more prosperous. This made him smile. Then he went to the Guyan sect. The Guyan sect had become the #1 sect in the Heaven Mystic's kingdom. Although it was stronger, Lin Ling was a little disappointed. Things were the same, but people had changed. He could not find any familiar figure. Just like that, Lin Ling walked slowly. It was as if he had found the feeling of reincarnation. His heart was unprecedentedly calm. Lin Ling, is that the place where you grew up? The scenery is good. Heaven Mystic's kingdom. I heard from Mingyun that you met them there. It's a pity that you and the others are not there. Otherwise, they would be even happier. Lin Ling held the Fire Spirit Princess' hand. However, the Fire Spirit Princess was extremely calm at this moment. It was more like the second dream. She had a happy smile on her face. Once upon a time, she dreamed of traveling the world with the man she loved. Now that this dream had come true, she cherished it very much. After I defeat Shenyuan Nanfeng, I can go and see Yu and the others. Lin Ling smiled and replied. In the past, his status was too low. No one gave him face. However, it was different now. Although he was still not as good as the Yungu Immortal platform, at least he was qualified to find Yu and the others. Now, you are known as the Frenzied God. In terms of titles, there is no Heavenly Emperor after the Frenzied God. You are also the first person to have such a title. If you defeat Shenyuan Nanfeng, no one in the mortal domain will not pay attention to you. Even the highest deacon hall in the mortal domain will not dare to mess with you. Instead, they will pay attention to you. The Fire Spirit Princess smiled. Her big eyes were filled with wisdom. Lin Ling shrugged his shoulders. He was used to the Fire Spirit Princess' mischievous and wise look. He smiled and said, "Why are you so sure that I will win?" "Because you are Lin Ling." This simple sentence represented a deep trust. Perhaps in the Fire Spirit Princess' heart, Lin Ling was the representative of miracles. "Kiki, I can defeat him in 3 moves." Lin Ling looked into the distance and finally said this sentence. The Fire Spirit Princess was stunned for a moment before she revealed a smile. The two of them held hands and strolled in the sunset. The true Spirit Island was in the chaotic Demon Sea. However, it was not on the side of Shenhuangdiu. It was close to the Grand Mystic Domain. As for the Grand Mystic Domain, it was Lin Ling's first time there. This vast continent was even more ancient. The mountains were crisp, the birds were singing, and the flowers were fragrant. It was like a paradise. No wonder the cultivators of the Grand Mystic Domain were naturally superior. It turned out that the place they lived in was like a paradise. The Sea God City was an ancient city with an extremely long history. It was said that it had existed since ancient times. This city was close to the chaotic Demon Sea. Occasionally, one could see the most mysterious spirit clan in the city. At this moment, the city was filled with people. In the streets and alleys, cultivators were talking and laughing. These cultivators were ethereal. The men were divine like jade, and the women were elegant like fairies. 3 days ago, the Hidden Dragon Assembly was held here. The younger generation of the 3 mysterious realms of the mortal domain shone here. When the Hidden Dragon Assembly ended, a new generation of the 3 mysterious realms was born. I heard that the first and second place of this Hidden Dragon Assembly are brother and sister. One is skilled in the Sword Dao, while the other is skilled in the Fire Martial Dao. They have already stepped into the transcendent realm at such a young age and have begun to comprehend the source strength. Amazing. I don't know who the disciples of these 2 young generation are. I have also seen their martial dais. They are extremely powerful and full of talent. If this continues, it is very likely that they will become disciples of the mortal domain. In the largest restaurant in the sea god city, discussions rose and fell one after another. Chapter 1816. The number one genius of the hidden dragon competition at this moment, in a corner of the restaurant, under a lotus leaf, several silhouettes were drinking wine. One of them was a beautiful woman who was frowning. She was Princess Huixia. She came to the sea god city because there was an ancient sect nearby. It was said that it could help people recover their talents. She came because of the name. However, she didn't expect to hear the name Linling in the Xianyuan realm. Similarly, a few young men in luxurious clothes sat at a corner of the restaurant while drinking wine with gloomy expressions. All of them were disciples of famous sects in Black Pendant region, and all of them had lost in the meeting of potential this time. They lost to two mysterious geniuses, and this caused them to be extremely disgruntled. At this moment, two figures stepped into the restaurant, causing it to instantly become silent. The two of them were a man and a woman. The man was cold and aloof while the woman was young and lively. These two people were shockingly the first and second place of the competition. Senior brother, we've benefited a lot from this trip. Sister Wanair, we have been out for a year. I wonder how the Rainforest Holy Land is doing. I wonder how our master is doing. He fought in the Forbidden City. I wonder if he is back yet. We should go back. Master was taken away by the divine martial world beast. Grandpain said he would be fine. The two of them chatted as they walked. Obviously, they'd been out tempering themselves during this period of time, and they didn't know what had happened in Xianping region. One of them was Yi Xiao, a disciple of Lin Ling in the Rainforest Holy Land. The other was Wan Er, the number one disciple of Lin Ling in the 6 Great Holy Lands. They could be considered as the only successors of Lin Ling's legacy. Master? I wonder who your master is. How could he cultivate such geniuses like you? When Yi Xiao and Wan Er stepped into the restaurant, the voices came out from the restaurant. It was the young men in luxurious clothes. Apparently, they couldn't accept losing to Yi Xiao and Wan Er. You don't have the right to know. Yi Xiao looked at them indifferently. He knew they were his opponents in the hidden dragon competition, but he wasn't afraid of them. After that, Yi Xiao and Wan Er sat down at one of the tables. At this moment, the entire restaurant was filled with an oppressive air. Those two up-and-coming youngsters were indeed geniuses, but they had taken first place in the Hidden Dragon Assembly. This had undoubtedly brought great humiliation to the other sections. Bang! At this moment, the sound of a table being slammed could be heard from the restaurant. Don't think that you are invincible just because you are the champion of the Hidden Dragon Assembly. There are countless seniors in the 3 profound realms who are stronger than you. I only asked you who your master is, yet you are telling me that I am not qualified to know? I think your master is also a cripple. The young men coldly looked at Yi Xiao and said, Take back what you said before. Otherwise, I don't mind teaching you a lesson, loser. Yi Xiao's eyes turned cold. Yi Xiao used to be bullied in the 100 realms. If he didn't meet Lin Ling, he would still be a useless piece of trash. In his heart, Lin Ling was the sky, and nobody could blaspheme him. You can laugh at us or even reprimand us, but our master is not someone you can profane. Wan Er looked calm, but at this moment, she was also speaking coldly. She didn't expect that these people would actually mock their master because they didn't want to admit defeat. Haha, I didn't expect that the champion and the champion of the Hidden Dragon Assembly, who looked calm, would actually become agitated when it concerns their master. However, the angrier you get, the more I want to say that your master is a disgraceful piece of trash. Among those young men, one of them started to laugh wildly. Bastard! Yi Xiao angrily shouted. The sword in his hand appeared, and he fiercely slashed out. Nobody had thought that Yi Xiao would actually dare to fight for his master. After all, this restaurant had existed since the ancient times, so it naturally had an ancient powerhouse guarding this place. Fighting in this restaurant was obviously a violation of the restaurant's taboo. Rumble! Boom! The sword was slashed out, but soon, an old man suddenly appeared. He reached out one of his hands and heavily clenched it. The sword light was fiercely crushed. "You two, how dare you?" After that, the old man coldly looked at Yi Xiao and Wan Er. "Master Wang, these two people thought they were the champion of the Hidden Dragon Assembly. They are so arrogant. We just said a few words and they actually wanted to kill us. You have to uphold justice for us. Otherwise, the Sea God City is no longer a God City." Those young men immediately spoke, coldly looking at Yi Xiao and Wan Er. In fact, they knew that they were no match for Yi Xiao and Wan Er. The reason why they didn't fear Yi Xiao and Wan Er was that they knew no violence was allowed in this restaurant. Of course, they didn't think that Yi Xiao and Wan Er would actually dare to fight for their master. "I will give you a chance. Tell me which sect you are from. Ask your master to come and apologize, and I will let you go." The old man blandly said, "Don't be arrogant just because you are a little bit powerful. Let me tell you, among the 3 Shen men in the human realm, there is no sect that the Sea God City doesn't dare to mess with. Speak." Just as he finished speaking, a large number of powerhouses appeared in the restaurant. Every one of them was in the superior level. Yi Xiao and Wan Er frowned. They didn't expect to provoke so many powerhouses. "Brother, what should we do?" Wan Er worriedly spoke. Those powerhouses were all stronger than them. They couldn't fight back. "Master, I was reckless. They insulted my master first, so I acted impulsively. If I have brought any trouble to the restaurant, I apologize." Yi Xiao knew that he had no choice, so he bowed and said, "Your apology is useless. Ask your master to come and apologize." The old man coldly said, "My master won't come. You are not qualified to ask him to apologize." "Master, I have apologized. If you want us to stay, then come." Yi Xiao spoke word by word. He could apologize, but it was about his master. He wouldn't compromise. "Not qualified? Do you think your master is a powerful figure in the human realm? Tell me who he is if you dare. I can tell you. As long as you dare to say it, my master will face it." Before the old man spoke, the young man behind him sneered. The old man coldly humphed and said, "I know a lot of the 3 Shen men in the human realm. I have never heard of anyone I am not qualified to talk to. Do you dare to tell me who he is?" "Wan Er's master is Lin Ling." Before Yi Xiao said anything, Wan Er stood up and proudly spoke. "Lin Ling? I have never heard of him. Is he some disabled person hiding in the mountains to teach you martial arts?" The old man disdainfully said. He tried to recall, but he had never heard of Lin Ling among the 3 Shen men in the human realm. "Don't go too far. Be careful. Trouble comes from the mouth." Chapter 1817. Lin Ling, the Mad God. "Ha! In the Sea God City, there is no one that I can't mess with. If your master doesn't come today, you two will kneel there until he comes. Somebody catch them." The old man waved his hand and spoke with a strong voice. "How dare they behave like this in the Sea God City? How bold!" The crowd started to enjoy the show. As for the young man who provoked Yi Xiao, they were gloating. At this moment, 2 figures walked into the restaurant. It was a man and a woman. The man was wearing a clean blue and white robe with a huge ancient sword on his back. He was holding a girl's hand in his left hand. The girl was as cute as a porcelain doll. This scene undoubtedly caused many people's eyes to flicker. For some reason, the combination of the girl and the young man was extremely beautiful and harmonious. Yi Xiao and Wan Er looked at the 2 people who walked into the restaurant. They were both shocked. They didn't expect to see their master here. At the same time, in a corner of the restaurant, Princess Huoxia was also staring at the man. "It was him. I am their master. They are young and don't know how to talk. If they offend you, please forgive them." "Yes." The man who walked in smiled and suddenly said, "You're quite approachable. Is he the master of the number 1 genius of the Hidden Dragon competition? He is so young." "Yes." The crowd was in an uproar. They didn't expect Yi Xiao to be so powerful, but his master was so young. I thought Yi Xiao and Wan Er's master was powerful. Who would have thought he is so young? It seems he is not that powerful." Behind the old man, the young men spoke with disdain. Apparently they were surprised too. A master for one day is a father for life. If your disciple makes a mistake, it is your fault. You are young, so I won't blame you. Apologize and take your disciple away. But when you get back, you must teach him a lesson. The old man was surprised, but he still spoke with dignity. Master, it is not like that. Yes. Yi Xiao was anxious when he heard what they said. However, the man smiled and waved his hand. He walked to the old man and said, "If my disciple has done anything wrong, I will apologize for you. But there is no need to teach him a lesson. I have been away from him all these years, so I haven't done my duty as a master. I am not qualified to teach them a lesson. If they have done something wrong, I will take it. If they have lost something, I will compensate them. Do you think you're qualified? I've already given them a way out. I only asked you to teach them a lesson, but you rejected me and even threatened to take responsibility for their mistakes. Do you know what mistakes they've made? That's when you use force in a restaurant. Violence is not allowed in my restaurant." The old man's voice became colder and more imposing. "So, I apologize." However, the handsome young man opposite him raised his head and said, still insisting on not teaching his disciple a lesson, "You're not going to teach me a lesson, right? Don't regret it. I know that you should have a powerful sect behind you. Say it, and I will let your sect teach you a lesson as well." The old man seemed to be a little angry. "I don't have a master and have always been alone. Therefore, it will be very difficult for you to teach me a lesson." The handsome young man said indifferently, "You have guts to establish a sect by yourself. But let me tell you, among the 3 mysterious realms of the mortal realm, other than the legends of the mortal realm, there is no sect that doesn't give me face. If I want you to establish a sect, you will. If I don't let you, you won't be able to. Now, if you have the guts, tell me your origin, your family, or your sect." The old man took a step forward and said, "This move could be considered as showing the restaurant's prestige. Otherwise, everyone would behave atrociously here." Hearing this, the handsome young man finally frowned. The little girl beside him had been looking at everyone. At this moment, she seemed to be unable to bear it anymore. "I've already apologized, but you insist on pestering me. Fine, I'll tell you. His name is Lin Ling, and he comes from Xianpeng province. He only has 2 disciples. You can try to get him to cancel his sect." A tender voice filled with anger floated out. The old man stared at the little girl with disdain and said coldly, "Sure. If I remember correctly, Lord Shuai Wu and Lord Pu should have the final say in Xianpeng province. It won't be difficult for me to get them to cancel your sect." There were many voices in the restaurant. Everything in the sea goddess city was extremely ancient and was related to many powerful forces in the mortal realm. Therefore, the owner of the sea goddess city did indeed have such power. Lin Ling from Xianpeng province. Unfortunately, he will suffer in order to protect his 2 disciples. Is there a sect called Lin Ling in Xianpeng province? But this name is very familiar. No, could it be? The surrounding crowd was watching a good show, but suddenly, someone shouted in shock, "There is indeed a person called Lin Ling in Xianpeng province, but this person seems to be the first king in Xianpeng province. What, could it be the mad god Lin Ling?" At this moment, the entire restaurant was in an uproar. No wonder they were shocked. They had been looking at Lin Ling from the perspective of a sect. They had never thought that Lin Ling represented Xianpeng province instead of a sect. They would never have thought that Yi Zhao's master was the mad god Lin Ling. If there was a sect behind Lin Ling, it must be the one in Xianpeng province. Many people looked at Yi Xiao, and they were terrified. These 2 guys are the mad god Lin Ling? No wonder they are such geniuses. It makes sense now. The voices around were like waves, getting louder and louder. Gradually, the old man heard it, and his eyes were shaking. He didn't dare to look at Lin Ling anymore. The sea goddess city was indeed famous among the 3 mysterious cultivators in the mortal realm. However, he was facing the 3 legends in the mortal realm. It would be easy for them to destroy his restaurant. You can go to Master Shuai Wu and see if she can cancel his sect. At this moment, the fire spirit princess spoke again. The entire restaurant was silent. The old man's mouth was shaking. He nearly kneeled down. He nervously said, "This is the number one Sky King, the mad god Lin Ling." He really wanted to know. Maybe he already knew the answer, but he still wanted to hear it from the young man's mouth. "I am not the mad god. I am Lin Ling." Under everyone's gaze, the handsome young man made a sigh and finally spoke. Silence. The entire restaurant was silent. The old man's face turned pale, and he kneeled down. The young men behind him all kneeled down and said, "Master? Master Yishao, Master Waner, we were wrong. We failed to recognize you. Please forgive us." After that, they kept kowtowing to Lin Ling, Yishao, and Waner. The number one Sky King, the mad god Lin Ling, was not someone they could mess with. Countless gazes were on Lin Ling. Their eyes were filled with reverence and admiration, causing the restaurant to become even more silent. What? Yi Shao and Waner were shaking. They knew that their master was famous in the mortal realm, but they didn't know that he was so famous that people worshipped him. People around them, young men and old men, all looked at their master with respect and even fanaticism. Chapter 1818. They arrived at the True Spirit Island. "Master Lin Ling, I am a snob. Please punish me." At the moment, the old man raised his head and said with a bitter smile. He actually wanted Lin Ling to apologize? "It is not a big deal." "Well then, we should leave now." The old man thought Lin Ling would be furious, but Lin Ling just blandly smiled. The old man was shocked. Lin Ling didn't punish him? The crowd was surprised too. Lin Ling, the mad god, was not afraid of the most powerful figures in the human realm. He never showed mercy to his enemies. Now, he actually let go of the powerful cultivators of the Ocean God's Tower? "Let's go." Lin Ling waved his hand and left with Yi Shao and Wana. For him, he was in a different world from the three Shen men in the human realm. He didn't need to care about some weak cultivators. "Yes, master." Yi Shao and Waner nodded with a smile. They looked at the restaurant again and found that the others were admiring them even more. The young men who provoked Yi Shao were all smiling bitterly. They wanted to say something, but they didn't say anything. Yi Shao guessed that those men must be asking for some advice from his master, but they were too embarrassed to ask. However, that was the truth. Yi Shao didn't know that 3 of those men were idolizing Lin Ling. After Lin Ling and the others left, the restaurant was silent for a while, and then people started to talk. "Lin Ling. The mad god Lin Ling. I actually saw him with my own eyes." That's right. Lin Ling unified the Shenpeng province. He is the king of the sealing boundary in the Zhenwu realm. He is not afraid of the fire race. After the battle in the Forbidden City, he is the benchmark of all cultivators. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. To be able to meet a legendary figure is truly a blessing of 3 lifetimes. Moreover, his disciple is the number 1 genius of the 3 mysteries of the mortal realm, and Lin Ling is the number 1 genius of the 3 myths of the mortal realm. Those voices caused the old man's bitter smile to become even more pronounced. Originally, if Lin Ling could come to his restaurant, he could get closer to Lin Ling. If he treated him well, Lin Ling might even give him a few pointers. But now he had missed all of this. And in a corner of the restaurant, Princess Firecloud looked at his handsome back as he left. Her face was filled with all sorts of emotions, and for a moment, she couldn't say anything. Especially when she saw the Fire Spirit Princess, her heart ached even more. That was because she should have been the one standing beside Lin Ling. Unfortunately, she had missed it. She had made a mistake once, and in the end, she had made a mistake for a lifetime. Who would have thought that Lin Ling is one of the 3 great legends of the human world? Many people don't accept him, but there are so many people who worship him in the human world. However, Princess Fireglow, your talent was raised by him in the past. You can ask him to help you again. Beside her, a woman said. She was Princess Fireglow's companion. Hearing this, Princess Fireglow smiled bitterly. She was too embarrassed to mention it again. Alas, we can only go to Zhenling Island and have a look. I hope we can see Master Kame and ask him to help you recover with his Dharma. But this time, I heard that many people have gone. Several Xiandi from the Yungu Immortal stage have gone as well. The competition will be fierce. The woman sighed. At this moment, Lin Ling was leaving with a few people, heading to the sea. Yi Xiao and Wan Er excitedly looked at Lin Ling. In their hearts, their master was an omnipotent man, especially Wan Er. She stared at Lin Ling's slender figure, and her pretty face turned red. Wan Er, didn't you always want to go with master? Now you have done it. Yi Xiao said. He knew that his sisters secretly loved their master. Yes, but don't say it out loud. Wan Er spoke in a low voice, and her pretty face turned even redder. At this moment, Lin Ling was holding Princess Hua Ling's hand. His expression was calm as he looked ahead. The sea in front of him was incomparably tranquil. It was different from the chaotic demon sea in his imagination. However, when he came here, a memory rose in his mind. There are 18 islands in the chaotic demon sea, where hundreds of spirits live. Lin Ling thought. He looked at Yi Xiao and Wan Er and suddenly smiled. Yi Xiao, you were recruited by me in the 100 Realms, and Wan Er was recruited by the Water Moon Holy Land. These years, I have left many martial arts in the Rainforest Holy Land, but I rarely taught you. Now I will teach you myself. Thank you, Master. Wan Er and Yi Xiao were even more excited. Lin Ling nodded with a smile. He was going to teach Yi Xiao the demonic overlord body, and Wan Er the fire martial art. He was poor, but he didn't lack any cultivation treasures. It was enough for them to improve themselves. Lin Ling walked on the sea, teaching Yi Xiao and Wan Er. At the same time, terrifying sea monsters rushed out from the sea from time to time. Lin Ling asked Yi Xiao and Wan Er to practice. If they couldn't handle it, Lin Ling would do it. After 3 days, huge ships started to appear in front of the sea. There were more and more of them. These ships came in all shapes and sizes. Some were completely golden and had giant crocodiles pulling them. Some were giant steel ships that were thousands of miles long. Moreover, in the sea, there were blue-skinned half-humans pushing the waves and running across the sea. Yi Xiao, Wan Er, and Princess Fireglow were all amazed. Those are the spirits. They came to the desolate era to find us. They have a good relationship with human beings. They are allies of the human realm. Lin Ling said. The Princess Fireglow looked at Lin Ling in surprise. It must be Lin Ling's first time here. How does he know all these? After that, the Princess Fireglow stared ahead. She found that there were not only spirits on the ships, but also humans. Of course, there weren't many humans. Master Kame was good at Buddhism and divination. People who came to visit him wanted to have their fortune told. People who met difficulties in cultivation wanted to ask Master Kame for help. However, Master Kame was hard to meet. Everybody knew that, so the competition was fierce. Wow. This guy is awesome. He actually didn't take the ancient ship. He actually walked to Zhenling Island. On a huge iron ship, people were talking. Many people were staring at Lin Ling. For human beings, the only way to get to Zhenling Island was to take a ship. It was too dangerous to walk to Zhenling Island. Yi Xiao and Wan Er were even prouder when they heard those voices. Lin Ling was indifferent. He kept walking forward. He felt that there was a big event happening on Zhenling Island. After a while, Lin Ling landed on the island. The voices around told him that there was only one person who wanted to meet Master Kame. Every year, the requirement was different. This year, it was a martial arts competition. Only those who had been cultivating martial arts for less than 200 years. At the moment, the entire island was noisy. Except for the limited number of human beings, most of the people were spirits. They wanted to meet Master Kame more than human beings. Zhenling Island was like a paradise. Looking from the sky, the island looked like an ancient turtle shell. The island was full of coconut trees and other plants. It was like a paradise. Chapter 1819. The Battle of Zhenling Island. There is only one spot, and it is a competition. That is too difficult. You are just a piece of trash. I, the Prince of Northern Dipper, will get that spot. Some human beings are here too. Tian Dong from the Sky Clan is here too. His title is Xian Di. He is the Seraph. So what? Compared to us, the Dark Knight Spirit Clan, he is just an ant. Voices drifted out from all around. Those who wanted to get a spot were now filled with fighting spirit, and their battle intent was boiling. Those who had been cultivating for over 200 years were waiting there, watching the younger generation fight for the spots. Among them, the Spirit Clan's 18 island masters were all present. Some of them were as tall and sturdy as bears, some looked like humans, but their eyes were blue. Some were extremely short, but very sturdy. However, their strength was extremely terrifying. In the human world, no one dared to underestimate them. There were several sects from the Xianyuan realm. The most powerful one was from the Yungu divine stage. The seraph was going to fight. He was a powerful cultivator. He came because one of his seniors was possessed by the devil in cultivation. He needed the guidance of the Taoist master to help him get rid of the devil. In the mortal world, the Taoist master was known as the prophet of the mortal world. So many people. Yi Shao and the others were nervous. They were all powerful cultivators, and the Spirit Clan had opened their eyes. It seems I have to sign up. Lin Ling was used to it, as if he had been here for a long time. Bad guy. There are so many geniuses here. Most of the Spirit Clan's people are in Wu Sheng's level. The Seraph is in the 5th level of Wu Sheng. The Fire Spirit Princess was worried. The crystal turtle shell was floating in the sky. The information of all the contestants was displayed on the turtle shell. Wu Sheng was in the 5th level. No one knew what level he was at. It was tough to deal with him. It was a tough fight to meet the Taoist master. I know it is tough. I know he is stronger than Xianyuan Nanfeng. Lin Ling blandly said. What? Princess Fire Spirit's expression changed drastically. But thinking about it, Blazing Angel was the famous Xiandi, and Xianyuan Nanfeng had just been given the title of Xiandi. If that was the case, it would be even harder for Lin Ling to win. However, I still don't take him seriously. However, Lin Ling spoke again, which made Princess Hualing smile. Lin Ling was very confident. Master, you can definitely win. Yi Shao and the others had blind faith in Lin Ling. The registration will end in 15 minutes. If you miss it, you'll have to wait until next year. At this moment, a voice drifted out. Lin Ling also hurriedly went to register. He had come from afar, so he was determined to get the only spot. On the island, many people signed up one after another. Some knew that they were not strong enough, but they still wanted to try their luck. Princess Huaxia was naturally among them. She smiled bitterly. She originally wanted to sign up, but after seeing the 18 islands of the Spirit Tribe, she didn't dare to do so. In fact, it was a competition of the 18 islands of the Spirit Tribe. Not many people in the mortal world knew about the Spirit Tribe. However, Princess Huaxia was from the Shi clan, so she knew that the Spirit Tribe was actually very powerful. After all, Lin Ling was only the first heavenly emperor. She was taken aback when she saw Lin Ling registering as well. After all, his opponent was a titled celestial emperor while Lin Ling was only the first heavenly emperor. She didn't know that Lin Ling was determined to get the #1 spot. Besides, he had improved a lot, so he wanted to know where his limit was. Besides, he was going to fight Xianyuan Nanfeng, so this was just a warm-up. After a while, Lin Ling's name showed up on the turtle shell in the sky too. However, not many people paid attention to it. Those who were here were the most talented young cultivators of the Spirit Tribe. They all had the title of Xiandi. Lin Ling was just a passerby to them. Of course, some of them paid attention to Lin Ling, because the turtle shell showed that Lin Ling had been cultivating for less than 100 years. This was a surprising piece of news. One had to know that someone who reached Wu Sheng's realm in 200 years was already a genius at the level of the Son of Desolation. Less than 100 years, he could be called a monster. Of course, they were just curious and didn't pay much attention to it. Because if one cultivated too fast, one's battle strength would definitely be weak. The biggest competitor this time is the Blazing Angel of the human race. He probably has 15 laws. The Black Feather Princess is also very powerful. She's a race that controls the sea. The Northern Lightning Prince can't be underestimated either. The top leaders of the Spirit Tribe's 18 islands were discussing spiritedly. At the same time, in the depths of the island, an old man looked at the scene with a faint smile. Beside him, Several people looked at him respectfully. Master, who do you think will get the spot this year? I've divined that there will be an anomaly this year. I think the final result will be an anomaly from the spirit tribe's 18 islands. He might get the first place. After the demon invasion, this person will be the key to protecting the peace. The old man said lightly. He carried a huge turtle shell on his back and had an ancient aura. This person was the prophet of the mortal world, Kame Jinren. According to legend, there was nothing in the mortal world that he didn't know. At this moment, the rankings were confirmed. Using the preliminary round and the final round, they were divided into 8 martial stages. A turtle shell appeared in Lin Ling's hand. At a glance, the word E appeared on the turtle shell. Obviously, it was on the E martial stage. At the same time, there was a number beside it. It was actually number 1. And there was a voice. Lin Ling was the first battle. Lin Ling couldn't help but be stunned. He was the first battle? At this moment, on the Yin martial stage, a spirit tribe dressed in plain clothes appeared. He was Wu Sheng's second realm. He was from the Sea Mother tribe, a commoner tribe in the spirit tribe's 18 islands. However, to reach Wu Sheng's realm as a commoner, it was obvious that his talent wasn't bad. Human, please. The spirit tribe youth stared at Lin Ling. There was arrogance in his eyes, but it was quickly concealed. He was like an ancient well without ripples. Please. Lin Ling slowly walked up the martial stage. Although the other party was arrogant, he wasn't insufferably arrogant. Therefore, Lin Ling returned the greeting. It is said that human experts are as numerous as clouds. It is my honor to be able to fight with a human. However, there aren't many humans here today. I hope you can go further and finally meet Kame Jinren. The spirit tribe youth said politely, begin. Compared to his politeness, his attack wasn't polite at all. The sound of seawater flooding was heard. The law was born and turned into a huge blue jellyfish. Countless tentacles shot towards Lin Ling. And at this moment, the 8 martial stages were all fighting. A small number of people looked at Lin Ling's martial stage and couldn't help but be secretly surprised. The spirit tribe youth had used all his strength from the beginning. Obviously, he wanted to win in one go and force the human to admit defeat. After all, the realm was the same. The one who made the first move had the upper hand. However, at this moment, Lin Ling's expression didn't change. He was investigating the spirit tribe's methods. He discovered that the spirit tribe was blessed by the heavens. Their talent was stronger than humans. The other party's talent was at least heaven rank 2nd grade. Of course, although his talent wasn't bad, he was a little weak when compared to Lin Ling. A simple and unadorned punch blasted out. The power of 16 universes exploded, like the fist of an emperor. The spirit tribe youth's jellyfish seemed to be blown away by the wind. He spat out a mouthful of blood and smashed onto the martial stage. His face was full of shock. Chapter 1820. The only 2 humans, thank you for letting me win. The spirit race youth quickly stood up and cupped his hands towards Lin Ling. Although he attacked first, his talent was useless against Lin Ling. And Lin Ling's punch let him know that Lin Ling wasn't using his full strength. Otherwise, he would have been seriously injured. And the result was like this. Lin Ling didn't even use the one-dimensional space. Otherwise, the spirit race youth would have died without a doubt. Thank you for letting me win. Lin Ling also cupped his hands and calmly walked down the stage. Around the spirit race, there was a lot of discussion. They didn't think that among the limited number of humans, there would be one so strong. But many spirit race people's faces turned cold. Because today, there were 4 humans here. The blazing angel was the one they feared. The other 3 would be eliminated. Moreover, in their opinion, this was the spirit race's genius competition. Humans didn't have the right to be arrogant. This person is on the E stage. If I meet him, I'll twist his neck. A genius from the spirit snake race said coldly. Although humans and spirit race were allies, most of them were led by humans. So these spirit race geniuses were never satisfied. And many humans knew this, so they hoped that the blazing angel could raise the prestige of the human race. Of course, everyone's eyes quickly fell on the other stages. The other stages were also very strong. One of them was a woman wearing black feathers. She controlled the power of the sea. No one could take a single move from her. She was the Black Feather Princess, the daughter of one of the spirit race's 18 island masters. Another was the Northern Lightning Prince. He was from the Frost Ancient Dragon race, but he had 2 talents. He specialized in ice and lightning. And his talents weren't low. Another was the Blazing Angel. His strength was also heaven-defying, and his power of law was strong. In addition, there was also a spirit race youth from the Sea Giant race. He rose like a dark horse, and his strength was also terrifying. In the spirit race's 18 islands, the Sea Giant race seemed powerful, but in fact, they were a declining race. This race seemed to be cursed. No one could use their talents, so they were bullied. And these 4 were the most eye-catching. They were the 4 top geniuses. At the same time, Lin Ling was also watching the battle of the 4 people. He paid a little attention to it, but other than the 4 people, the others were not worth mentioning. After a short rest, the second round began. Lin Ling's martial stage was the first to begin. A human leapt onto the stage. He was an expert titled Xian Di and had the strength of a 4th-degree realm expert like Wu Sheng. Opposite him was the spiritual snake clan. They were considered the strongest on each stage. A snake man that was close to 5 meters tall appeared on the stage. His upper body was naked and his muscles were firm. His lower body was a thick snake tail and he held a blue fork in his hand. Elementary divine weapon? The expert with the title Xian Di stared at the other party's weapon, but he quickly shook his head and said, "The mortal world is vast and boundless, and there are countless geniuses. Everyone wants to become a child of desolation. However, although I, Lu Cheng, am not a top genius, I am not afraid of anyone who has cultivated for less than 200 years. Enough with the nonsense. Let me tell you, there are 4 humans here today, but all of them will be defeated and the spirit race will be proud." The Naga sneered. "Begin." After the 2 experts were ready, the martial stage began to rumble. "I am the only one on the earth, boundless and boundless." The expert titled Xian Di was very powerful. He had mastered 10 laws and the entire martial stage was under his control. He had appeared in the Kangmeng continent. Poisonous Cloud Stupa. However, the spirit race expert opposite him was not weak either. He spat out blue smoke and pounced on his opponent with a giant fork in his hand. "I am the only one on the island, Xian Di. This person has mastered 10 laws and can create his own world. He is extremely powerful. It is said that in order to comprehend the laws, he entered the earth's core and cultivated for 100 years. This is not something that anyone can do." Some humans on the island cheered. These spirit race experts said that we humans are useless. Let's show them the power of the human race. The cheers grew louder and louder. Lin Ling watched indifferently, but then he shook his head. Instead, he looked at the 8 martial stages, searching for Li Xiaoyao's memories. As for the battle, he already knew the result. "I am the only one on the stage." Xian Di was bound to lose because the spirit race expert was more talented. The blue smoke was not poisonous, but it could affect the liquid in a person's body, forming bubbles. Think about it, if a person's blood was full of bubbles, how could he display his strength? Sure enough, "I am the only one on the stage," Xian Di was defeated not long after. However, the Spirit Snake clan member twisted the only Heavenly Emperor's head off, causing the expressions of all the humans to change drastically. How ruthless! This is the true martial way. However, the island masters of the spirit race's 18 islands were used to it. Moreover, the surrounding spirit race experts cheered excitedly. It was as if they were elated that one of the 4 humans had been eliminated. Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. The spirit race was also ruthless. At the same time, a human head rolled down and landed at Lin Ling's feet. Lin Ling looked up and saw the Spirit Snake clan member licking the bloody fork in his hand and saying, "On my martial stages, humans have no right to be arrogant. The next one is you." Hearing this, Lin Ling sneered and ignored him. Instead, he continued to pay attention to the 8 martial stages because he realized that there were laws hidden within them. Black Tortoise 9 Steps. Suddenly, memories emerged in Lin Ling's mind. The Black Tortoise 9 Steps was created by Li Xiaoyao and given to someone. That person was Taoist Came. The reason was that Taoist Came's speed was too slow, so Li Xiaoyao created the movement law for him. Lin Ling bitterly smiled. So Li Xiaoyao knew Taoist Came. However, Li Xiaoyao was really carefree. He actually dared to ridicule the human world's prophet. After all, Lin Ling knew that Taoist came from the Desolate Era. In terms of age, he was even older than Li Xiaoyao. Go to hell. At this moment, on another martial stage, another human was killed. Now, there were only 2 humans left. This is the great competition of the 18 islands of the spirit race. Humans should be prepared to die. The spirit race was even more excited. As for the humans, all of their faces were ghastly. How cruel! Yi Xiao and the others were worried. Although they believed that their master would win, they still felt worried for Lin Ling. The seraph's face was also cold. Master, the humans are counting on you now. If you lose, we will be laughed at. Beside him, a man with the title of Xian Di said, Don't worry. I will win. The seraph blandly said. He looked at the only human being left, Lin Ling. He frowned. Apparently, he recognized Lin Ling. However, he was a bit conflicted. First, the Sky Clan had a grudge against Lin Ling. He didn't want Lin Ling to win. Second, Lin Ling was his only comrade, representing the human race. He wanted Lin Ling to win. The grudge between our clan and Lin Ling is our clan's business. I, the seraph, have to be myself. I have to cheer for Lin Ling. I have to show the courage of the human race. In the end, the seraph blandly said, The number 1 Sky King, Lin Ling? He actually came. What a shame. This is the battlefield of the top geniuses of the spirit race. The number 1 Sky King can't show his power yet. The man sighed. He didn't think Lin Ling would win. I just hope he can hold on as long as he can. Chapter 1821. Black Tortoise 9 Steps. However, other than them, the spirit race did not think highly of Lin Ling at all. In fact, they even thought that Lin Ling would definitely die. This was because Lin Ling was only at the 2nd level of the martial saint realm, inferior to even the immortal Emperor Solipsism. However, what happened next shocked all of the spirit race. Lin Ling went up again. His opponent was from the manatee race, but Lin Ling defeated him with a single punch. The next opponent, another punch. The third opponent, another punch. If it was luck before, then consecutive punches to defeat opponents was no longer luck. Lin Ling, it's Mad God Lin Ling. At that moment, many humans shouted. They recognized Lin Ling, but they did not expect Lin Ling to be so powerful. He was only the first Sky Emperor, but he could defeat an expert with the title of Xian Di. Did you notice? From the beginning until now, as long as he went up, he did not move a single step. With just a simple punch, all of the spirit race's opponents were defeated. Even the spirit race was surprised. They thought that the human would be eliminated at any time, but obviously, they were wrong. His talent is not low, otherwise he would not have won. However, he did not meet the strong spirit race. Next, he will meet the spirit snake race. He will definitely die. The 18 island masters of the spirit race said coldly. At this moment, even Princess Huaxia was excited. For the first time, she had the thought of worshipping Lin Ling. Previously, the human race was weak and relied on the blazing angel to support them. But now, she realized that Lin Ling was also the pride of the human race. Not only her, even the blazing angel revealed a heroic smile, as if he had met a comrade in a foreign land. This made him excited. I heard that my brother, Tian Tianshui, had challenged Lin Ling. But now, it seems that my brother is not Lin Ling's opponent. While Lin Ling was sweeping through the martial stages, the other stages were also extremely intense. The geniuses of the spirit race were all shining with dazzling light. Gradually, the battle of the seeds began. This meant that each stage could only have one genius left. In the end, the 8 geniuses of the 8 stages would fight against each other. One by one, the martial stages were filled with the final powerhouses. Finally, it was Lin Ling's turn. His opponent was the strongest martial stage, the Spirit Serpent clan. Lin Ling, do your best. Staring at the handsome young man on the stage, Princess Huoxia secretly clenched her fists. As for Princess Huoling, Yi Xiao and the others were also nervous and expectant. Don't lose, Mad God Lin Ling. At least let me see your arrogance. Even the blazing angel's blood was boiling. This was a sense of honor for his race. No matter what happened between his clan and Lin Ling, he was Lin Ling's comrade. He hoped that Lin Ling would fight with him. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling was the first to step onto the stage. Surprisingly, the others were nervous, but he was calm and relaxed. The Spirit Serpent clan arrived as well. He looked at Lin Ling and said, "You will die." Lin Ling didn't say much. He only said one sentence. "I am at the 4th level of the Martial Saint realm, and my talent is of the 4th grade of the Heaven realm. I possess the power of 7 laws. You will never be able to defeat me." That spirit snake youth spat out another sentence. "Enough nonsense. Let's begin." However, Lin Ling didn't even look at him. Instead, he looked at the stage under his feet. That blue smoke drifted out, turning the stage into an ocean. There were snakes rolling in the waves. "Kill him." Around the stage, the Spirit Clan people cheered. Lin Ling was submerged in the ocean. He looked extremely dangerous. Nobody knew if he could survive. The Spirit Serpent Clan guy is using his ultimate talent. The power of the rules is overwhelming. That little guy, Lin Ling, is not going to win. The Spirit Serpent Clan only used the fog, and Xian Di was defeated. Now he is using the ocean, which is even more powerful. Who told you that? My master is going to win. Around Yi Xiao and the others, the Spirit Clan people spoke indifferently. Wan Er immediately refuted. "What do you know? You don't even know Wu Sheng's level. You only know how to talk nonsense." The Spirit Clan people looked at Yi Xiao and the others and humphed. They were powerful, but they had cultivated for more than 200 years, so they weren't geniuses. Similarly, the 18 Island Lords also didn't believe that Lin Ling could win. On the surface, they politely conversed with the experts from the mortal world, but their words were filled with tyranny. As for the human experts from the ancient Rhyme Immortal Foundation, they coldly laughed in reply. Evidently, the two races were in an alliance. Although they could argue verbally, no one would dare to act recklessly. However, the experts from the ancient Rhyme Immortal Foundation all supported Lin Ling. Of course, they were also worried. They saw that Lin Ling was in danger under the trident of the Spirit Serpent clan. The trident was a powerful divine weapon. Unfortunately, nobody knew that Lin Ling was comprehending the 9 steps of the tortoise. Otherwise, the snake wouldn't be able to block his punch. Why didn't he use his trump card? First, he was learning martial arts. Second, he kept 70% of his trump card for the upcoming battle. Dance of the Sea Snakes, 18 slashes of the Heavenly Tao. In the ocean, huge waves rushed up to the sky. The trident carried the power of law and moved like a spirit serpent. One-dimensional space. Lin Ling looked calm. Using the 9 steps of the tortoise, he created an illusion. It was as if he was in one world and in the next, he was in another world. His fist punched out lightly, and the space shattered. He still didn't use his trump card. Dance of the Sea Snakes, 81 strikes of the Heavenly Tao. At this moment, more and more sea snakes appeared in the ocean, and they all rushed toward Lin Ling. That was the power of law. Let's try to deal with it slowly, Lin Ling thought. His feet moved through the void, and his fist kept punching out one-dimensional space. However, as time passed, he smiled bitterly. His cultivation level was lower than his opponent's, and after a long battle, he felt that his void energy was being consumed rapidly. Because he had to resist the power of the ocean to prevent his blood from turning into bubbles. You have reached your limit, Dance of the Sea Snakes. At this moment, the Spirit Serpent race sneered. The ocean shrank and turned into a sea snake whose end couldn't be seen. The sea snake roared at the sky, emitting a sound wave. He lost. one of the 18 island masters said calmly. He knew that Lin Ling's blood was about to turn into bubbles. Furthermore, it was a huge bubble. In the end, Lin Ling would explode from the bubbles. However, at this moment, Lin Ling's eyes finally emitted a sharp light. Clearly, the martial arts training was over. Celestial Demon Overlord Physique, Ancient God descends. Boom. Following Lin Ling's angry roar, the Ancient Overlord was like a god descending to the mortal world. He actually blocked the terrifying law of the ocean. Heaven Tier 10th grade. The 18 island masters were knowledgeable and immediately shouted in surprise. This was because Lin Ling had unleashed all of his talents, so they could see it clearly. However, what was even more shocking was that the Fire Dragon King descended majestically. The power of law was extremely terrifying. This Fire Dragon King was formed by Lin Ling's fusion of the two void energy sources in his Dantian and the original law of fire. There were a total of 3. Of course, Lin Ling could unleash the fusion of 4 laws of fire, but he had kept this trump card. Dragon ascends to the universe. In the ocean, the Fire Dragon King arrogantly clashed with the huge sea snake. Rumble. A deafening sound rang out as the sea snake exploded. The youth from the spirit serpent race was entangled by the fire dragon and turned into ashes. Silence. Chapter 1822. Zhan Tian, the Serpent Spirit Clan's powerhouse, was one of the strongest titled celestial emperors in the mortal world. However, Lin Ling, the strongest heavenly emperor, had defeated the Serpent Spirit Clan's powerhouse. If he was not mistaken, it had only been less than a month since the end of the Vine Leaf world. As for the spirit race, they were all silent. Mad God Lin Ling. Yes. After a moment of silence, the humans immediately let out excited cries. What was surprising was that Princess Firecloud actually shouted the loudest. At this moment, it was as if she was on the ground, looking down at the young man in the clouds. And her voice was obviously noticed by Princess Fire Spirit, causing her little mouth to open wide. Sister, she actually supports Lin Ling? Under countless gazes, the youth in the blue and white robe did not show any joy. He carried the ancient sword and calmly walked down. At this moment, he made people even more curious. The final genius of the E-stage has appeared. I didn't expect it to be a human. Next, the 8 of us will compete. Yes. The elites of the other martial stages all sneered. They hadn't expected that 2 humans would break into the Spirit Clan's genius competition. Mad God Lin Ling? What a unique name. I have never heard of it before, but now I have. The Black Feather Princess smiled meaningfully. I hope he can meet me and defeat him. I wonder if I can become famous in the human world. The Northern Lightning Prince said in a low voice. Compared to their confidence, the spirit race's 18 island masters had ugly expressions. They did not expect a human to make it to the finals. It was simply a new force to be reckoned with. Of course, that was it. That human was Wu Sheng's stage 2. He was not worth their concern. The seeds of the 8 stages had appeared. Next, they would fight each other. The first battle, the Black Feather Princess against the Doghead Clan's Chi-He. I admit defeat. The Doghead Clan youth admitted defeat. He had the body of a human and the head of a dog. His cultivation was Wu Sheng stage 4. But obviously he was not a match for the Black Feather Princess. The spirit race immediately cheered. No one mocked the dog-headed race's Chi-He because his opponent was the daughter of the 18th Island's Island Master. It was normal for him to admit defeat. The second battle was between the Blazing Angel and the Dwarf Bear tribe. The opponent was short, but extremely tall and sturdy, like a compressed giant bear. The battle between the 2 top geniuses was like an abyss of suffering. In the end, the Blazing Angel relied on the power of 15 laws to win. The Dwarf Bear race was very difficult to deal with. Their laws were tyrannical and their defenses were strong. If not for the Blazing Angel's speed advantage, he would not have been able to win. Although the spirit race as a whole was inferior to the humans, their young geniuses were not much weaker than the humans. Even Blazing Angel barely won. These spirit race geniuses are even more powerful than the 5 heaven monarchs. Princess Fire Spirit was secretly astonished. Lin Ling calmly replied, "Their talents are not weak. The power of their laws is comparable to 2 ordinary laws." Hearing this, Princess Hualing gasped. This was the benefit of talent. The higher the level of talent, the stronger the might of the laws. Even if your opponent had 20 laws and you only had 10, you would still be able to fight them to a draw. Of the 8 seeded geniuses, only 4 would remain. Next was the third battle. The Northern Lightning Prince versus the Forest Wolf race's Biao. The spirit race was a race of the sea and the forest. They were not aggressive by nature, which was why they allied with the humans. However, this did not mean that they were weak. They just loved peace. Northern Lightning Prince, I want you to use 50% of your strength to fight me. The Biao of the Forest Wolf race was riding a ferocious sea wolf. He held a broadsword in his hand and stared at the Northern Lightning Prince. Tisk tisk. 30% of your strength is enough. Boom. The Northern Lightning Crown Prince's aura burst forth, and the Law of Thunder burst forth. Boom. The two approached each other from afar and collided instantly. In a battle between experts, unless there was a huge difference in strength, they preferred close combat. This was because they could find the opponent's weakness in close combat and then use their laws to defeat the opponent. However, if they attacked from afar, the opponent would not just stand there and let you hit them. The Northern Lightning Prince was obviously suppressing his strength, so he chose close combat as well. Sizzle. Blue lightning exploded. The Northern Lightning Prince actually had 8 laws of lightning, and this was his hidden strength. Seeing this, Lin Ling's eyes flashed. The Northern Lightning Prince's cultivation level was higher, so he had more laws of lightning. As for the Biao of the Forest Wolf race, he took out a mysterious horn. After blowing it, a nether wolf appeared in the void. It was a shocking sight. Divine weapon, enchantment divine weapon. Sizzle. Lin Ling's expression changed slightly. That horn was not weak. It was made using enchantments. Enchantments were obviously more powerful than runes. However, the horn had a flaw. It could only be used once. Obviously, compared to Lin Ling's peerless divine sword, the horn was much weaker. Wolf God Horn. Sizzle. However, compared to Lin Ling's calmness, the people around him gasped. Defeat. Sizzle. But in the end, the Biao of the Forest Wolf race was still defeated. The Wolf God Horn could only be used once. Obviously, as long as he blocked it, the Northern Lightning Prince would win. Instantly, the cheers around him became even louder. The Northern Lightning Prince, the Black Feather Princess, the Blazing Angel, and the Sea Giant Tai Yen were the 4 strongest people. The final battle also appeared. Lin Ling fought against Tai Yen of the vast Sea Giant race. The Sea Giant clan was an ancient spirit clan. They were extremely terrifying in the Desolation era. However, they had offended some god, causing their clan to decline and their talents to disappear. So this time, Tai Yen wanted to ask Taoist Kame for help to remove the seal on their clan. And Tai Yen was an alien among the Sea Giant clan. He was the only spirit clan member who could break the seal. As for Lin Ling, the genius of the human race, the #1 Sky Emperor, it was Xian Di's battle now. His strength was obviously a little weak. Defeat him. On the Spirit Clan side, the cheers were like waves. The battle between the geniuses of the human race and the Spirit Clan had not yet begun, but the atmosphere was already tense. The 18 island masters also stared at the battle stage, but they all smiled confidently. As for the depths of the island, the mysterious old man was slightly surprised. I didn't expect Wu Sheng to reach such a height in the 2nd-degree realm. This little fellow called Lin Ling is not simple. Master, will Tai Yen lose? He won't lose. In my divination, Tai Yen is an anomaly. It is very likely that he is the one who can see me. As for Lin Ling, I can see through everything about him. After all, he is weaker than Tai Yen. An ancient turtle shell appeared in the old man's hand as he said lightly. The few people beside him heard this and nodded. The prophet of the human realm was omniscient. Unless one's strength surpassed Taoist Kame by a lot, even if it was an ancient existence, Taoist Kame would know the origin of it. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling and Tai Yan were already standing dozens of meters apart on the battle stage. Tai Yan had green skin, wore cotton clothes, and was barefooted. What was surprising was that he was not tall and sturdy. Instead, he was thin and weak. However, the aura on his body was extremely sharp, as if it could tear people apart at any time. Heaven rank 10th level talent. Your talent is very strong, but your realm is too low. I am Wu Sheng in the 5th degree realm, and my talent is Heaven rank 7th level. Although I am lower than you, my realm makes up for the difference. So you better admit defeat. After defeating you, I will defeat the Northern Lightning Crown Prince and Black Feather Princess, and then I will see Taoist Kame. Chapter 1823. White Infernal God being impatient is a great taboo for cultivators. I advise you to be more down to earth. Lin Ling said calmly. Enough nonsense. Take my fist, evils shall be driven away. Tai Yan didn't want to waste time with Lin Ling. He took a step forward, and green light burst out. A huge green fist shot toward Lin Ling like a cannonball. At this moment, he instantly became much taller, and a green giant descended. Obviously, he had unleashed his innate talent. According to legend, the vast sea giant was the guardian of the spirit tribe, and had protected the spirit god for millions of years. Under that fist, 7 laws of nature erupted. No one under the 3rd level of the Wusheng realm could block it. Very powerful innate talent, but it's still not enough to defeat me. Unleashing 50% of his strength, Lin Ling's body erupted with a dragon's roar. Dragon claws appeared, and like the roar of the mountains and rivers, they fiercely collided with the giant's fist. In an instant, the void exploded, and the whole island swayed. The people around the martial arts platform lost their footing and were almost blown away. How is this possible? My evils shall be driven away by 7 laws of nature, and its power has reached the power of 16 universes. How can he block it? Tai Yan's expression changed. He still wanted to challenge the Black Feather Princess, but he didn't expect Lin Ling to be even more powerful than he thought. Vast Sea Guardian, evil's evil wind. Tai Yan floated up, and his body became even more sturdy. He had truly turned into the green giant, and there was golden armor on his body. He was a full 5 meters tall. He punched out, and a terrifying thing happened. The green giant actually turned into 3 giants, and 1 fist became 3 fists. Obviously, he had used 9 laws of nature. He was originally Wu Sheng Realm 5, and innately possessed 5 laws. Lin Ling couldn't compare to Lin Ling in this aspect. Lin Ling only had 2. Lin Ling immediately felt as if he was being stared at by the heavens, as if a divine tribulation was descending from the heavens. No matter where he was, he couldn't avoid it. Black Tortoise 9 steps. Lin Ling used one of the laws of the source of void power and used it on his newly comprehended laws of movement. He instantly disappeared and reappeared in another world. When he reappeared, his dragon claws were like the arms of a giant dragon as they ruthlessly swept out. One-dimensional space. Strength and laws fused together. Although this claw seemed simple, it carried with it the flavor of the world's melody. At this moment, Tai Yan's punch had failed. He looked up and saw a dragon flying in the sky, and its claws swiped down. This caused Tai Yan's expression to fall. He had never thought that this human would be so difficult to deal with. Break for me. Destroy the evil winds. It was as if a guardian god had descended to protect the spirit race. Tai Yan did not retreat and instead advanced. He punched out with his fist. He wanted to shatter Lin Ling's dragon claw. Foolish fantasy. Lin Ling coldly spat out a sentence, his dragon claw still sweeping down. Rumble. The giant and the venerable sovereign collided. The void exploded, and a beautiful world appeared. Tai Yan's expression changed drastically. His fist twisted like a fried dough twist, and his body was sent flying by the powerful impact. How can this human be so powerful? Seeing this scene, all the spirit race members were astonished. They had thought that Lin Ling would definitely not be able to defeat Tai Yan, but who would have thought that things would go in the opposite direction? Even the blazing angel's mouth was agape. He had never thought that Lin Ling, this new force, would rise up. His rise was too dazzling. Break for me. At this moment, Tai Yan's body was sent flying, but the dragon claw was still chasing after him. He roared angrily, and his twisted arm shook and recovered. He pulled out a snow-white giant blade from the void and ruthlessly slashed at the dragon claw. Under this blade, the one-dimensional space was cut apart, and the mighty dragon claw was also sent flying. This blade was 3 meters long and thick. It was suffused with an ancient aura, and it actually contained laws. It was the law of strength, the inherited blade of the vast sea giant race's patriarch. I shoulder the hope of my race. I cannot lose. The guardian god's blade will help me defeat you and destroy the evil spirits. With the giant blade in hand, Tai Yan's aura increased greatly. The power of laws increased by another 2 strands, surpassing 11 strands. Rumble. The blade slashed out chaotically, as if to fight all enemies. The entire martial stage cracked, and laws spewed out in all directions. Lin Ling's expression was calm. He could see that the blade was also a boundary divine weapon. Although it was a mid-grade divine weapon, it was much more powerful than the divine weapons of the mortal realms 3 profound because the divine weapons of the mortal realms 3 profound were all engraved with array patterns. The dragon claw kept slapping out, sweeping, or clenching into a fist to block the terrifying power of laws. From this, it could be seen how terrifying Lin Ling's physical strength was. However, the fiend god overlord physique was somewhat unable to stop Tai Yan. Endless hope. Tai Yan's body grew taller and taller. The guardian god's blade slashed out crazily. Even if Wu Sheng was a 4th-degree realm expert, he would also be killed. Everyone had difficulty breathing. They were surprised by Tai Yan's strength and Lin Ling's tenacity. After all, no one thought that Lin Ling could win against Tai Yan. But now, Lin Ling was able to hold on until now. His strength had already been recognized. Wind lightning strike. Lin Ling used the black tortoise's 9 steps and unleashed another 10% of his strength. Countless clones appeared, but just as they appeared, countless giants appeared around the stage. They held huge blades in their hands and slashed out fiercely. Rumble. The most domineering law descended and all the clones were instantly shattered. Mad God Lin Ling, I heard them say that you are the #1 heavenly emperor in the mortal realm. Unfortunately, this is the battlefield of the titled Xian Di. You should be proud that you are able to fight with me until now. The dignity of the spirit race cannot be violated. Defeat. In the sky above the stage, a giant that was close to 50 meters tall appeared. He held a 30-meter-long blade in his hands and slashed down majestically. Shatter the heavens and destroy evil, blade of 15 laws. This was the power of 15 laws. What kind of concept was this? It could be said that Tai Yan was not weaker than Blazing Angel because Blazing Angel only had 15 laws. Mad God Lin Ling, be careful. Blazing Angel stared at the blade and subconsciously shouted. He did not expect Tai Yan to be so powerful. As expected of a dark horse. Of course, the spirit race did not expect Tai Yan to be able to awaken the sea giant bloodline. He was probably not weaker than the Northern Lightning Crown Prince. Immediately, they cheered. Finally, a human was going to be eliminated. And that blade looked like it was going to kill Lin Ling. In the depths of the island, Came Daoist frowned. He was a prophet of the mortal realm. After some investigation, he knew that Lin Ling was hiding many secrets, so he could not let Lin Ling die here. However, while he was hesitating on the stage, Lin Ling finally made a move. Came Daoist could not help but look over. At this moment, the battle on the stage was about to start. The blade slashed down, sweeping across the wilderness. Facing the terrifying saber, Lin Ling's pupils flickered. 80% of his trump card was finally unleashed. Flames emanated from his body as the 2 laws of fire and the 2 laws of the ethereal source completely fused together. At the same time, Lin Ling floated up. At this moment, he was like a white god of fire. He put his index finger in front of him and muttered something. At the same time, the white flames around him burned even more vigorously. However, The surging blade was getting closer and closer. Bad guy. Master. 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 Princess Hualing and the others shouted. Chapter 1824. In the end, there were 4 of them. Rumble. The White Dragon King seemed to only have 4 laws, but it had an irresistible majesty because it was a heavenly fire. Sometimes, laws were not only dependent on quantity, but also on talent and quality. It was said that in the desolate era, those ancient giants of the human world could destroy the world with just 1 law. Rumble. A shocking scene appeared. In the sky, a 50-meter-tall giant slashed down with a blade, and on the ground, a blue and white robed youth pointed his index finger in front of him, controlling the White Dragon King to attack like a god. But what was surprising was that when the White Dragon King appeared, the blade was burned into water, dripping onto the ground and melting the ground. Even the guardian god's blade was burned. In the sky, Tai Yan's eyes were wide open as he saw the White Dragon King roaring towards him. He could not stop it. In the end, the White Dragon King coiled around his body. You lost. At the same time, an indifferent voice floated out, shaking people's hearts. I did not lose. Tai Yan's eyes were red as he roared towards the sky. Lin Ling's eyes were cold as he chanted again. The White Dragon King began to move, coiling around the giant and burning him. Tai Yan let out a painful cry. His body kept shrinking, but he still roared, I did not lose. Lin Ling was finally moved. He asked indifferently, why would you rather die than admit defeat? You don't understand. You don't understand. You don't understand anything. I bear the responsibility of my race, and I have to remove the curse for my race. You don't know that we vast sea giants are like slaves to the spirit race, so for the sake of our dignity, I can't lose. In order to raise me, my race didn't hesitate to sacrifice a large number of people. I came here with their beliefs. If I lose today, I would rather die. Tai Yan was still standing on the ground, burned to the point of dying, but still unyielding. Sea giants, I will lift your curse for you. However, at this time, Lin Ling spat out a voice. Tai Yan's expression changed. You are just a human, how would you know how to lift the curse? I have lived a carefree life, there is nothing I do not know. Lin Ling stared at Tai Yan indifferently and said again. Boom. Tai Yan's heart exploded. When he looked into Lin Ling's eyes, he realized that Lin Ling was very similar to the spirit god in the tribe's godly temple. Lord Spirit God, I admit defeat. Tai Yan immediately knelt down. He was a spirit beast protector and had fought for the spirit god his entire life. At this moment, he believed that Lin Ling could lift the curse. This was his intuition. Lin Ling nodded slightly and recalled the White Dragon King. The island was silent, and then it became like boiling water. This human actually won. Even Wu Sheng's 5th degree realm Tai Yan is not his match. That was out of my expectations. Initially, I thought that Tai Yan would fight for first place. Who knew that he would lose to this Lin Ling? Furthermore, Lin Ling is only at Wu Sheng's 2nd stage. If he reaches Wu Sheng's 5th stage, I'm afraid that no one in the younger generation of the Spirit Clan would be his match. Mad God Lin Ling, good job. No one wasn't surprised because in their eyes, Lin Ling didn't have the chance to compete for first place and was just a passerby. But now, Lin Ling had stepped into the top 4 and seemed to have subdued the vast sea giants. This was a miracle. He wants to compete with the 3 of us. The Black Feather Princess also carefully sized up Lin Ling for the first time, as if she wanted to see through Lin Ling. Because Lin Ling's strength was very different from what she had imagined, perhaps the contrast was too big, so she was surprised. Is Xianyuan's Southern Peak going to fight with this guy? With Lin Ling's strength, Xianyuan's Southern Peak will definitely lose. Even Blazing Angel sucked in a breath of cold air. He was sure that Lin Ling's strength was not weaker than his. This Lin Ling was really a genius of the human world. Among the experts with the title of Xian Di, there was already a place for him. As for the Northern Lightning Prince, he felt uncomfortable. As for the reason, he could not say. Perhaps he did not like humans being stronger than the Spirit Clan. My first divination was wrong. In the depths of the island, Taoist Kame's expression was extremely complicated. He thought that he had seen through Lin Ling, but now, a miracle had happened. This caused him to miscalculate for the first time, but he himself did not understand why. After all, in terms of strength, Lin Ling was much weaker, so even if Lin Ling was hiding some secrets, he should have been able to see through it. Tai Yen is an anomaly. Now, the anomaly has met an anomaly. Taoist Kame said meaningfully. At this moment, the island was in an uproar because of Lin Ling. Next, the top 4 had appeared. There were only 2 more battles to determine the champion and meet Taoist Kame. The opponents for the battles had also appeared. Black Feather Princess against Northern Lightning Prince, Lin Ling against Blazing Angel. When the results came out, the island was even more excited because no matter who won, the final battle would be between the humans and the Spirit Clan. Lin Ling walked down from the stage, secretly sighing. The Spirit Clan was blessed by the heavens. If his strength had not increased, he would not have won. In the crowd, Princess Firecloud looked at the blue-robed youth. Her heart was beating violently. At this moment, she was nervous and excited, and there was even worship in her eyes. Princess Firecloud, although you have enmity with him, that hatred can be considered resolved. Go and greet him. Beside her, a celestial emperor powerhouse said. This was a woman. In fact, she also wanted to greet him, but she wanted Princess Firecloud to bring her. Princess Firecloud opened her mouth, but in the end, she lowered her head and said, I am a little embarrassed. Now that she saw Lin Ling, her inferiority complex was even stronger. Bastard, you won. Master, good job. When Lin Ling came back, Yi Xiao and Wan Er proudly shouted, because they also saw that the people on the island were all looking at Lin Ling with worship and excitement, as if Lin Ling represented the entire human race. Most importantly, those who were proud of Lin Ling were the people with the Yungu immortal dais. Princess Firecloud smiled and held Lin Ling's hand. She was prouder than anyone else, because she could hold Lin Ling's hand. 2 more battles, and then I can go and see the Kame's spiritual master. Your evil chi will definitely be removed. Lin Ling looked at Princess Firecloud and smiled, making her nod. Mad God Lin Ling, you have hidden your strength well. I am afraid you are no weaker than me. At this moment, several figures walked over. The one in the lead had a face like jade and was extraordinarily handsome. His handsomeness was different from Lin Ling's. Lin Ling gave people the feeling that he was otherworldly and elegant. East of the sky, Seraph. Lin Ling knew who this man was. Don't look at me like that. Right now, I'm your comrade, not your enemy. Moreover, your grudge with the Sky Lord doesn't mean that I have to oppose you. The Blazing Angel shrugged. At this moment, he had the intention of befriending Lin Ling, but later, you and I will still be opponents. So, how can we be comrades? Lin Ling answered with a smile. Seraph bitterly smiled. Lin Ling is such a sharp-tongued guy. Let's talk about it later. We are both representing the human race, so we can't disgrace the human race. Seraph said, I came to Zhenling Island to ask the Kame's spiritual master to remove the evil chi in my friend's heart. I didn't expect to meet a genius from the Spirit Clan. However, I have to say that the Spirit Clan's geniuses are truly the best among all the geniuses who have cultivated for less than 200 years. Chapter 1825. Black Feather Princess versus Northern Lightning Prince Mara? What Mara? Lin Ling asked curiously. The Blazing Angel explained slowly, causing Lin Ling to laugh. You call this a Mara? It's just that when you tried to break through to the Wusheng realm, you failed and left behind some side effects. You are really wasting your quota by asking Taoist Kame for such a small injury. The Blazing Angel's eyes narrowed. Wusheng's Mara is considered a small injury? Everyone knew that the Wusheng realm was the hardest to break through. If you failed, you would never be able to break through to the Wusheng realm. If you failed, you would be seriously injured and eventually die. A small matter, Lin Ling said indifferently. His 5-wood heaven-shattering liquid was the healing liquid of the martial god realm. Although it couldn't allow the injured to break through to the Wusheng realm, it could still cure a Mara. A small matter? The blazing angel's eyes almost popped out. That Mara was something that even the ancient Immortal Foundation experts couldn't solve. Lin Ling actually said that it was a small matter? What a joke. He obviously didn't believe Lin Ling's words and said, "All right, in a few days, you will challenge Xinyuan Nanfeng." From the looks of it, defeating him would be like defeating a dog. A man's word is worth 1,000 gold. He will definitely do what he promised. Other than Xinyuan Nanfeng, there is another one of the 5 heavenly monarchs called Tian Tianshui. He also wants to challenge me. Lin Ling said indifferently. Tian Tianshui? That's my younger brother. Please, don't teach him a lesson. The blazing angel immediately said. Even he couldn't guarantee that he could defeat Lin Ling, let alone his younger brother. Lin Ling looked at him strangely, somewhat surprised. I admit defeat on behalf of my younger brother. The blazing angel said gloomily. Sure, but we have a bet. The bet is 100,000 contribution points. Since you admit defeat, you should be able to pay for it. Lin Ling said calmly, causing the fire spirit princess to suck in a breath of cold air. Was there such a bet? Why hadn't she heard of it? She couldn't help but look at Lin Ling. She saw that Lin Ling's face was solemn, as if he wasn't lying. Could it be that there really was one? In fact, there was no such thing. I gave it to him. Blazing Angel became even more depressed. Rich people. Lin Ling gave him a big thumbs up. Although he wasn't weak right now, he would definitely lack money in the future. Therefore, it wasn't wrong to prepare more merit points in advance. While they were talking, the battle between the Black Feather Princess and the Northern Lightning Prince began. The two of them were descendants of the 18 Island Lords. Among them, the Black Feather Princess had an even greater background. She was from the Dark Feather Elf clan. What was surprising was that the woman in the black feather dress was extremely beautiful. Her skin was as white as snow, and her delicate face gave off a lovely feeling. Moreover, she had a pair of black wings behind her back. After she appeared on the martial stage, she slowly flew. As for her slender legs, what was surprising was that they seemed to be boneless as they swayed in the air. However, everyone in the Spirit Clan knew that the little princess' legs had been disabled since she was young. Unfortunately, if she wasn't disabled, the little princess would be the most beautiful woman on the 18 islands. On the other side, the Northern Lightning Prince's face was cold. He was unruly, and blue lightning raged around him. You will be defeated within 100 moves. The Black Feather Princess' voice floated out. She was arrogant and domineering, but no one thought she was arrogant. She had the strength. The Northern Lightning Prince laughed. Black Feather Princess, you won't be able to defeat me without 300 moves. Boom. Billowing Sea Realm. Boom. The Black Feather Princess' long dress fluttered in the wind. It was extremely dazzling and black light flashed. The sea appeared. This was a real sea, and the power of the 10 laws erupted. The law of the sea is just that. Boom. The Northern Lightning Prince didn't dare to underestimate his opponent. He stretched out his hands, and his 5 fingers turned into blue lightning. The law of the sea exploded, making him look like a lightning sea urchin. In the sea, blue lightning blasted out from time to time, shooting toward the Black Feather Princess. Her face was calm, and her wings kept sweeping out. Terrifying giant sharks appeared in the sea and collided with the lightning. The Black Feather Princess looked like a woman, but her attacks were extremely crazy. Lightning and the law of the sea were colliding. 1 move, 2 moves, 3 moves. So far 83 moves. Black Feather Princess, you still have 17 moves. Boom. The Northern Lightning Prince roared at the sky. But at this moment, huge bubbles appeared in the sea, and countless of them floated toward the Northern Lightning Prince. The Northern Lightning Prince's face turned serious. He didn't dare to underestimate those bubbles. The Black Feather Princess had unleashed the power of the law of the sea. And her talent was very powerful. She had reached the 9th level of the Heaven Realm, which was even more powerful than the Northern Lightning Prince. Northern Lightning Dragon. Boom. The Northern Lightning Prince roared, and the lightning exploded like a bomb, causing the bubbles around him to explode. But even more bubbles floated toward him, and when they touched his body, they actually wrapped him up. And what was even more terrifying was that the bubbles around him also floated toward him. In this way, the Northern Lightning Prince was completely wrapped in the bubbles. The law of the sea and space forms a void. In that void, everything is controlled by the Black Feather Princess. An island master exclaimed. That law martial art was not to be underestimated. As expected of the Black Feather Princess. But you're not qualified to defeat me with that. Boom! At this moment, the bubbles floated in the sky. The Northern Lightning Prince had unleashed all his trump cards and his talent, causing the ancient ice dragon to appear. There was an angry roar. The bubbles didn't trap the Northern Lightning Prince, but a giant dragon made of ice. This dragon wasn't a divine dragon, but an ancient dragon with wings. It looked like both a bird and a dragon. The ancient ice dragon exhaled gently. It was the power of the law of ice. The 100-meter big bubbles were frozen into ice sculptures, and then exploded. Ice shards flew everywhere, and an ancient ice dragon appeared before everyone's eyes. Boom! At the moment of explosion, the power of 16 laws bloomed. Everyone was surprised. They didn't expect the Northern Lightning Prince to control 16 laws. No wonder he could break the Black Feather Princess's law. After all, the Black Feather Princess only had 13 laws. In the Spirit Clan, no genius under 200 years of cultivation is my match. Only the Sons of Desolation have a chance. I'm the third son of Desolation after the Spirit Clan Crown Prince and the Guardian of the Mortal Realm. Boom! However, the Black Feather Princess' attack was still strong. She shouted, Song Lin Haiyang, Song Lin Haiyang. The Black Feather Princess unleashed a second talent. It was a 10th grade heaven-class talent, and it was the Black Forest talent. Far away from the stage, Lin Ling's expression changed. The Black Feather Princess also had 2 talents, and both of them were not weak. The Spirit Clan Crown Prince, the Guardian of the Mortal Realm, and one of the 8 Sons of Desolation. But the Black Feather Princess is too confident. Does she think she can rival a Son of Desolation? The Blazing Angel said calmly. Lin Ling was surprised. He didn't expect the Spirit Clan to have 2 Sons of Desolation-level geniuses. The Son of Desolation of the Mortal Realm. He had a rough idea. The man who was with Yu was also a Son of Desolation. Rumble. On the stage, a majestic and mysterious power exploded. Darkness appeared in the ocean, and the Black Feather Princess disappeared. Chapter 1826. Against the Black Feather Princess at this moment, in the darkness, a pair of wings flashed. A black bow appeared in the hands of the Black Feather Princess. She held the arrow in her left hand. The arrow bloomed with ancient runes and shot out. The power of 17 laws instantly exploded. Dark Feather Arrow. The entire area around the martial stage exploded in an instant. Many people felt a terrifying pressure. As for the ancient frost dragon, it was even more shocked. By the time it came to its senses, arrows were already flying towards it. Cracking sounds rang out as all of its ice armor was shattered, forcing the ancient frost dragon to continuously retreat. Finally, it shouted, I admit defeat. Surrender. The arrow finally stopped. A cold light bloomed. The surroundings were silent. This battle was very exciting, but everyone felt that it was normal. It would be strange if the Black Feather Princess didn't win. 17 laws of nature. Freakish. Staring at the martial stage, the Blazing Angel sucked in a cold breath. Lin Ling also nodded. It's fine if she has a lot of laws. Most importantly, her talent is not weak. No wonder the Black Feather Princess was so arrogant. She was indeed very strong. Lin Ling felt that the Black Feather Princess had not used her full strength. Next, the strongest genius of the spirit race was born. Then, everyone's eyes were on Lin Ling and the Blazing Angel. They wanted to know who the strongest genius of the human race was. It's our turn. On the martial stage, a pair of flame wings appeared behind the Blazing Angel. He landed on the martial stage gracefully. Lin Ling slowly walked up. The Blazing Angel's realm was higher. He was Wu Xing Stage 5. He had 5 basic laws. Lin Ling was Wu Xing Stage 2. He only had 2 laws. However, no one dared to underestimate Lin Ling's talent. So, this battle would be very exciting. It feels like a dream. The first Sky Emperor, Mad God Lin Ling, has threatened a titled CND expert in just half a month. On the martial stage, the Blazing Angel did not attack. Instead, he said lightly, "Now that you mention it, I have the same feeling." Lin Ling replied with a smile. In fact, he didn't feel that way at all. Others thought that the Vine Leaf world had only ended for half a month, but to Lin Ling, it had been more than 10 years. If he couldn't reach CND's strength after 10 years of hard work, then Lin Ling wouldn't need to practice martial arts. "Can you defeat the Black Feather Princess?" Blazing Angel asked again. "I have to win." Lin Ling nodded and looked at the Fire Spirit Princess below the stage. This was the reason why he had to win. The Fire Spirit Princess revealed a blissful smile and nodded at Lin Ling. "All right, I admit defeat," Blazing Angel said without any hesitation. What? The Blazing Angel is the strongest human in this competition, and he admitted defeat to Mad God Lin Ling? How is that possible? Although Mad God Lin Ling is powerful, he might not be a match for Blazing Angel in a real battle. Many people were surprised, including the only winner, the Black Feather Princess. It was undeniable that Mad God Lin Ling was also very powerful, but Blazing Angel obviously had a better chance of winning than him. It could only be said that the actions of these humans were hard to predict. Lin Ling was also very surprised, but then he smiled and said, "I'll help you heal your friend's injuries." "You can?" Blazing Angel's eyes narrowed. "Sir, I'm sure you can." Before Lin Ling could say anything, Tai Yen said confidently. Lin Ling didn't say anything and looked at Blazing Angel with a faint smile. Blazing Angel stared at Lin Ling. In his eyes, Lin Ling was wearing a blue robe. Although his realm wasn't high, he gave him a mysterious feeling like the clouds in the sky. It was as if the entire world was under his control. "Then I'll thank you." Blazing Angel nodded, choosing to believe in Lin Ling this time. After that, Blazing Angel left the martial stage, while Lin Ling was still standing there, waiting for the Black Feather Princess. What was surprising was that Lin Ling was very nervous, but Lin Ling was very calm, making people unable to see through him. In the end, the humans chose to let Lin Ling fight. It's really surprising. If I remember correctly, Lin Ling is a genius who has cultivated for 100 years. 200 years isn't enough. Yes, if he can win the last battle, then no one in the spirit race can be his opponent except for Desolation's son, Lin Ling, the Mad God. He's a quiet man, but I'm not optimistic about him. Although his talent is not weak, his realm is too low. Princess Blackfeather's talent is similar to his, and her realm is higher than his. Perhaps, Mad God Lin Ling still has a trump card. I've asked before, and that Junior is the representative of miracles in the human world. So let's wait and see. The spirit race, the humans, and the 18 island masters were all discussing and expressing their opinions. At this moment, the Black Feather Princess appeared on the martial stage, flying slowly. Your talent isn't bad, but it can still be improved. You can step into the God realm. Lin Ling stared at the Black Feather Princess' slender legs. He could see that there was something wrong with the bones, which prevented the Black Feather Princess from displaying her potential. I'll step into the God realm sooner or later, so you don't have to worry. Moreover, the guardian of the human world promised me that as long as I win this true spiritual island competition, he will teach me martial arts. With the guidance of Kame Daoist, I'll be the Desolation's son of the human world sooner or later. You, on the other hand, are just SOSO. The Black Feather Princess looked lovely, but her words were merciless. Your talent isn't bad, but how does it compare to mine? The Black Feather Princess said again, but didn't intend to say anything else, because she saw that her words couldn't affect the young man in front of her. Rumble. The Law of the Sea appeared, and it could affect Lin Ling's combat power. The Black Feather Princess' attack was still strong. Lin Ling sensed that he was being submerged by the ocean, and it was difficult for him to move even a single step. However, this made his fighting spirit boil even more. With the arrival of the ancient god emperor, the resistance of the ocean was greatly reduced. You have no hope of winning against me. The Black Feather Princess let the bubbles appear, wanting to wrap Lin Ling. As long as she could wrap him up, she would have the upper hand. Bang, bang, bang. A dragon claw appeared on Lin Ling's left hand. With immense strength, all the bubbles were destroyed by him. As for the closest bubbles, he used his doppelganger and let his doppelganger rush into the bubbles to block the damage. The battle between the two was more intense than that of the Northern Lightning Prince, which made the Northern Lightning Prince's face turn ugly. He didn't expect Lin Ling's defense to be so strong. Bang, bang, bang. The sky, the ground, and the island all became the battlefield of the two geniuses. The spirit race and the human race clashed. Countless people stared at the sky, and it was difficult to breathe. They had to look up to the two geniuses. Both of them are very young. In the future, they will definitely become giants of the human world. When the demon race invades, they will definitely shine brightly. Geniuses against geniuses. The Black Feather Princess is the #1 genius of the 18 islands of the spirit race. Who knew that the mad god Lin Ling is also so strong? It's hard to say who will win. That's not necessarily true. The Black Feather Princess still has a trump card. Many people cheered, and even the Blazing Angel was cheering for Lin Ling. Only Lin Ling could raise the pride and courage of the human race. However, the discussion didn't affect the battle at all. The Black Feather Princess attack was still strong. Lin Ling sensed that he was being submerged by the ocean, and it was difficult for him to move even a single step. However, this made his fighting spirit boil even more. With the arrival of the ancient god emperor, the resistance of the ocean was greatly reduced. You have no hope of winning against me. Chapter 1827. The Clash of Trump Cards. Bang, bang, bang. A dragon claw appeared on Lin Ling's left hand. With immense strength, all the bubbles were destroyed by him. As for the closest bubbles, he used his doppelganger and let his doppelganger rush into the bubbles to block the damage. The battle between the two was even more intense than that of the Northern Lightning Prince. The Northern Lightning Prince's face turned ugly. He did not expect Lin Ling's defense to be so strong. Boom, boom, boom. The sky, the ground, and the island had all become the battlefield of the two geniuses. It was a clash between the spirit tribe and the human tribe. Countless people stared at the sky and found it difficult to breathe. They had to look up to the two geniuses. Both of them are very young. In the future, they will definitely become giants in the human realm. When the demon tribe invades, they will definitely shine brightly. Geniuses against geniuses. The Black Feather Princess is the #1 genius of the 18 islands of the spirit tribe. Who knew that Lin Ling is also so strong? It's hard to say who will win. That's not necessarily true. The Black Feather Princess still has a trump card. Many people cheered. Even the Seraph was cheering for Lin Ling. Only Lin Ling could raise the pride of the human tribe. However, the discussion did not affect the battle at all. Your innate defense is very strong, and your movement technique is also very powerful. I didn't expect that the Black Feather Princess would pay attention to other geniuses and forget about you. In the sky, Lin Ling and the Black Feather Princess clashed. The Black Feather Princess had a long sword in her hand, and she kept clashing with the dragon claw. You're not weak either, but you're not very good at close combat. Dragon soars to the universe, Lin Ling said lightly. After the battle, he knew that the Black Feather Princess was stronger than expected. So after the dragon claw sent the Black Feather Princess flying, he floated back and chanted silently. Because ordinary strength could not defeat the opponent, he had to use all of his trump cards. White flames spread out. This time, Lin Ling mobilized all of his precepts and channeled them into the flames of the underworld. Rumble. The island shook as if the underworld had descended. Countless people were frightened. Until now, they still did not know what precepts Lin Ling's flames were at. Boom. White flames appeared in most of the sky, as if they were clouds that were burning the heavens. And within them, Lin Ling's long hair fluttered in the wind, As he chanted, the flames around him became increasingly exuberant. It was as if he had been reborn with the help of fire. Furthermore, there were scenes of the Yellow Springs and hell within the flames. Yellow Springs flame. In the depths of the island, Taoist Kame's complexion changed drastically. No wonder Mad God Lin Ling was so powerful. It turned out that he possessed one of the 10 great divine fires. So handsome. Princess Firecloud stared at the handsome man in the sky. That blue and white robe was imprinted in her heart, as if it could never be erased. The flames are even more terrifying than before. Is this guy going to burn the heavens? Blazing Angel sucked in a breath of cold air. As expected, Lin Ling had hidden his trump card. Even if he didn't admit defeat, he would have lost to Lin Ling. Soaring Dragon. Finally, Lin Ling spoke softly. The roar of a dragon could be heard. Above Lin Ling's head, a huge white dragon head slowly appeared. Dragon horns, dragon scales, everything was so real. This person is hiding a talent that even I can't see through. However, my higher cultivation is my advantage. Princess Blackfeather knew that Lin Ling had hidden his trump card. She had been waiting for this moment. You should have used all your trump cards. Then it's my turn. The sea became even more violent. The waves soared into the sky, and from the forest world, darkness descended mysteriously. Princess Blackfeather was like a fairy in the dark forest. No one could see through her at all. Arrows flashed. Dark Feather 18 consecutive strikes. Suddenly, a crisp sound drifted out. From the forest, 18 arrows were shot out, piercing through the heavens. These 18 arrows were actually the power of 18 laws. When Princess Blackfeather defeated Prince Northern Lightning, she had only used 17 laws. Obviously, she had used her strongest trump card. Boom! The crowd's hearts exploded. In the battle between the geniuses of the human race and the spirit race, there was no strongest, only stronger. Now, it was a battle of trump cards. At this moment, countless people were excited. The battle of the pinnacle had officially begun. Boom! In the sky, the Fire Dragon King's aura was majestic. On the other side, 18 black meteors shot out. Every arrow was fatal. At the moment of collision, the sky became two worlds of laws. One was the world of white flames, the other was the world of darkness from the forest world. That terrifying aura, even Wu Sheng's 5th degree realm would die there. Blazing Angel looked at this scene in fear. Memories surfaced in his mind. The seal of the true martial realm, the final battle in the Forbidden City, the Vine Leaf War, Lin Ling's rise step by step. Now, Lin Ling was fighting against a genius that he couldn't defeat. This scene was too dreamy. As for Princess Fire Spirit and the rest, they clenched their fists and looked forward to the next result. Boom! In the sky, the terrifying power of laws was still colliding. It lasted for a full 15 minutes, causing the entire island to crumble. A huge whirlpool appeared in the distant sea. In the end, the arrows shot the dragon. 17 arrows pierced through the Fire Dragon King. After the last arrow exploded the Fire Dragon King, it shot towards Lin Ling. After a loud boom, a figure fell from the sky. After crashing onto the ground, countless people looked over. It was Lin Ling. Lin Ling, defeated. The strongest race's geniuses collided and Lin Ling couldn't block the last arrow. Countless people sighed while the Spirit Clan's side cheered. He tried his best. After all, his realm is too low and his cultivation time is too short. This is his flaw. Blazing Angel sighed softly. However, he was still proud of Lin Ling. Princess Fire Spirit and the rest were worried if Lin Ling was seriously injured. You're very powerful, but unfortunately, you can't be compared to me. I can tell you that previously I used 100% of my trump cards, but I actually have 120% of my trump cards. At this moment, the sound of wings flapping was heard from the sky. Princess Blackfeather looked indifferently at the tunnel. A feather appeared in her right hand, emitting an ancient aura. That feather actually had the power of a boundary. It was the most ancient feather of the Dark Feather Elf clan. She still has a trump card. Princess Blackfeather is indeed the #1 genius of the Spirit Clan. With 100% of her trump cards, Lin Ling has already lost. With 120% of her trump cards, Lin Ling has no chance of winning. In the end, Princess Blackfeather will meet Kame Daoist? Surprised voices came from the island like waves. No one expected Princess Blackfeather to still have a trump card. Unfortunately, Lin Ling wasn't qualified to make her use her final trump card. I haven't lost yet. However, at this moment, Lin Ling slowly stood up on the ground. At this moment, his clothes were in tatters and his body was covered in blood. However, his eyes were filled with boundless fighting spirit. Countless gazes stared at him, and the island became silent. I didn't expect you to still be able to stand up. So what? You have no more trump cards. In the sky, Princess Blackfeather was also secretly surprised. This human's willpower was very tenacious. She knew that ordinary people who were injured by her power of law would have died long ago. However, this human could still stand up. Chapter 1828. Killing Lin Ling, you don't have the strength to fight anymore. Admit defeat, kid. From now on, you are the guest of Vine Island, one of the 18 islands, forever. One of the 18 island masters smiled faintly. He was very optimistic about Lin Ling. Thanks, but I still have 120% trump card. However, Lin Ling smiled faintly and confidently spat out a sentence. He still has a trump card? From an unknown existence, he stepped onto the final martial stage step by step. He still has a trump card? Does this kid have no limit? Hearing those words, everyone was moved. A clash of trump cards. Who would have thought that the youth still had a final trump card? This was simply a case of there always being a taller mountain. I've underestimated you, Mad God Lin Ling. The Black Feather Princess also took a deep breath, but then laughed. You and I have both used our full strength. Next is the final battle of our trump cards. Come out, Dark Feather. The feather in her hand bloomed with a dazzling light and floated out. Suddenly, an ear-piercing phoenix cry sounded, and an ancient black phoenix appeared, looking down on everyone. This was the Dark Phoenix. What was even more frightening was that the surging and boundless power of laws was blooming out, making one feel as if this mysterious feather was suppressing the power of nearly 20 laws. Dark Phoenix Barrier. Yes. Lin Ling looked up at the sky and immediately knew that it was a barrier divine weapon. It was forged with the ancient Dark Phoenix feather. It could be said that in the human world, Lin Ling had never seen a divine weapon more powerful than this feather. However, the only flaw was that it was a one-time use divine weapon. You can't win against me. This Dark Phoenix has 19 laws. Wu Sheng, no one under the 6th stage can stop him. In the sky, the Black Feather Princess said indifferently, That's not necessarily true. Yes. Lin Ling's hand slowly reached behind him and grabbed the hilt of the ancient sword. Countless people stared at Lin Ling. They never thought that the sword on Lin Ling's back could actually be used. This was because from the start of the battle until now, Lin Ling had never used a sword. No matter what kind of sword it is, it can't compare to the Dark Phoenix of our Darkwing Elves. In the sky, the Black Feather Princess said disdainfully. However, as soon as she finished speaking, her pupils trembled violently. She saw Lin Ling pull out the sword with difficulty, but only a small part of the sword was exposed. However, the void shattered. Rumble. At the same time, the space of the entire island cracked open. The most terrifying thing was that 20 beautiful worlds appeared within the cracks. Staring at this scene, countless people forgot to breathe. Before the sword was drawn, heaven and earth were shattered. The power of 20 dimensions. At the same time, an ice-cold voice suddenly rang out. A sword came from the horizon, and behind the sword, there were 20 gorgeous worlds. Quick, incomparably fast, that was the speed of the extreme space. The Dark Phoenix in the sky froze. In the next moment, the spatial sword tore it apart and finally turned it into a broken feather that floated down from the sky. The Black Feather Princess floated in the sky in horror, but a sword appeared in front of her neck. Around the sword, the space continued to shatter, and beautiful worlds appeared before her eyes. The black feathers on the black feather princess body were blown up. "Why is your sword so sharp?" The black feather princess bit her red lips and said. At this moment, she really wanted to know why Lin Ling's sword was so powerful. The power of 20 laws. Lin Ling's long hair danced wildly like a sword pointing to the sky. At this moment he was like a peerless sword god. Because after brewing for so long, he finally drew his sword. This was also a sword that had been sharpened for 10 years. 20. The black feather princess was stunned for a moment and revealed a bitter smile. She thought that her trump card was enough to crush Lin Ling, but who knew that Lin Ling's trump card was even more terrifying? It could be said that his sword could cut through 3,000 worlds. "I lost." "Sigh," the black feather princess said softly, and it shocked the entire island into silence. This time, in the 18 Islands Genius competition of the Spirit Tribe, 4 top geniuses had clashed. The human tribe's Blazing Angel, the Black Feather Princess, the Northern Lightning Prince, and Tai Yen. Everyone thought that one of the 4 would be the #1 genius in the next 200 years. However, a human genius who had only cultivated for 100 years suddenly emerged and defeated all the geniuses and laughed at the world. No one thought that Mad God Lin Ling could reach this step. This guy really won. Yes. The Blazing Angel stared at the blue and white robe in the sky, and his heart was filled with excitement. This time, the human tribe had finally raised their flag. All the Spirit Tribe members fell silent, and their expressions were extremely complicated. At this moment, they had also firmly engraved the name of Mad God Lin Ling in their hearts. At this moment, Lin Ling withdrew his sword, and then took a step forward. At the same time, his physical strength exploded, and he grabbed the Black Feather Princess wings behind her and landed on the ground. This action undoubtedly surprised everyone. "Mad God Lin Ling, what are you trying to do? You're courting death. It's fine that you won, but how dare you humiliate my daughter?" The Spirit Tribe's 18 island masters stood up one after another, and they were furious. Many humans widened their eyes. Lin Ling was so bold. Not only did he humiliate the Spirit Tribe, he even dared to flirt with the Spirit Tribe's princess in public. Crazy. At this moment, no one knew what Lin Ling was trying to do. Even the Blazing Angel was shocked. He had heard of Lin Ling's arrogance, but now he knew what it meant to be truly arrogant. Because Lin Ling had angered the 18 island masters, and he did not even dare to think about it. As for the Fire Spirit Princess and the others, they were also dumbfounded. However, Lin Ling did not care about them. He grabbed the Black Feather Princess and landed on the ground. Then, he pressed her down and placed her on the ground. The Black Feather Princess's beautiful eyes narrowed. She did not expect Lin Ling to be so frivolous. Did he think that he could take advantage of her after winning? Just as she was about to speak, she realized that Lin Ling's hand had already touched her slender legs. His palm was warm and strong. After touching her skin, her whole body trembled. There was an indescribable feeling. But more than that, it was humiliation. "You're courting death." The Black Feather Princess's face flushed red. If not for the fact that her physical strength was inferior to Lin Ling's, she would have killed Lin Ling at this moment. At the same time, the 18 island masters flew out with murderous intent. They could not wait to kill Lin Ling immediately. What is this guy trying to do? Even Taoist Kame could not understand Lin Ling's actions. Moreover, he heard the Black Feather Princess's painful cries and the sound of her bones breaking. This time, he smiled bitterly. "Lin Ling, oh Lin Ling, you're indeed the mad god. You're the only one in the mortal world who has the guts to humiliate the princess of the Spirit Tribe." However, just as the Spirit Tribe masters were about to kill Lin Ling, the Black Feather Princess felt a sharp pain in her legs. Then, it gradually warmed up. She vaguely realized that the bones in her legs had changed. It was as if the wrong bones had been grafted on. She even felt that her legs had strength. Almost at the same time, the Spirit Tribe masters arrived and wanted to kill Lin Ling like a butcher's knife. Wait. However, an anxious voice was heard. All the Spirit Tribe masters were stunned. The one who spoke was the Black Feather Princess. Then, under countless gazes, the Black Feather Princess stood up. This time, she was no longer flying. Instead, she stood up for real. Moreover, her legs had turned into the claws of a bird. These claws were white and extremely delicate. Together with the Black Feather Princess' black feather dress, she looked even more like a fairy bird. Chapter 1829. Immortal came the leaders of the spirit tribe all stopped in their tracks. They were all surprised. Of course, even the Black Feather Princess was surprised. Her beautiful eyes were moist as she said, "I can stand up." One had to know that she had been crippled since she was a child. For some unknown reason, her legs had always been powerless. That was why she had sought out Taoist came. Her goal was to heal her legs. Darkwing's spirit claw. Compared to the Black Feather Princess's surprise, her father was even more surprised. He saw the Black Feather Princess use the Dark Feather Elf Claw. The purest bloodline of the Dark Feather Elf clan was the incarnation of the Dark Feather Elf King. However, only the Black Feather Princess had the purest bloodline. But for some reason, the Black Feather Princess's legs had been crippled since she was young, causing her to be unable to use the purest bloodline. And now, the purest bloodline had been activated. The Black Feather Princess talent has reached the divine level. The other island masters were also surprised. Subconsciously, they looked at the handsome young man. Those with the purest bloodline have a barrier seal between their bones. Every 10 years, the seal has to be removed, otherwise, the bones in their legs will grow out wrong. But what surprised me was that you didn't remove the seal for her. Lin Ling stood up and wiped the sweat from his forehead. He had already seen that the legs and bones of Princess Blackfeather's legs were sealed by the enchantment and grew in disorder. Therefore, he removed the seal and dismissed the disordered bones. All of this was in Li Xiaoyao's memory. Hearing this, all the island owners stared at the young man. They found that the young man's eyes were clear. He was really helping the Black Feather Princess. Mad God Lin Ling. The Black Feather Princess's father became excited. Lin Ling was actually helping the Black Feather Princess, but they had almost killed Lin Ling before. Sorry. The Black Feather Princess's father bowed apologetically to Lin Ling. Sorry. The other 17 spirit race leaders all bowed. Sorry. The spirit race people knew what was going on, and all of them bowed respectfully. Their admiration came from the depths of their hearts. After all, to Lin Ling, the Black Feather Princess was also his opponent. However, not only was Lin Ling not afraid of the Black Feather Princess, but he was also helping his opponent and improving her talent. This was not something that anyone could do. Moreover, the Black Feather Princess's legs had recovered. This meant that she was very likely to become the desolate child of the human world. Sorry. Gradually, the entire island was filled with sounds that reverberated in all directions. Blazing Angel, Princess Fire Spirit, Princess Fire Cloud, and all of the humans watched this scene in shock. The spirit race was apologizing to Lin Ling? Moreover, there were spirit race overlords among them. One had to know that these spirit race overlords were all indomitable existences in the mortal world. But now, all 18 of them were apologizing to Lin Ling? It was too shocking. Who in the mortal world could do such a thing? No need. Lin Ling smiled faintly. The smile at the corner of his mouth became even more radiant at this moment. Paired with his clean blue and white robe, it appeared even more attractive. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The Black Feather Princess stared at Lin Ling. Her lovely little face was also excited at this moment. Previously, Lin Ling had said that he would help her improve her talent, but she was disdainful. But now Lin Ling had done it. In that case, her purpose for coming to see Kame Taoist today had been accomplished. When the enchantment is broken for the first time, your bones will be repulsed. There will be power transmitted through your bones. After you become familiar with it, your talent will be improved. Lin Ling smiled and said, "It's a pity. If you had broken the seal when you were 10 years old, then I wouldn't be your opponent now. Even so, I still accept my defeat wholeheartedly." The Black Feather Princess replied excitedly. Right now, she was no longer domineering towards Lin Ling. Instead, she gave off an extremely cute feeling. Moreover, when Lin Ling helped her get rid of the disordered bones, that feeling still lingered in her heart. This guy seems to have obtained the friendship of the spirit race. The blazing angel opened his mouth wide. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't jealous because the Black Feather Princess was usually fierce when she met him. Moreover, he had a feeling that if Lin Ling raised his arms and shouted, these overseas spirit race people would probably extend a helping hand. "Young friend, I'm sorry, we don't know how to break the seal." The Black Feather Princess' father smiled bitterly. Lin Ling nodded and said, "It's okay, I'll teach you later. Next time, if our race meets someone with a pure bloodline, you can also break the seal." Mad God Lin Ling, you will always be our spirit race's friend, forever and ever. Hearing those words, all the island masters shouted excitedly, and Tai Yen was the one who shouted the loudest among the spirit race. It was as if Lin Ling wasn't a human, but the spirit race's spirit god. The enthusiastic voices became louder and louder, as if they were going to overturn the entire island. Hearing those voices, Lin Ling smiled and said, "The demon race is about to invade. At that time, the human race and the spirit race will definitely join hands to drive away the foreign enemies and protect our homeland. Therefore, there is no distinction between the human race and the spirit race. We are all comrades with a common goal." "That's right, Mad God Lin Ling, you are my Imperial Deer Tribe's eternal comrade. As long as you say the word, my Imperial Deer Tribe will always fight for you. My Dark Feather Elf Tribe will also fight for you." Lin Ling's words made the spirit race people's blood boil, so they all shouted loudly. It was as if in the hearts of the spirit race, Lin Ling's position was comparable to Taoist Kame's. "Mad God Lin Ling, please come and meet us." At this time, a voice came from the island. It was Taoist Kame's voice. Lin Ling had won first place in the spirit race's 18 islands and was qualified to meet Taoist Kame. "Little friend, we are sincerely convinced by you." All of the spirit race people smiled and looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling nodded and waved at the Fire Spirit Princess. After the Fire Spirit Princess excitedly walked over, Lin Ling held her hand and walked towards the depths of the island. In the depths of the island, birds were singing and flowers were fragrant. There was a small lake with dense spiritual energy, and a turtle shell could be faintly seen in the lake. It should be a spirit turtle. In the past, Lin Ling had seen this kind of spiritual lake in the Seven Emperors' sky. It was said that this was the place where the spirit turtle emerged, and it was filled with endless vitality. However, it was clear that this small lake was more lively than the one in the Seven Emperors' sky. Beside the small lake, a white-haired old man with a kind face sat there. At this moment, he was smiling. This old man looked to be about 80 or 90 years old. There was a huge turtle shell behind him, and his eyebrows were so long that they reached his shoulders. Beside him, there were several existences that looked like disciples. They were also smiling at Lin Ling. "Little friend, you're here. Calm down." A calm voice floated over, immediately giving Lin Ling a good impression. "Greetings, Taoist Kame." "Greetings." Lin Ling politely bowed. Although Li Xiaoyao was stronger than Taoist Kame in his previous life, Taoist Kame was older than Li Xiaoyao, and he had also received Li Xiaoyao's respect. "Not bad, not bad. Mad God Lin Ling." "Greetings." Taoist Kame stood up and personally went to greet him. He also secretly nodded. Chapter 1830. Making a request, carefree, he actually gives me the feeling of being carefree. Taoist Kame secretly said. Suddenly, he recalled the ancient times. That man was both a junior and a senior, and also a close friend. That man was carefree and looked down on the world. Senior Taoist Kame. At this moment, Lin Ling gently called out, awakening Taoist Kame from his memories. He lightly smiled and said, "This time, you have become the #1 genius of the spirit race's 18 islands. What request do you have?" Legend has it that Taoist Kame is a prophet of the human world. His knowledge is extensive, and his dharma is boundless. I hope that Taoist Came can expel evil energy from my friend's body. Lin Ling said. Lin Ling was actually very familiar with Buddhism's evil energy. However, if he wanted to expel it, there was only one thing that could counter another. In this aspect, Lin Ling was not good at, so he asked Taoist Came for help. Taoist Came's eyes lit up as he stared at the fire spirit princess. It seems that the evil Buddha lineage has been reborn. Alas, this is the sin that this old man has committed. Hearing this, Lin Ling was slightly surprised. What did Taoist Came mean? The evil Buddha lineage is my other side. I am righteous and it is evil. In the ancient times, in order to expel the distracting thoughts in my heart, I gave birth to the evil Buddha. Taoist Came explained, causing Lin Ling to suck in a breath of cold air. He did not know this. Legend has it that people have evil thoughts, greed, killing, and so on. Some saints did not want to be affected by evil thoughts, so they tried to kill them. However, the result was that evil thoughts could not be killed and would eventually be separated from its master. After continuously growing, it would turn into an evil demon. Mad God Lin Ling, stick to your heart because there is no distinction between good and evil in this world. When you kill someone, your heart will feel guilty, and the evil thoughts will grow. Afterwards, your guilt will cause the evil thoughts to be separated from you. Over time, the evil thoughts will turn into a demon. Taoist Came said, "Thank you, Senior, for your guidance." Lin Ling knew what Taoist Came meant. To put it bluntly, it was because the heart of martial arts was not firm. It was also called a heart demon. Unfortunately, Lin Ling had killed many people in his life, but he never had any inner demons because he never killed the innocent. Those who died in his hands deserved more than death. So, what evil thoughts did he have? Seeing that Lin Ling was unmoved, Taoist Came secretly nodded his head. This Lin Ling was a good seedling. But soon after, he was somewhat surprised. When others saw him, most of them would revere him. But this little guy in front of him didn't revere him. I will use the Buddhist Dharma to expel the evil energy from this girl. You talk to the spirit race outside. Taoist Came said. He knew that Lin Ling's position in the spirit race's heart was not light. Lin Ling nodded. After leaving the fire spirit princess behind, he left alone. At this moment, the spirit race had yet to leave the island. When they saw Lin Ling come out, they all cheered. The 18 island owners came over and were very polite. Lin Ling smiled and greeted them. A sense of déjà vu rose in his mind. It turned out that Li Xiaoyao was also very familiar with the spirit race. Then, Lin Ling guided the vast sea giants to remove the seal curse. What made Lin Ling speechless was that this curse was not placed by others, but by his disciple, Sword Immortal Tsang Tian. As for why the curse was placed, Lin Ling did not know. But with Sword Immortal Tsang Tian's fiery temper, he could do anything to offend someone he didn't like. Spirit God. The vast sea giants were very famous in the spirit race. They were like the protectors of the spirit race. Once the curse was removed, the entire race was completely turned around. Everyone saluted Lin Ling. If the 18 island owners regarded Lin Ling as a close friend, then the vast sea giants regarded Lin Ling as their spirit god, their master. The 18 island owners of the spirit race were very surprised. Mad God Lin Ling seemed to be more familiar with the spirit race than they were. Lin Ling also knew that the 18 island owners were curious. He explained that he knew the secrets of the spirit race because someone told him. As for who it was not convenient for him to say. The 18 island owners were too embarrassed to ask more, but they looked at Lin Ling with even more respect. Next, Lin Ling helped Blazing Angel's friend. He said lightly, "Blazing Angel, take out 50,000 merit points. I will cure your friend for you." Blazing Angel's mouth fell open. Lin Ling felt that the price was too high. After all, the ingredients for the 5-wood heaven-shattering liquid did not cost 50,000 merit points. So cheap. However, in the next moment, Blazing Angel cried out in horror. Lin Ling was stunned. Not to mention 50,000, I can give you 100,000 merit points. Blazing Angel said excitedly. Thinking about it, if 100,000 merit points could cure his friend, Why would he fight against the geniuses of the 18 islands? Lin Ling suddenly regretted his actions. If he had known earlier, he would have bid a higher price. After dealing with the matters outside, Lin Ling returned to the depths of the island. At this time, the Fire Spirit Princess was already alive and kicking. She had regained her lively and charming appearance. She wore a 100-flower skirt and her skin was as white as snow. Moreover, she had the beauty of a young girl. However, in Lin Ling's eyes, the Fire Spirit Princess was the second dream. She was originally a peerless beauty. "Thank you, Senior Kame Taoist." Lin Ling hugged the Fire Spirit Princess and said gratefully. Taoist Kame sat cross-legged. He waved his hand and said, "Ha, you are the #1 genius of the 18 islands of the spirit race. You have completed my mission, so there is no need for you to be so polite." Lin Ling immediately bowed and sat down cross-legged in front of Taoist Kame. Taoist Kame kindly smiled and waved his right hand. A giant swastika appeared. It was like a Buddhist halo that covered Lin Ling and the Fire Spirit Princess. At this moment, Lin Ling seemed to have witnessed the blooming and wilting of flowers. Birth, old age, illness, and death. Everything was karma. Everything was predestined. If it was said that in his previous life, knowing Taoist Kame was karma. Now that Lin Ling had seen Taoist Kame, it was karma. At the same time, Lin Ling's soul force also slowly increased. He knew that Taoist Kame was using Buddhism to help him cleanse the karma in his body. The Fire Spirit Princess's benefits were even greater. Her cultivation was also crazily increasing. She had actually smoothly entered the Wu Sheng realm. The Buddhist voice floated in Lin Ling's mind. Lin Ling was secretly surprised. Taoist Kame's strength had probably reached the peak of perfection. However, the Buddhist voice couldn't affect Lin Ling. It could only increase Lin Ling's soul force. Taoist Kame stared at Lin Ling and his eyes flickered. He didn't think that Lin Ling's martial heart would be so firm. It seemed that Lin Ling had experienced a lot. He even saw the cycle of reincarnation on Lin Ling's body. He saw the secrets of Lin Ling that no one knew. Of course, when he wanted to see through everything, a layer of mysterious fog blocked everything. This made Taoist Kame unable to see through everything that had happened to Lin Ling before the 100 reincarnations. This made Taoist Kame secretly surprised. He was a prophet of the mortal world. There was nothing that he didn't know. He could see through thousands of reincarnations. However, he couldn't see through Lin Ling. Strange, strange. Taoist Kame secretly said. Lin Ling also knew that Taoist Kame was looking at him. Although this action was somewhat impolite, Lin Ling knew that Taoist Kame was a prophet. Even if he didn't specifically investigate Lin Ling, Taoist Kame would still know everything about Lin Ling. The reason for Taoist Kame's action was very simple. Everything was for the sake of the mortal world. Obviously, Lin Ling's talent was monstrous. Taoist Kame was afraid that Lin Ling would be an enemy of the outside world. Fortunately, Lin Ling wasn't as cruel and ruthless as he had imagined. After a long time, Lin Ling's soul force reached level 185. The Buddhist aura's effect weakened. Chapter 1831. 3 difficult questions. Although Li Xiaoyao and Kame Taoist were close friends, it didn't mean that Lin Ling was. Most importantly, the memory that Li Xiaoyao left for Lin Ling allowed him to know Kame Taoist, but that memory was incomplete. Otherwise, Lin Ling would have confessed to Kame Taoist. After all, facing a stranger who only knew half of his memory, Lin Ling naturally wouldn't tell him that he was Li Xiaoyao. He didn't have such a habit. "Little friend, you want to find a statue, right?" Kame Taoist smiled mysteriously. Lin Ling was secretly surprised. As expected of a prophet of the mortal world, he nodded and said, "Senior, please guide me." The statue was the one that Li Xiaoyao left in the mortal world. Lin Ling needed Kame Taoist's help to find it. "I don't know what this statue is, but I have a feeling that this statue is useless to ordinary people, but it will be very useful to you." Kame Taoist smiled. He had guessed it. As the saying goes, heaven's secrets can't be revealed. Therefore, he didn't know what the statue Lin Ling was looking for was. "Answer my 3 questions and the statue will be found." Came Taoist said. Please say. Lin Ling was looking forward to it. You've already answered the first question. Somehow, I've become more familiar with Mad God Lin Ling. He's magnanimous, loyal, and affectionate. He dares to raise his sword to the 9 heavens if he's an enemy, and dares to fall into the yellow springs if he's a friend. Mad God Lin Ling, you're a man of character. Therefore, I'm very satisfied with the first question. Came Taoist faintly stared at Lin Ling. He faintly knew about Lin Ling's life. He had to admit that Lin Ling's life was colorful and magnificent. The second question is, why do you practice martial arts? Came Taoist smiled. He had asked many people this question. Some did it for the throne, some did it for love, and some did it for martial arts. He hoped that Lin Ling would give a different answer. Because of Xiaoyao. Lin Ling gently smiled. Taoist Came's pupils shrank. He had heard this answer before, but he had only heard it once in the last 10 million years. It was that man, and now he heard it again. I've heard countless answers, but yours is one of the most unique ones. Carefree for life. You're very similar to a close friend of mine. You've completed the second question. Taoist Came could not help but laugh. According to the rumors, this Lin Ling was related to the sword immortal of the firmament. It seemed that there was indeed a relationship between them. Could it be that Lin Ling was really the disciple of the sword immortal of the firmament? Of course, he had never thought that Lin Ling was Li Xiaoyao's reincarnation, because in this world, there were many similar people, and Li Xiaoyao had been harmed by the martial god world's villains, so he should not have been able to reincarnate, and his soul should have been destroyed. Therefore, in his opinion, Li Xiaoyao was already dead. Furthermore, he had seen Lin Ling's past life, but not Li Xiaoyao's. How could he know that when Lin Ling was in the ghost realm, he couldn't see his past 100 lifetimes? Therefore, Taoist Came naturally couldn't see it. Third question, open the 9 jade tortoise shell. Taoist Came said again. The calm spirit lake beside him rippled, and countless spirit turtles crawled out. Finally, 100-meter wide jade tortoise shell floated out, emitting a mysterious aura. Lin Ling stared at the 9 jade tortoise shell, and could not help but be stunned. He was very familiar with this treasure. I saw that you have helped the spirit race remove many enchantments and seals, so little friend should have some knowledge about enchantments. Enchantments masters are extremely rare in this world, even in the martial god world. This shell is made of enchantments, I hope you can open it. Taoist Came said indifferently, causing the disciples beside him to be surprised. The 9 jade tortoise shell was left behind by a close friend of Taoist Came. For a long time, Taoist Came had been unable to open it, and it had become a thorn in his heart. Who would have thought that Taoist Came would seek the help of a junior? These disciples couldn't help but stare at Lin Ling with disdain. They didn't think that Lin Ling could open the ancient tortoise shell, because the person who gave it to him was the number 1 emperor of the desolate, ancient, and recent ancient era. Senior is also an enchantment master, right? Lin Ling suddenly said with a smile. Taoist Came was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Even Senior can't open the enchantment, so how can Junior open it? Lin Ling said with a smile. You can try if you can't open it. There are countless extraordinary people in the world, but it doesn't mean that I, Taoist Came, am omniscient and omnipotent. Some people are stronger than me in certain fields. Taoist Came replied, all right, I can try to open it, but the cost of our enchantment master is very high. Lin Ling stood up, stared at the jade tortoise shell and said with a smile, impudent. The disciples beside Taoist Came immediately shouted in anger. In their hearts, Taoist Came only wanted Lin Ling to give it a try. Did this mad god Lin Ling really think that he could open it? One must know that in the past tens of thousands of years, Taoist Came had invited countless people to help him. Even the highest officials of the Deacon Palace had come, but all of them had failed. How could Lin Ling be so confident? As expected of mad god Lin Ling, you never suffer a loss. All right, if you can open it, not only will I find the statue for you, but I will also reward you. However, Taoist Came wasn't angry. Instead, he appreciated Lin Ling's calmness. The reward is very simple, 500,000 merit points. Then I will open the tortoise shell, Lin Ling said with a smile. This caused Taoist Came's pupils to constrict. He thought that Lin Ling would make other requests, but who knew that he only wanted merit points? This guy was a hero of the mortal world, loved and respected by the human race and spirit race. Who knew that he would be so greedy? All right, I will satisfy you. Taoist Came couldn't help but laugh. It is not difficult to open this tortoise shell. It is divided into 3 problems. First, there are 81 enchantments. Each enchantment is divided into 99,999 runes. Open this enchantment and you will be able to pass the first problem. Lin Ling stood up and arrived in front of the tortoise shell. He flipped his hands and beautiful enchantments slowly floated out. Enchantments were more complex than runes. To put it bluntly, each enchantment was the combination of tens of thousands of runes. However, Lin Ling had easily engraved a large number of enchantments. This level of enchantment shocked everyone. Taoist Came sucked in a breath of cold air. He didn't expect Lin Ling's enchantment level to be so terrifying. The complexions of his several disciples changed. They also knew a little about enchantments. They thought that in the mortal world, except for Taoist Came, no one could compare to them. But who would have thought that this mad god Lin Ling was even more formidable than them? Skyblade enchantment, Thunderfire enchantment, Sky and Earth enchantment. This Lin Ling actually knows all of them. Taoist Came was more and more surprised. He even felt that he had benefited a lot from this. But at this time, Lin Ling stopped. This made Taoist Came sigh. He was watching excitedly, but Lin Ling stopped. It was as if someone had poured cold water on his excitement. As expected, he is strong on the outside but weak on the inside. His words sound good, but in reality he still can't open the enchantment. The several disciples suddenly mocked. Because Taoist Came was a prophet of the mortal world and they were his disciples, they didn't like people who were more familiar with enchantments than Taoist Came. However, it was obvious that they thought too much. Sorry, my realm is too low. I don't have enough void energy. Senior Taoist Came, do you have any treasure that can quickly restore void energy? At this moment, Lin Ling turned his head and said with a faint smile. Boom! Everyone's heart exploded. They thought that Lin Ling had reached his limit, so he couldn't open the enchantment. But who would have thought that Lin Ling's strength wasn't enough? Engraving enchantments consumed even more spiritual qi. You little guy. Chapter 1832. Crawl like a tortoise. After Lin Ling drank the spirit water, he began to carve the enchantment again. Complex runes landed on the jade tortoise shell. The runes on the jade tortoise shell gradually dispersed, revealing the true tortoise shell runes. The first problem has been solved. The second problem is the black tortoise's 9 steps. Taoist Came, help me prepare more spirit water. This black tortoise's 9 steps consumes a lot of law power. Lin Ling said, You actually know about the mystic turtle's 9 steps? Taoist Master Came's expression changed again. He said subconsciously, Is Sword Immortal Tsong Tian your master? Indeed. Lin Ling also knew that he couldn't hide it from Came Taoist, so he nodded. The Came Taoist's beard was blown up. He did not look like an enlightened monk at all. He did not expect Lin Ling to be the disciple of the Sword Immortal of the Tsong Heaven. Little did he know that Lin Ling was referring to them as master and disciple. In reality, Lin Ling was the master and Sword Immortal Tsong Tian was the disciple. Lin Ling leaped onto the tortoise shell and used the mystic turtle's 9 steps. Finally, he arrived at the center of the tortoise shell. There was a small piece of black tortoise shell the size of a palm. This piece of black tortoise shell could only be found by using the mystic turtle's 9 steps. Of course, the most important thing was that this 9 jade tortoise shell was given to him by Li Xiaoyao, so Lin Ling was familiar with it. However, Lin Ling had forgotten what kind of treasure was inside the 9 jade tortoise shell. Then, Lin Ling slapped the tortoise shell. Rumble! The tortoise shell broke apart, and the pieces turned into a giant tortoiseshell gate. On the left side of the gate, there were bold words, free and unfettered travel, free and unfettered for a lifetime. On the right side, there were also big words, waiting for my best friend, until the end of time. Looking at these ancient words, Taoist became excited. These are the words left behind by his close friend. This guy is really powerful. Could it be that he is the true prophet of the human world? Don't spout nonsense. Master is the true prophet of the mortal world. He just unlocked the tortoise shell by accident. Why don't you try it by accident? The disciples were all astonished. It seems like the last problem is a word puzzle. That's right. The left is free and unfettered, while the right is waiting for a close friend. Could it be that Honorable Master's friend is waiting for Honorable Master to roam the world together? That must be the case, but how do we solve this riddle? No, look at the plaque above the ancient gate, but there are no words. I understand now. I need to leave a message on the ancient door to open it. The eyes of the disciples flickered. The final problem had appeared. Obviously, it was the inscription. Taoist laughed heartily. His close friend was still as frivolous as ever. He had left behind a treasure for him to solve such a difficult problem. Master, I can break it. At this moment, a handsome young man shouted. Then he strode towards Lin Ling. Lin Ling was stunned for a moment, but he didn't stop him. Instead, he waited quietly at the side. Since they are close friends, then the horizontal plaque should be everlasting friendship. The disciple said confidently. With a wave of his right hand, his spiritual chi turned into words and landed on the door of the ancient realm. Then he laughed proudly. He had solved the last problem. Because the words on the left and right both indicated that his master's friend had a very good relationship with his master. However, after the words landed on the door of the ancient realm, they scattered like snowflakes and finally disappeared. He failed. The disciple's face suddenly turned ugly. I'll do it. Another disciple stepped forward in order to receive Taoist Came's praise. Heaven and earth moved together. He wrote these 4 words, but he still failed. Senior Taoist Came, I'll give it a try too. Princess Fire Spirit's eyes were filled with wisdom. She also understood the meaning of the ancient gate's inscription. It should be about friendship, so she wrote a few big words, life's best friend. However, she still failed. Everyone was stunned. Why did they all fail? Even Taoist Came frowned. The meaning of best friend was obvious. It meant that he and his friend had a precious friendship, but why did they all fail? Everyone couldn't help but look at Lin Ling, especially those confident disciples. At this moment, they were like eggplants that had been beaten by frost. They couldn't be confident anymore. Let me do it. Lin Ling took a step forward and spiritual chi appeared in his hand. He wrote 3 big words and waved them out. On the door of the ancient realm, the 3 big words appeared and emitted a dazzling light. Following that, the door of the ancient realm rumbled and slowly opened. Everyone's body trembled. Lin Ling had succeeded. They couldn't help but be curious about what Lin Ling had written. However, when they looked over, their pupils suddenly trembled violently. The 3 big words were tortoise crawl. Everyone had the urge to vomit blood. How could it be tortoise crawl? Taoist Came blue at his beard. He somewhat understood the meaning of the 3 words. His best friend had complained that he was too slow and even created the Mystic Turtle's 9 steps for him to increase his speed so that they could roam the world together. As for the tortoise crawl, it was because Taoist Came was a tortoise. His best friend was tired of waiting, so he called him a tortoise crawl. Everyone looked at the 2 words on the left and right side of the door of the ancient realm. On the left, it meant that his best friend wanted to roam the world freely. On the right, it meant that he was waiting for Taoist Came to move forward together. However, he waited until the end of time because Taoist Came's speed was too slow. Therefore, the words left on the door of the ancient realm were, tortoise crawl. After figuring this out, everyone almost laughed out loud. Daring to ridicule the prophet of the mortal world, his best friend really had a personality. This guy, if you don't die, this old turtle will bite you to death. Taoist Came couldn't help but laugh and curse. At this moment, Lin Ling didn't pay attention to Taoist Came's joke because those words were left by him. He stared at the door of the ancient realm and couldn't help but laugh excitedly. In his previous life, Li Xiaoyao had left a lot of treasures for Taoist Came. No, he had left them for himself. Now that he had seen those treasures, how could he let them go to waste? Behind the door of the ancient realm, there were 2 dragon turtle battleships. On the surface, they looked like palm-sized battleships. However, when they were driven by the power of laws, they could transform into invincible battleships. Li Xiaoyao had left these battleships for Taoist Came because his speed was too slow. There was also another treasure, the dragon horn, the horn of a true dragon. Taoist Came, this treasure is useless to you, so leave it for me. Lin Ling didn't hold back at all. He waved his right hand, and the dragon horn flew over. Because to him, these treasures were actually his, so there was no need for him to hold back. Moreover, with the dragon horn, the might of his dragon claws would be greatly increased. The several disciples beside Taoist Came were dumbfounded. They didn't expect Lin Ling to be so impolite and directly take it. Dragon turtle battleship? It's actually dragon turtle battleship. My best friend has thought a lot for me. Taoist Came didn't care about Lin Ling's little greed. At this moment he laughed loudly. His white eyebrows jumped and his eyes were moist. Because he was a tortoise, his speed wasn't fast. Therefore, his best friend had given him a battleship as a means of transportation. It was a pity that his old friend had gone to the west. If he wanted to meet him again, he would never be able to. How could he know that his best friend, who had teased him about being a tortoise, had already reincarnated and was right in front of him? Lin Ling didn't know what Taoist Came was thinking. At this moment he didn't expect to reap such a great harvest. With the dragon horn in his hand, the dragon claw on his left hand emitted a hot aura as if the 2 dragons had fused together. Chapter 1833. Dragon Turtle Battleship. The dragon was roaring, and the true dragon bloodline was fusing. Lin Ling felt an indescribable power explode in his palm, and he roared at the sky. Boom! The dragon horn completely merged with the dragon claw. Lin Ling's left hand trembled violently and suddenly bloomed like a flower. 8 sharp claws appeared, and after a fierce clench, the void was cut into 8 pieces like ice. The 8 claws gave Lin Ling 3 universes of power. In addition to the 16 universes of power of his godly devil overlord physique, his physical strength had almost reached 19 universes. Moreover, the terrifying power had reached the limit, allowing Lin Ling's space domain to upgrade to 2-dimensional space. This meant that Lin Ling possessed 2 strands of the laws of space. And now Lin Ling had 2 laws of fire and space. In addition to his own cultivation, Lin Ling had a total of 6 laws of power. Moreover, these laws were stronger than ordinary Xiandi. Unless he encountered a god-tier talent, Lin Ling's laws could fight against 2. However, even if he encountered a god-tier talent, Lin Ling could reach 20 laws of power if he used the Tyrant Song Sword. Of course, he couldn't use it for a long time. After all, Lin Ling couldn't completely control this peerless divine sword. Lin Ling evaluated all his trump cards. His strength could defeat Wu Sheng at the 5th stage unless the opponent had a god-tier talent. This little guy's potential is so strong. His physical strength has reached 19 universes of power. Taoist Came was secretly shocked. Among the younger generation, Lin Ling had one of the strongest physical bodies he had ever seen. Taoist Came, you only need one of these 2 battleships. Leave the other one to me. I will return you 10 in the future. At this moment, Lin Ling retracted his dragon claw and looked at Taoist Came. Hearing this, Taoist Came's disciples were stunned again. Mad God Lin Ling was greedy for the dragon claw, but he even dared to ask for the dragon turtle battleship. Little friend, the gift from a close friend depends on the intention, not the value of the gift. Today, you have fulfilled my wish. So what if I give you one of the dragon turtle battleships? Taoist Came smiled faintly and agreed. Master. The disciples were puzzled. Lin Ling was too lucky. Taoist Came waved his hand and said, without him, the secret of the jade turtle shell would take thousands of years to be solved. He deserves this battleship. In fact, Taoist Came knew that Lin Ling was the disciple of sword immortal Song Tian and also his close friend's granddisciple. So, it was reasonable for him to help Lin Ling. After all, there were not many people in this world who still remembered his close friend. Moreover, his close friend had died an unjust death. In the past, for the sake of the human world, he blocked thousands of demons and guarded this world. In the end, he died in the martial god realm. However, no one remembered him and no one respected him. This was extremely unfair to his close friend. If his strength was not limited and could not reach the martial god realm, he would have already stepped into the martial god realm to avenge his close friend. "Thank you, old tortoise." Lin Ling's heart warmed as he subconsciously said. Everyone's eyes narrowed. "Old tortoise?" Lin Ling's face turned red. Even Taoist Came's beard was puffed up. In this world, only his close friend dared to call him Old Tortoise. This little guy was ignorant and fearless. However, Taoist Came was not angry. Instead, he felt nostalgic. "Young friend, in a while, the demon race will invade. I happen to be going to the Deacon Palace of the human world. At that time, I will pay a visit to your territory." Taoist Came said with a smile, which made the disciples beside him gasp. Taoist Came was one of the top giants in the human world. His status was comparable to that of the Martial Pavilion. It was too surprising that he would take the initiative to visit Lin Ling. They did not know that Lin Ling was related to sword immortal Song Tian. Therefore, Taoist Came did not treat Lin Ling as an outsider. "Young friend, you only need to find the person with the surname Shang to find the statue," Taoist Came said again, which made Lin Ling nod. Surname Shang? Although it was a little vague, at least he had the whereabouts. Now that the human world is facing a great calamity, the three mysterious realms of the human world are also in turmoil. "You should go back quickly," Taoist Came said again as if he knew what was happening outside. "Thank you, Senior Came." Lin Ling walked towards the Fire Spirit Princess and held her hand. Then he bowed to Taoist Came. Whether it was in his previous life or this life, he respected Taoist Came very much. "Go. Remember, just find your heart. Don't be soft-hearted," Taoist Came said again as he watched Lin Ling leave. At this moment his eyes became deep. He had a feeling that during the great calamity of the human world, Lin Ling the Mad God would be able to play a decisive role and take over the human world. Lin Ling left the depths of the island and came to the outside of True Spirit Island. The spirit race did not leave. They all looked at Lin Ling, especially the Black Feather Princess. In addition to excitement, there was also a strange emotion in her eyes. "Mad God Lin Ling, are you leaving?" In the end, the island owners asked one after another with reluctance. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. "I have an appointment with someone. It is 2 days later than the appointed time, so I have to go back. Alas, it is rare to come overseas. Unfortunately, I can't stay for long." "It's okay. Mad God Lin Ling, you will always be a friend of our spirit race. The great calamity of the human world is coming. Our spirit race will also step into the human world. At that time, we will definitely pay you a visit." The spirit race people all spoke. In their hearts, Lin Ling was a member of the spirit race. The sea giants were even more excited. They wanted to leave with Lin Ling. Their race had always believed that Lin Ling was the spirit god. No one could change their opinion. However, Lin Ling refused. He had to go back and did not have time to take everyone with him. Then, Lin Ling said goodbye and left with the Fire Spirit Princess and the others. The entire island was filled with cheers. All the spirit race people were sending Lin Ling off. The reason why they were so warm to Lin Ling was because, firstly, Lin Ling had helped their spirit race. Secondly, Lin Ling was valued by Taoist Came. He was also an important guest to them. This was because Taoist Came was the most respected prophet in the hearts of the spirit race. The dragon turtle battleship appeared and expanded in the wind. It took the form of a dragon turtle. The black turtle shell and the mighty dragon head gave people a strong visual impact. What a majestic battleship! This must be a gift from Taoist Came to Mad God Lin Ling. The spirit race island owners were even more shocked. Most of the humans on the island had also left. The humans that remained sucked in a breath of cold air as they watched the spirit race send Lin Ling off. They were filled with envy and jealousy. To be able to gain the friendship of the spirit race was not something that anyone could do. The dragon turtle battleship floated in the sky. In the next moment, it tore through the void and disappeared from the sea. The trip to True Spirit Island was completely over. In just half a day, the dragon turtle battleship appeared in the sky of the great mystic origin domain. Countless warriors were shocked. The dragon turtle battleship was too mighty. They wondered which expert's battleship belonged to. Then, several figures floated out of the battleship. It was the blazing angel Tian Tiandong. He bowed to Lin Ling and said, "Mad God Lin Ling, thank you." Chapter 1834. Stripping Lin Ling of his identity, no need, I'm thankful for your contribution points. Lin Ling stood on the battleship and smiled. Oh right, if you meet my brother, you don't have to give me face. As long as he doesn't die, you can do whatever you want. Here's a jade token, seeing it is the same as seeing me. Blazing Angel smiled and threw out a jade token. Lin Ling caught it. Seeing Lin Ling's action, Blazing Angel's smile became even brighter. This also meant that Lin Ling was his friend and not his enemy. To be honest, he didn't dare to imagine what would happen if he became Lin Ling's enemy. Goodbye. Lin Ling casually caught the jade token. He didn't care at all. As for Blazing Angel, he considered him half a friend, so he would give him some face. Rumble. The battleship tore through the void and flew into the distance. With the dragon turtle battleship, there was no need for a transmission array. Lin Ling could move freely in the world. This guy. Blazing Angel looked at Lin Ling. He had a feeling that not long after, Lin Ling would shake the entire mortal world. At this moment, the atmosphere in the mortal world was tense because of the demon race's invasion. The highest authority in the mortal world, the Deacon Palace, had also issued an order for all cultivators to be on guard against the demon race and ghost race. Many sects and imperial cities were showing signs of reshuffling. On an ancient path in Xianpeng Great Region, several figures were moving forward. If one looked carefully, one would notice that some of them were older and some were younger. However, without exception, all of them were extremely powerful. Everywhere they passed, the power of the universal laws filled the air. Xianpeng Province is Lin Ling's world. However, the situation in the mortal world has changed. He no longer has the qualifications to unify Xianpeng Province. Among them, a beautiful young girl said. She was about 15 or 16 years old, but she had a dignified aura. Her strength had already reached the 8th stage of the Saint Realm. In terms of age, she was an extremely rare genius. This girl was called Yun Shan. She was the only descendant of the prestigious Yun family. Yun Shan was the only descendant of the Yun Shan clan who was responsible for recording the history of the mortal world. Unfortunately, they had been unlucky recently. 2 of their 3 descendants had died, and Yun Shan was the only descendant left. Beside her was a young man. Although he was young, he had already stepped into Wu Sheng's first-degree realm. With the power of laws, his faith was invincible. This person had the bloodline of the ancient Ji family. He was the young master of the Ji clan, and he was originally going to awaken his divine-level talent. Unfortunately, he was killed by Lin Ling in the end, causing the Ji clan to nurture another member of the younger generation. It was precisely this youth before him, and his name was Ji Jun. 3 days have passed since the battle between Lin Ling and Shenyuan's southern peak. Lin Ling is hiding and doesn't dare to come out. Clearly, he doesn't dare to fight. Then, what qualifications does he have to be the master of Xianpeng Province? Ji Jun said indifferently with a dignified voice. Lin Ling had killed the Ji family's god-tier talent bloodline, and the Ji family couldn't wait to kill Lin Ling. Similarly, Lin Ling had also killed 2 descendants of the prestigious families, and so did the prestigious families. This time, they came to Xianpeng Province to remove Lin Ling's title as the first king. Because Lin Ling didn't dare to fight against Shenyuan's southern peak, the prestigious families thought that Lin Ling's reputation was undeserved. Therefore, They announced to the world that when the demon race invaded, Lin Ling couldn't protect Xianpeng province, so they wanted to remove his title as the first king. After receiving the news, the two of them volunteered to come here. This was the first merit of suppressing Lin Ling, so how could they miss it? Moreover, this was also the time for them to make a name for themselves. Senior brother Tiankong, it's great that you're coming with us this time. I'm sure Lin Ling won't dare to be too arrogant. Yun Shan looked at the man in white beside him and said, "The prestigious families are responsible for recording history. History wants to change Lin Ling's position in Xianpeng province. Naturally, I'll support history," the young man said lightly. His eyes were calm, but there was a sharp glint in them. He was one of the 5 lords of heaven in the past, battle angel Tiankong Shui. In the past, he had come into contact with Lin Ling. At that time, Lin Ling wasn't afraid of him, so he thought that Lin Ling had some ability. But now, Lin Ling didn't even dare to fight against Xianyuan Southern Peak. Therefore, in Tiankong Shui's heart, Lin Ling was trash. This time, the ancient Ji family and the prestigious families had joined forces to remove Lin Ling from his position as the king of Xianpeng province. Naturally, he would come to help. "Thank you, senior brother Tengkung," the young man named Ji Jun said with a smile. Lin Ling, the first king of sealing barriers in the true martial world, was regarded as one of the most dazzling geniuses in the mortal world after the battles of the Forbidden City and the Vine Leaf world. However, Ji Jun didn't care. And now, Ji Jun wanted the mortal world to know who was the most dazzling genius. Similarly, Yun Shan also knew of Lin Ling's reputation and wanted to meet this legendary figure. If she could remove Lin Ling from his position as the king of Xianpeng province, then she would be able to rise to the heavens in a single step and her name would shake the mortal world. The two of them secretly thought. It was as if they had defeated Lin Ling the first time they roamed the world, and were more famous than Lin Ling. At this moment, Xianpeng province was like an iron plate, prosperous and united. Moreover, the strength of the martial artists here wasn't weak. When Yun Shan's group was about to reach the rainforest's sacred land, a large number of martial artists stopped them. "Sirs, you are not from Xianpeng province. What is your purpose in coming here?" Lord Shui Wu, Lord Pu, and the others had all appeared. Yun Shan's group had arrived in a grandiose manner, so it was hard for them not to know. Moreover, they also knew that these people weren't weak. They were all titled heavenly emperors. "Tell Lin Ling to come out and see me." Facing the martial artists of Xianpeng province, Ji Jun smiled disdainfully as if he was looking at ants. Hearing this, Lord Shui Wu and the others' expressions changed drastically. Lin Ling was now very famous in the mortal world, so no one dared to cause trouble in Xianpeng province. Knowing that Lin Ling wasn't someone to be trifled with, these people still dared to come here. Obviously, they had a powerful background. Lin Ling is now the #1 heavenly emperor, so he can be considered your senior. You are so young but you are so arrogant. Don't you think it's too humiliating for your senior? Lord Pu said calmly. The power of faith. Ji Jun roared, and the power of law erupted. With a point of his finger, it could break any source energy. Lord Pu was hit by the power of faith and spat out blood. Moreover, that finger had injured Lord Shui Wu and the other experts. It was extremely powerful. The power of law. After falling to the ground, Lord Pu and the other experts' expressions changed drastically. The young man was only 15 or 16 years old, but he had comprehended the power of law. This meant that the young man was Wu Sheng's realm. Genius. This was a true genius. Even when Lin Ling was 15 or 16 years old, he had not reached Wu Sheng's realm. The #1 heavenly emperor? He's just trash. I've already given him the title of Xian Di. In front of me, Lin Ling is not qualified to be called a genius of the mortal world. Ji Jun was high-spirited and proud. After tomorrow, the news of the youngest genius of the ancient Ji family crushing Xianpeng province would spread in the mortal world. Lin Ling only has some small skills. He is not qualified to be our senior. Now ask Lin Ling to come out. The girl beside Ji Jun said. The crowd in the distance sucked in a breath of cold air. In the Yangtze River, each new generation would replace the previous one. There was no greatest genius in the mortal world, only more geniuses. This group of people was so powerful, so their background was probably not small. Two little friends, why did you come to the rainforest's sacred land to look for Lin Ling? At this time, a large number of experts arrived from behind. There were so many of them that it was as if all the experts of the rainforest's sacred land had come out. Lord Pooh and the others finally smiled. The experts of the rainforest's sacred land had arrived. Chapter 1835. No one could stop them. Yuman Yun, Emon Yenshin, Qin Xiaolan, and all of Lin Ling's family members had arrived. In addition, Xiao Yan, the 9 spirits of heaven, and Bayan Tiandi were also present. Although the enemies were not weak, the rainforest's sacred land had seen too many storms over the years, so they were able to face powerful enemies with ease. Hee, there are quite a lot of people. Unfortunately, they're just a bunch of trash. Ji Jun was indeed a direct descendant of the ancient Ji family. Even in the face of so many powerful cultivators, he was still calm and fearless. The demon race is about to invade. The highest deacon palace of the human world has decided to revoke Lin Ling's title as the first king of Xianpeng province and let the noble family rule Xianpeng province. That's why we're here. Yun Shan said calmly. She was young, but she was still arrogant in front of ancestor Tai Yen and the others as if they were her juniors. Noble family. Ancestor Tai Yen and the others' expressions changed slightly. They knew that this noble family recorded history, but in reality, they were just a bunch of scoundrels. You noble family don't seem to have the right to decide this. Ancestor Tai Yen frowned. Lin Ling agreed to a battle with Xianyuan Nanfeng, but when the time was up, he disappeared without a trace, going back on his words and fearing a battle. How could such a trash be the #1 king of the Xianpeng Great Region? The highest authority of the human realm, the Executive Hall, decided to remove Lin Ling from his position in consideration of everyone's safety. Ji Jun said indifferently, "Nonsense. Do you think that because Lin Ling didn't want to fight Xianyuan Nanfeng, you're going to fight him together? You said it for the sake of Xianpeng province, but in reality, you're just being overbearing." A large number of angry shouts could be heard from the streets. These people were using Lin Ling's failure to keep his promise to suppress Lin Ling. Get lost. Yun Shan sneered at the voices around her. She waved her hand and a divine treasury appeared, covering the surroundings. Bang bang bang. Everyone's heart skipped a beat as they staggered, nearly falling to the ground. Such strength, it was likely that even among Saint Realm masters, there would be few who could match him. However, they were enraged again. This group of people had indeed come in a tyrannical manner. They didn't listen to the advice of the people. After being rebutted, they immediately attacked. What kind of ability is it to bully some commoners? If you want to take away my elder brother's identity, then fight me. Little Flame leaped high into the air and transformed into a red armored giant in midair when he saw the other party's overbearing rudeness. His law energy also erupted. Similarly, the 9 spirits of heaven, Bayan Tiandi, and the others also erupted with power. Their strength clearly rose greatly under Lin Ling's 5-wood heaven-shattering liquid. Each and every one of them stepped into Wu Sheng's realm. Wu Sheng's first-degree realm? No wonder you're so arrogant. All of you can come at me together. If you lose, all of you will kneel for 3 days and 3 nights. This way, I can go back and report that Lin Ling's brothers and sisters have all knelt before me. However, facing 3 Wu Sheng powerhouses, the boy named Ji Jun sneered and also erupted with the strength of Wu Sheng's first-degree realm. How arrogant! When the crowd heard his words, their eyes turned red with anger. Then let's see if you have the strength. Little Flame was furious and sent out a tyrannical law palm. To it, Ji Jun also erupted with his law energy. Golden light shone brightly as his faith was invincible. His talent was obviously stronger than Little Flame's, so he could easily crush Little Flame in the same realm. Little Flame, let me help you. Seeing that Little Flame was about to be injured, the 9 spirits of heaven took out their halberds and joined the battle. Another piece of trash. Does Lin Ling like to be with trash? Ji Jun was not afraid at all. And that woman, come at me together. Today, if Lin Ling doesn't come out on his knees, I will make the entire Xianpeng province kneel. He is no longer qualified to be the first king. Boom. Rumble. Ji Jun became more and more courageous as he fought. He was like a god of faith and actually suppressed Little Flame and the other two. This scene made many people gasp. How could the difference in strength be so big? The ancient Ji family only relied on their family's bloodline. What qualifications do they have to laugh at others? At least they relied on their own bitter cultivation to grow up. Since you are so arrogant, I will also meet you. At this time, the earth shook and a giant stepped forward. It was Tyrant Shur-Iran. Tyrant Shur-Iran, one of the 10 heavenly emperors in the world of heaven and earth emperors. Boom. But soon, a clear voice floated out. Yun Shan smiled disdainfully. She waved her right hand and an ancient book appeared in the sky. Divine light shrouded and trapped the giant in the light, unable to move at all. Divine treasures. The famous family actually gave all their divine treasures to you. You are the only descendant of the famous family. Tyrant Shur-Iran said in surprise. She knew Heavenly Emperor Yun Tang. This person also had divine treasures, but he was not very strong. However, the girl had more divine treasures. Obviously, the famous family was afraid that the last of their bloodline would die, so they gave all the divine treasures to the girl to control. This is Tyrant Shur-Iran? Behind the girl, a large number of heavenly emperors mocked. The girl controlled the divine treasures like the daughter of a god, and there was a strong majesty on her beautiful face. The 10 great heavenly emperors are only SOSO. A light sentence with disdain and contempt floated out. Of course, if she was among the 3 great legends of the mortal world, the girl would be proud because she was not famous at all. She suppressed the 10 great heavenly emperors as soon as she was born. This strength was indeed powerful. Miss Yun of the famous Yun family, you are only relying on the strength of your family. Do you think you are relying on yourself? Now get out of here, or you will all die. At this time, another majestic voice floated out. Mercury flowed everywhere, causing Ji Lin and Yun Shan's expressions to change drastically. The person who came was very strong. They did not expect the rainforest's sacred land to have hidden dragons and crouching tigers. The person who came was obviously Xian Di, who was not weak. 10 Dao laws, you have some ability. Lin Ling's subordinates are not all trash. Get out of here. However, at this time, Tian Shui, who had been silent all this time, said in a low voice. Endless ripples erupted from his body. The power of 11 Dao laws turned into a war blade that fought the heavens and the earth, invincible. Rumble. The mercury was also cut apart, and a figure suddenly appeared. It was immortal Emperor Gang Yin. He stared at the snow in the sky with a shocked expression. 11 strands of the power of law? Senior? So it is Senior Gang Yin. Poor thing. In the past, I had to look up to you, but today, you have to look at me like a dog. Tian Shui stared at him indifferently as if he was looking at a defeated opponent. I did not expect Tian Shui, one of the 5 great heavenly emperors, to have improved so much after going through the secret realm. Gang Yin Xian Di said with a serious face. He finally knew why these people dared to come here. It turned out that each of them had a powerful background. There was the ancient Ji family, and there was the Sky family. Moreover, they were all extremely strong. Chapter 1836. The master of a battleship, so tell him to come out. Her voice was incomparably overbearing, causing the martial artists of Xianpeng province to clench their fists one after another. However, there was nothing they could do. Although Tian Shui was indeed overbearing, the fact that Lin Ling didn't dare to challenge the southern Xinyuan peak had also spread like wildfire, causing many people to laugh at Lin Ling. Tell him to come out. Ji Jun also indifferently spat out a sentence, causing the atmosphere in the rainforest Holy Land to become even more oppressive. Rumble. However, at this moment, a deafening sound came from the sky. Under countless gazes, a huge dragon turtle ship arrived. It was majestic and unstoppable. Countless people stared at the huge battleship in the sky, and their hearts trembled violently. What kind of powerful figure had arrived? The black radiance of the dragon turtle battleship seemed to be able to absorb any light. The shell of the giant turtle was like the toughest fortress. The mouth of the dragon opened on the dragon's head. When the giant battleship stopped in the sky, countless people swallowed their saliva with difficulty. Not only the entire Xianpeng province, but many experts from the 3 great myths of the mortal world also gasped. They had never seen that battleship before. What kind of person's battleship was that? For you. You've got guts, daring to disrupt my business. At this moment, Tian Shui was also secretly surprised, but there was anger on her face. Ever since she became one of the 5 lords of heaven, no one had ever dared to be arrogant in front of her. Now that she was Xian Di, such things were even rarer. Who is the owner of the battleship? Come out and see me. Ji Jun also coldly shouted. Today was the day he would make a name for himself. However, the owner of the warship was causing trouble. How could he not be furious? The battleship floated in the sky like a giant overlooking the mortals. Suddenly, a voice echoed out from the battleship. Get your ass out here to see you? A piece of trash nurtured by the power of faith of the ancient Ji family dares to call himself a genius? The other one is a piece of trash who borrowed all the divine treasures and treated them as his own power. Yet he dares to call himself a genius? His voice seemed to resound in every corner of the world, causing everyone's eardrums to hurt. At the same time, Ji Jun and Yun Shan's faces turned ugly. They were indeed strong, but it wasn't their hard work. After the master of the battleship said it out loud, they felt like they had lost all face. Hide your head and hide your tail. Come out if you dare. Tian Shui frowned slightly and sneered. Who do you think you are? A disdainful voice drifted out from the battleship. His surname is Tian Kong. He used to be one of the 5 lords of heaven. Today, his title is Xian Di. Before Tian Shui could say anything, Yun Shan, who was standing beside her, said coldly, As for me, I'm from a prestigious clan, while he, Ji Jun, is from the ancient Ji clan. The 3 of them were backed by the deacons of the mortal realm's highest deacon palace. No matter where they were, everyone would have to give them face. They didn't know who the owner of the battleship was, but they were sure that the owner of the battleship wouldn't dare to offend 3 ancient powers at the same time. As soon as they finished speaking, the 3 of them looked up at the sky with pride on their faces. The black battleship fell silent, causing many people to guess that the owner of the battleship was somewhat afraid. Of course, even if they encountered such a situation, they would also be afraid. Tian Shui, right? Chop off one of his arms. However, after a while, a domineering voice came out from the black battleship. Everybody's eyes froze, and their mouths were wide open. Tian Shui, a powerhouse with the title of Xian Di, backed by the Sky Clan, actually dared to chop off one of his arms? Even Tian Shui was shocked. He thought that after he announced his identity, the owner of the battleship would apologize to him, and then the owner of the battleship would just stay silent for a while before chopping off one of his arms. This must be a joke. Ji Jun, Yun Shan, and the others were astonished too. This must be fake. Are you really going to chop off one of my arms? Tian Shui laughed loudly, but his laughter was cold. A horrifying chill spread out, and everybody was afraid. However, the dragon turtle battleship didn't seem to feel the chill. A strange man floated out from the battleship. It was Yi Shao. He held the ancient sword in his hand and flew toward Tian Shui. Many people felt that the man's vigor wasn't strong. He wasn't even at the level of Wu Sheng. How could he chop off Tian Shui's arm with such a weak cultivation level? Not to mention Tian Shui's background, Tian Shui's strength alone was enough to stop that strange man from getting close to him. Haha. Tian Shui laughed out loud as if he was being played. He wanted to see how this man was going to chop him off. What a useless piece of trash. Let's show him later. Ji Jun and Yun Shan laughed coldly too. However, at this moment, a jade plate appeared in the man's left hand, and the sword in his right hand was raised up high. I am going to chop off one of your arms. Shoot! The sword was swung down, and Tianxue made a shrill cry. His arm was chopped off. He stared at the jade plate, and there was fear in his eyes. Boom! Everybody's heart exploded. He really did it. He did it. A man who wasn't at the level of Wu Sheng actually chopped off Tianxue's arm? That was like a dream. Ji Jun and Yun Shan's faces froze. They dared to come to the sacred land of the rainforest because they had Tianxue's background. However, their background was also chopped off. What was going on? What's your relationship with my brother? At this moment, Tianxue held his right arm and looked at the sky with a ferocious expression. That jade plate belonged to his brother, and his brother had always been strict with him. He admired his brother very much, so when he saw the jade plate, he didn't dare to fight back and allowed the strange man to chop off his right arm. It's nothing. I just know that even your brother is afraid of me. In the sky, the ancient battleship emitted a low voice, and the sky was filled with endless echoes. Tianxue's brother is Tianxue Dong, a blazing angel. Even he is afraid of the owner of the battleship. Who is the owner of this battleship? If the blazing angel is afraid of someone, this mysterious man must be very strong. The crowd who were watching from afar was shocked. The blazing angel Tianxue Dong, the heavenly emperor of the ancient immortal platform, was said to have few opponents in Wu Sheng's fifth stage realm. The only ones who were stronger than him were those who had a real source of power. But even he was afraid of this mysterious man. Who was this mysterious man? Thud thud thud. Tianxue kept retreating with a look of fear on her face. She did not doubt the words of the mysterious person. Because of her brother's arrogance, even if he were to encounter a peak expert of the 6th level of the martial saint realm, her brother would not be afraid. Therefore, everything before their eyes indicated that the strength of this person was extremely terrifying. As for Ji Jun and Yun Shan, their faces turned pale. Tianxue was their backing and their pride. If even Tianxue was afraid, what right did they have to be proud? For a moment, the entire sacred land of the rainforest was silent. Lord Shui Wu, Lord Pu and the rest were shocked. To be able to make people from the 3 strongest forces fear him, what was the background of this mysterious man? You're called Ji Jun, right? And you, from a prestigious family, do you think you're the #1 genius? After a moment of silence, the ancient battleship's voice drifted out again. Chapter 1837. Just trash. I don't dare. Humph. Senior, you're the real expert. Humph. Both of them bowed their heads, causing many people to sigh. Previously, these two people seemed to have unrecognized talents, so they wanted to shake the world as soon as they were born. However, now that they had kicked an iron plate, both of them lowered their heads and admitted their mistakes. The contrast was too big. The famous ancient Ji family is indeed a place where trash gathers. Arrogant and overbearing in front of the weak, submissive in front of the strong. Shameful, shameful. Humph. The disdainful voice drifted between heaven and earth, causing Ji Jun and Yun Shan's faces to turn ugly. However, even though they were unwilling, how could they speak when even Tianxue didn't dare to speak? Senior, we admit that we're not as good as you, but may I know Senior's name? Ji Jun gritted his teeth and looked at the sky stubbornly. You want to know who I am? The ancient battleship was silent for a moment, and then an indifferent voice came out. Before Ji Jun could speak, Yun Shan beside him said, how could she not want to know? In fact, everyone wanted to know who the owner of this mysterious battleship was. The battleship was silent for a moment. The next moment, a fire dragon king roared angrily and shrouded Ji Jun's body, incinerating all his power of law into ashes. Ji Jun's face turned pale. He was only 16 years old, but he was titled Xian Di. Although he relied on the power of faith contributed by everyone in his family to obtain this strength, it didn't stop him from being arrogant. But now, the owner of the battleship told him that his pride wasn't worth mentioning and easily destroyed his power of faith with a single move. Rumble. The Fire Dragon King didn't stop there. It swept through the ancient books and burned all of them. Yun Shan's face turned ugly. She knew that the other party was humiliating her, telling her how useless her strongest trump card was. It couldn't even block a single move. But at the same time, several figures slowly walked down from the battleship. The man in the lead was wearing a clean blue robe. He was holding a lively young girl's hand, carrying an ancient sword on his back. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and his handsome face was calm as he looked down at everyone. However, after seeing that man, the whole world instantly fell silent. Mad God Lin Ling. It's Lin Ling. Is back. After a moment of silence, countless voices of surprise rose and fell. Lin Ling, the first king of Xianping province, defeated the 4 new emperors in the past. Then he became the first king of the Zhenwu realm, suppressed Xianhuang Diyu, and was not afraid of the Fire Clan and the Yi Clan. Then, he fought at the peak of the Forbidden City and finally became the first king of the Vine Leaf world. It could be said that Lin Ling was not only a legendary figure in Xianping province, but also a legendary figure in the 3 profound realms of the human realm. And today, he had returned. As for Ji Jun and Yun Shan, their expressions changed drastically. It was actually Lin Ling. Previously, they were confident that Lin Ling was a rising genius. Moreover, they had the backing of Tian Tianxue. Therefore, they wanted to suppress Lin Ling. Moreover, they believed that Lin Ling would not dare to fight against Xianyuan Nanfeng. They believed that he was already a cripple and a has-been genius. But now, it was proven that they were not qualified to step on Lin Ling to become famous. In just one move, the 2 so-called geniuses had been defeated. How dare he laugh at Lin Ling with such strength? This was simply a joke. How could it be you? The one who was most surprised was none other than Tian Tianxue. In his mind, Lin Ling was actually an ant. He did not dare to fight against Xianyuan Nanfeng, which also meant that he did not dare to fight against him. But who knew that Lin Ling had really returned, and he even had his brother's token in his hand? What, do you want to lose an arm? Lin Ling looked at Tian Tianxue indifferently and said. Tian Tianxue's face turned ugly. In fact, he was confident that he was not weaker than Lin Ling. However, his brother's token was not fake. Therefore, even if he was not afraid of Lin Ling, he could not attack Lin Ling. Moreover, there was a trace of fear in his heart because his brother seemed to be afraid of Lin Ling as well. Could it be that Lin Ling was really so terrifying? Tian Tianxue suddenly fell silent as he thought of this. Tian Tianxue did not dare to speak. He came here arrogantly before, but after seeing Lin Ling, he did not dare to say a word. Many people were surprised once again when they saw this scene. Lin Ling stepped forward and came in front of Ji Jun and slapped him. The slap made Ji Jun's face turn ugly. You hit me? You're just a piece of trash. If you don't hit me, you won't know what an iron plate is. Lin Ling said indifferently. His tone was calm, but it carried a strong majesty. Then he shouted angrily, Kneel down. How dare you ask me to kneel down? Ji Jun raised his clear eyes and stared at Lin Ling. He was the only direct descendant of the ancient Ji family. How dare Lin Ling be so arrogant? Lin Ling nodded. It's a pity that you missed the chance to live. What do you mean? Do you dare to kill me? Ji Jun sneered. It's not the first time I've killed a descendant of the Ji family. Why wouldn't I dare? Swoosh. Lin Ling punched out, telling Ji Jun that there was nothing he did not dare to do. Since Ji Jun dared to come here today, he had to bear the consequences. Lin Ling knew that Ji Jun was suppressing him on the surface, but in fact, if he was not as strong as Ji Jun, he would have a miserable ending. Because Ji Jun wanted to rise, he naturally had to be famous and do shocking things, such as finding an excuse to kill the people of the Rainforest Holy Land. Therefore, Lin Ling would not show mercy. However, Ji Jun thought too highly of himself. He thought that Lin Ling did not fight in the southern Xianyuan Peak and that Lin Ling had declined. Unfortunately, that was only Ji Jun's wishful thinking. Ka. Ji Jun's eyes widened, and all the bones in his body shattered. He stared at Lin Ling. He did not expect that Lin Ling would dare to kill him. At this moment, he finally saw a legendary figure. He also knew that although he was a rising genius, he was still too young in front of Lin Ling. Boom! Ji Jun's body exploded and turned into ashes. He killed him with one punch. Ji Jun was the youngest Xiandi expert of the ancient Ji family. Whether it was the people of Xianpeng province or the spectators in the distance, they were all shocked at this moment. The current situation proved that the difference between Ji Jun and Lin Ling was in fact only one move. Lin Ling did not stop and came in front of Yun Shan. I heard that you are the last descendant of the famous Yun family. I'll kneel. Yun Shan's beautiful face kept changing. Without any hesitation, she knelt down. If she did not kneel, she would die. Among the three Xian in the mortal world, everyone gave face to the famous Yun family, but that did not include Lin Ling. If Lin Ling was weak, she, Yun Shan, could bully him and even bully the strong. However, Lin Ling's strength was obviously much stronger than hers. Plot. When she knelt, the heavenly emperors behind her all turned pale. They looked at Lin Ling and suddenly found that Lin Ling's eyes were filled with killing intent. Plot. Everyone immediately knelt down. Who did not know the name of the mad god Lin Ling in the mortal world's three Xian? Unless you can kill him, the price you have to pay will be very severe. Countless people looked at Yun Shan and the others who knelt down and felt like they were in a dream. These were the insufferably arrogant experts from before? As expected of Lin Ling. Every time he came, he would reverse the situation. Chapter 1838. Heavenly Sorcerer Mountain. You can't come and go as you please in Xianpeng province. Moreover, your elder brother loves you very much. Before he left, he told me to spare your life. Otherwise, do you think you can still speak? Lin Ling replied indifferently. What? Tian Shui trembled. His elder brother pleaded for him in front of Lin Ling? How was that possible? His elder brother was Wu Sheng, who was in the 5th stage realm. Shouldn't he be able to kill Lin Ling easily? I gave him face when he pleaded for mercy. But my face is limited. If you don't kneel in 10 breaths' time, you can try. Lin Ling turned around and left. His words seemed calm but carried an unquestionable majesty. Tian Shui stood there in a daze. Was he going to kneel? He was so much stronger than Lin Ling. How could he kneel? However, his elder brother's words were never wrong. He must have his reasons for doing so. 1, 2, 3. While Tian Shui was hesitating, Lin Ling calmly counted. Tian Shui had never felt that time passed so quickly. To him, Lin Ling was like a commoner holding an imperial edict. Commoners were not scary, but the imperial edict was. Will he really kneel? The crowd stared at Tian Shui, their hearts trembling. Tian Shui should not kneel. How could he possibly kneel? In terms of strength, cultivation realm, and status, Tian Shui surpassed Lin Ling. He would definitely not kneel. Plop. However, in the next moment, Tian Shui knelt down. Boom. Seeing this, countless people's hearts exploded. They simply could not understand what was going on. Tian Shui knelt down too? He was a titled celestial emperor, a king who stood above tens of thousands of people. He was arrogant and would rather die than submit to Duan Ling Tian. Everyone couldn't help but look at the back of the blue and white robed figure. They were even more shocked. Mad God Lin Ling, the #1 titled celestial emperor, where did he get his courage from? Lin Ling, I'm kneeling down because of my elder brother. It doesn't mean that I'm afraid of you. It's a disgrace that you don't dare to fight Xinyuan Nanfeng. Now, all the legends in the mortal world are laughing at you. Therefore, I'd like to remind you that relying on my elder brother's jade pendant doesn't mean that everyone will give you face. However, Lin Ling didn't pay attention to him at all. Instead, he was happily chatting with the Extreme Flame Ancestors group. He really doesn't dare. Seeing Lin Ling's appearance, many people frowned. They were certain that Lin Ling didn't dare to face Xinyuan Nanfeng, so he was running away. After all, he's only the #1 celestial emperor. His strength can't be compared to the mighty Xiandi. It's normal that he doesn't dare to fight. However, he's too arrogant. If he's not a match for Xinyuan Nanfeng, he shouldn't resist him. In this way, he'll be greatly disappointed and become a laughingstock. Yes, Mad God Linling doesn't live up to his reputation. Many people thought that Linling was just proud for now. Xianyuan Nanfeng knew that Linling had appeared, so he would definitely come looking for him. However, just as they thought this, Linling finished his conversation with his family and looked at Tian Shui. Xianyuan Nanfeng, where's that trash? I'm busy now, so I'll kill him in 3 moves. What? Question mark. Tian Shui raised her head and stared at Linling in disbelief. Linling really dared to fight. Moreover, Linling didn't accept the challenge before because he didn't have time for Linling. Heavenly Witch Mountain. Tian Shui spat out a sentence and then stared at Linling. She thought that Linling was just putting on an act. However, she didn't know that she was overthinking. Linling nodded calmly as if he didn't know that he was going to a tiger's den. He strode out and said, "Before I come back, you guys continue to kneel. I'll make you kneel until you're convinced." Yes. As soon as he finished speaking, Linling strode towards the sky. Fight. Everyone stared at Linling in shock. Linling had accepted the challenge and left. Tian Shui opened her mouth wide. She wanted to remind Linling of something, but she couldn't say anything at this moment. As for Yun Shan and the others, their expressions changed drastically. However, they still knelt there and waited. They wanted to hear the news of Linling's death on Heavenly Witch Mountain. They didn't believe that Linling was still alive. "Linling, I'll go with you." Seeing Linling walking towards the sky, Tyrant Shuriren immediately shouted, "Heavenly Witch Mountain. The Heavenly Emperor's meeting will be held there to discuss the alliance. Only the powerful Xian Di can enter. Shuriren, it's better if you don't go." Bai Yun Tiandi seemed to be very familiar with Heavenly Witch Mountain and couldn't help but persuade her. "No, I said that I want to see Linling fight with Xianyuan Nanfeng." Tyrant Shuriren was extremely stubborn. "It's not a big problem. If you want to go, then let's go together." "Grandfather, mother, do you want to go?" However, Linling stopped and turned around with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's heart trembled violently. Linling actually brought so many relatives and friends. Was Heavenly Witch Mountain his home? Bai Yun Tiandi and the others were also stunned. Go together? Even Patriarch Extreme Flame and the others? Patriarch Extreme Flame and the others weren't at the level of Wu Sheng. How could they be qualified to go? "Ling, we won't go. Go early and come back early." Patriarch Extreme Flame smiled bitterly. Although he didn't know what Heavenly Witch Mountain represented, it was definitely the gathering place of the strongest warriors. How could he be qualified to go? "Okay, grandfather, wait for my good news." "Shuren, come with me." Linling smiled and asked Little Flame and the others to shout out that they wanted to go with Linling. Although they were at the bottom of the Xiandi world, they could still look after each other if they went together. Linling immediately nodded and the dragon turtle battleship appeared. He asked Little Flame and the others to step on the dragon turtle battleship and then flew into the distance. "Tian Shui, you must want to see a good show. Then wait for the news. See how powerful Xianyuan Nanfeng is in your heart." At the same time, Linling's domineering voice floated in the sky. It was as if the South Mountain, South Xianyuan Nanfeng was as weak as a dog. Everyone stared at the mighty dragon turtle battleship in the sky and felt that it was extremely unreal. Linling was only the first Sky Emperor. He really dared to go, and he did it arrogantly. There was only a month until the end of the Vine Leaf world. Where did Linling get his confidence from? Rumble. The dragon turtle battleship took everyone and disappeared into the sky. Patriarch Extreme Flame was a little nervous and expectant. However, he could only wait at home for the news. What? Mad God Linling appeared? Didn't he refuse to fight? How dare he appear? "I heard that this kid is going to Heavenly Witch Mountain to accept the challenge from Xianyuan Nanfeng. 3 days ago, he didn't come because he didn't rush over, not because he didn't dare to fight. You must be joking. Linling is only the first Sky Emperor. How could he have the strength to fight against a powerful genius with the title Xian Di?" When Linling went to Heavenly Witch Mountain, the entire 3 mysterious realms of the mortal world was in an uproar. It was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. Mad God Linling had surfaced again. Moreover, it seemed like he was going to stir up huge waves. Countless people were looking forward to it. Heavenly Witch Mountain was located at the border between Xianping Province and Xianhuangdiu. This place was a forbidden area for many martial artists. Heavenly Witch Mountain was surrounded by an ancient lake. There were wild beasts in the lake. Without Wu Sheng's realm, no one could get close. Chapter 1839. Xiandi's gathering. The Xiandi's gathering on Heavenly Witch Mountain was even more prestigious. Many titled Xiandi experts had gathered. At that moment, a large number of Xiandi experts had gathered on the vast mountain range. There were many banquets on the mountain peak, including spirit peaches, celestial fruits, fine wine, and delicacies. However, many of the banquets were still empty. Clearly, they were still waiting for the guests to arrive. Lin Yanchen, your suggestion is good. The demon realm is about to invade. Evil Buddha and the ghost realm are also eyeing them covetously. Therefore, as titled Xiandi experts, we should form an alliance. A young man at the banquet said calmly with a proud look on his face. To be able to be invited and appear here, this meant that his status in the mortal world was not low. This was a supreme honor and pride. Senior Sister Lu Susu and I came up with this suggestion. Thank you for giving us face. On the other side, a woman in yellow smiled gracefully. She had a long sword by her waist. She was the chief disciple of the Eternal Palace, Yanchen Xiandi. Beside her was a charming and seductive woman. It was Lu Susu. She greeted everyone politely, but many Xiandi experts stared at her maliciously and licked their lips. Then what is the alliance between Lu Susu and Lin Yanchen? As long as it is an alliance, I, Xingyue Xiandi, will definitely join you. Of course, it would be good if you repay me appropriately. A skinny young man smiled faintly. The meaning of his words was obvious. If he joined their alliance, they should compensate him. In the human world, there were very few people who dared to disrespect Lu Susu. However, that didn't include the titled Xiandi experts. Let's talk about it when you join us. Lu Susu knew what he meant. She was indeed a smooth and slick person, so she smiled and replied immediately. The 4 deities of Jade Water from the ancient Ji family are here. The twin dragons from the Xinyuan family are here. Supreme Clan's 9th moon is here too. Tsk, that's the first celestial emperor from 300 years ago. Among the celestial emperors with the title of Xiandi, his strength isn't weak either. Iron Reed Xiandi. The Crystal 7 Talents, I've long heard of you. Today, I finally get to meet you. The gathering at Xiandi on this Tianwu mountain is getting more and more valuable. Suddenly, the crowd was in an uproar. In the distant sky, a large number of Xiandi arrived one after another. Every one of them was the youngest Xiandi. Their cultivation time was no more than 500 years, and they were all experts on the Martial Pavilion's Earth ranking. There were as many experts as there were clouds, and as many geniuses as there were seas. These words were enough to describe the grandeur of this gathering on the Heavenly Witch Mountain. Thank you all for giving me face. As for Lu Susu and the others, they warmly welcomed them. In fact, it was that lord's idea to convene this Xiandi alliance, and that lord was the mastermind behind the Martial Pavilion. When this suggestion was made, the 3 great legends of the mortal world also agreed. However, the first thing to do was to gather the young Xiandi and divide them into several alliances. Then, it was time for the Xiandi, who had cultivated for 1,000 years, to gather and join the alliance. Everyone quickly sat down and chatted cheerfully. They didn't get to the main topic for the time being, because they had received news that an even more terrifying Xiandi was coming. It was the son of Huang. Rumble. However, at this moment, the Dragon Turtle battleship arrived majestically in the sky, causing the entire Heavenly Witch Mountain to fall silent. Even Lu Susu and the others' expressions changed slightly. The arrival of this person was so grand, and they didn't know where this Xiandi expert came from. Is that the legendary Dragon Turtle battleship? Tsk, I heard that with a battleship in hand, you don't even need to use a teleportation formation. You can travel anywhere you want. I'm so jealous. I wonder where this CND comes from. Who cares where this CND comes from? This dragon turtle battleship, I want it. Many CND narrowed their eyes, and a hint of greed bloomed in their eyes. The dragon turtle battleship was not bad. The dragon turtle battleship was mighty and domineering, and it quickly stopped above Heavenly Witch Mountain. Then, several figures walked out, causing the CND present to be stunned. They didn't know these people at all. Only a few people's expressions changed slightly, especially Lu Susu. She was even more shocked. How could she not know these people? If it wasn't Lin Ling, who else could it be? Moreover, not only did Lin Ling come alone, but he also brought Tyrant Iren, the Fire Spirit Princess, Bai Yuntiendi, and the others. Although these people were very famous, they had only just stepped into the CND world. They weren't qualified to come to this gathering. This guy. Lu Susu smiled bitterly. If she remembered correctly, Lin Ling was only the first Heavenly Emperor. With such strength, he dared to come with great fanfare. This was really in line with Lin Ling's character. However, she stared at the handsome young man in the sky, and her beautiful eyes flickered. She hadn't seen him for a while, and that little guy was becoming more and more attractive. "Or you, tell me your name." After a moment of silence, a cold voice finally drifted out from the top of the mountain. "His name is Lin Ling, the first Heavenly Emperor." However, before Lin Ling could speak, a smile came from the top of the mountain. It was South Mountain, Xinyuan Southern Peak. At this moment, Xinyuan Southern Peak was a little excited. A few days ago, Lin Ling didn't dare to fight, and this caused the entire mortal world to laugh at Lin Ling. Xinyuan Southern Peak's reputation was greatly improved, and his family gave him a big reward. He originally wanted to humiliate Lin Ling again, but he received an invitation from the Heavenly Witch Mountain, so he couldn't leave. But now, Lin Ling actually came here to make a fool of himself. Interesting, this was really interesting. The first Heavenly Emperor dared to show up in the CND world? This was definitely going to be an interesting scene. Who is Lin Ling? Since Lin Ling was a titled celestial emperor who had been famous for a long time, it was only natural that most people did not know who he was. It's Lin Ling, the mad god. He's not strong, but he dares to provoke the rising star of the mortal world. Of course, there were people who knew the name Lin Ling, but they were more of a joke. They wanted to see what tricks Lin Ling was going to play. So it's this ant. I've heard of his name, and I heard that he's quite arrogant. Many CND nodded and slowly drank their wine. Although they disdained Lin Ling, it was obvious that they wouldn't attack Lin Ling, because there were plenty of people who wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson. The 4 Jade Water Fairies from the ancient Ji family were eating immortal peaches. One of them said lightly, "Yishen CND, you've just stepped into the CND world. Go and tell Lin Ling what our rules are." "Yes, senior brother." "Yes." At the side, a Heaven Realm CND named Wuxing walked out. According to the rules, he wasn't qualified to appear here, but he came as a follower, so everyone tacitly acknowledged his position. "Mad God Lin Ling, this dragon turtle battleship is good, leave it to me." "All right." The young man named Yishen CND smiled faintly and flew towards the sky. What a fast move, we're one step slower. "Yes." "Dragon turtle battleship, I want it too." "Yes." Seeing Yishen CND's actions, many CNDs secretly frowned. They were too slow. At this moment, Yishen CND appeared in the sky with his hands behind his back. He looked calmly at Lin Ling and said, "Lin Ling, you've provoked the ancient Ji family many times, so leave this dragon turtle battleship behind. Consider it as collecting some interest. Then, on account of the mortal realm's highest authority, I'll let you leave alive." Scram. Beside Lin Ling, Iren and the others' expressions changed slightly. It was actually Yishen CND. This person had just been titled as CND. Although his realm was the same as theirs, his strength was slightly stronger. Most importantly, Yishen CND was obviously the existence of a touchstone. If Lin Ling didn't handle Yishen CND well, it would cause many CND below to be dissatisfied, and by then, it would be troublesome. Chapter 1840. Fists are rules. What makes you think you're qualified to say that? Bai Yun Tiandi wanted to remind Lin Ling to be careful, but Lin Ling had already spoken. Ha, I'm qualified in everything. Yixuan Xiandi laughed mockingly. Lin Ling was a piece of trash who didn't even dare to fight the southern Xianyuan peak. How dare he ask him if he's qualified? You're only the first heavenly emperor, but I'm an expert with the title of Xiandi. That's why I'm qualified. Yixuan Xiandi wanted to shake the world with his name, so he shouted angrily. His powerful aura erupted at the same time, causing the Xiandi on the mountain peak to laugh even more coldly. A large number of experts had already gathered in the distance. Many titled heavenly emperors were also there. To them, Lin Ling dared to come to Xiandi's world. He must have eaten a leopard's guts. I'm only the first heavenly emperor, but you're an expert with the title of Xiandi. That's why I want to give you the dragon turtle battleship. So that's why. Lin Ling revealed an expression of sudden enlightenment, causing immortal Emperor Yixuan to be astonished. Could it be that this Lin Ling was an idiot? How could he not understand such a simple logic? Just as he wanted to speak, under his aura, a fist ruthlessly slammed over. It was like the fist of an invincible war god, tyrannical and majestic. Boom! Yixuan Xiandi's body twisted like a prawn, bending over and spitting out bile. Just as he was about to speak, an arm stretched out, grabbed his neck, and lifted him up. I'm the first heavenly emperor, and you're an expert with the title of Xiandi? Lin Ling's thunderous voice came out of his mouth. This sentence was obviously sarcastic. He questioned Yixuan Xiandi. You're an expert with the title of Xiandi, so why are you so weak? Is this heavenly witch mountain your home? But even if it is your home, I, Lin Ling, can come and go as I please. You're courting death. Lin Ling grabbed Yixuan Xiandi's neck and smashed it into the distance. Following that, an ancient dragonfish desolate beast rushed out from the Tianwu ancient lake and swallowed Yixuan Xiandi. Lin Ling's attack was direct and efficient, and could be said to be thunderous. Silence. The mountaintop was completely silent. The heavenly witch mountain was completely silent. Even Bai Yun Tiandi and the others were silent. They had never imagined that Lin Ling would come in such a forceful manner. Whoever dared to stop him would be sent flying with a single punch. This guy. Sure, Iran originally wanted to convince him with words. For example, they were here to look for the southern Xianyuan peak and did not want to provoke others. However, Lin Ling chose to use the most domineering and simple way to solve everything. Trash Lin Ling, you didn't dare to accept the challenge, and now you come here to behave atrociously. How dare you? What kind of place is the heavenly witch mountain? Are you even qualified to come here? After a moment of silence, the mountaintop was filled with angry shouts. Many Xiandi experts leaped up and released their terrifying auras, wanting to suppress Lin Ling. To them, if Lin Ling could also come to the heavenly witch mountain, it would be a humiliation to the Xiandi experts. The strength of these immortal emperors couldn't be considered top-notch, but there were a lot of them. They seemed to be the followers of powerful immortal emperors. However, no matter where they were placed, these immortal emperors would be considered as overlords. Lin Ling's way of coming is so arrogant. How dare he be arrogant without strength? He's asking for humiliation. He forgot that he's facing the Xiandi experts. In the distance, many people sneered. Lin Ling could defeat one Xiandi expert, but could he defeat more than 10? Looking at the large number of experts flying towards him, Lin Ling sneered. If it was before, he would have avoided them, but now, he had nothing to fear. He sensed that there were many experts on the mountain peak who harbored evil intentions. They were people from the ancient Ji clan and Xianyuan clan. Hence, he knew that even if he swallowed his anger, those immortal emperors would not let him off. Qualifications, my fist is qualifications. Lin Ling roared. The ancient god emperor descended, the power of 16 universes exploded, and he used the black tortoise 9 steps. Boom. With one punch, a powerful Xiandi expert was sent flying, spitting out blood. Boom. With another punch, the power of laws was also shattered, smashing into the ancient lake. No one knew if he was dead or alive. Boom. With another punch, no one could block it. They asked Lin Ling for qualifications, and Lin Ling told them what qualifications were with his strength. They thought that Lin Ling was the #1 heavenly emperor and was not strong enough to face them, but that was only their imagination. A large number of heavenly emperors were sent flying, some smashed into the ancient lake, and some spat out blood. Was this still the #1 heavenly emperor Lin Ling? With this strength, he could be ranked on the Middle Earth list. Wait, Lin Ling, I don't want to fight anymore. I won't stop you. Although those CND experts were above tens of thousands of people and had a noble status, they were only between the first and second stage of Wusheng, and they only had 2 laws. You don't want to fight? Trash, like you have the qualifications to come to the Heavenly Witch Mountain? How can I not have the qualifications? Lin Ling's sneer became wider, frivolous, and domineering. At this moment, he was like a dazzling meteor, blooming with bright light. The ancient god emperor descended, as if he carried the pride of the star-picking nation, and suppressed all the CND experts in the sky, causing them to flee in panic. Star-picking great emperor. Looking at the tall and mighty figure, many people were shocked. It was as if they were looking at the 4 great emperors of the ancient era. As for Bai Yuntiendi and the rest, they sucked in a breath of cold air. They did not expect Lin Ling to become so strong. Even when facing a second stage Wusheng, he was still able to chop vegetables and cut melons. Now, do I have the qualifications? When he could no longer see any CND experts in the sky, Lin Ling looked down and said. This time, he felt extremely carefree, even more carefree than when he became the #1 heavenly emperor. One had to know that after the seal of the true martial world, he had been suppressing his anger because everyone was jealous of his achievements, so they joined forces to bully him. But now, all the suppressed anger was released. He felt his soul power slowly increasing, and this reminded him of Taoist Kame's words. Stick to your heart, don't be soft-hearted. Do I have the qualifications? Lin Ling shouted again. The world was silent. If Lin Ling was not qualified, then Xian Di and the rest, who were defeated by Lin Ling, would be even less qualified. This was the qualification that came from punching. Lin Ling, there's a place for you in the Heavenly Witch Mountain. Finally, Lu Susu's voice floated out, confirming Lin Ling's qualifications. As for the stronger Xian Di, their eyes flickered. They did not expect Lin Ling to become so strong, but they obviously did not care because Lin Ling had only defeated Wusheng. It was not worth their concern. On the contrary, if Lin Ling left now, they would be disappointed because Lin Ling's arrival in the Heavenly Witch Mountain would cause even more trouble. Let's go down. Lin Ling put away the dragon turtle battleship, held Princess Hualing's hand, and slowly walked down the mountain. As for Little Flame, the 9 spirits of heaven, and the rest, their faces were solemn. After landing on the mountain, they suddenly realized that the powerful aura on the mountain was extremely terrifying. The pressure was so strong that even Tyrant Shur and Iran's hearts trembled. However, all of them subconsciously looked at Lin Ling and realized that Lin Ling seemed to have blocked the wind and rain, allowing them to finally relax. That seat belongs to us. Scram. Lin Ling's face was calm. His gaze landed on one of the seats, and he immediately shouted coldly. Right now, most of the seats were occupied, and the limited number of seats were reserved for the experts who were about to arrive. Therefore, Lin Ling took a liking to a seat and directly snatched it. You're asking me to scram? Chapter 1841. Recognition of qualifications. You're just a 3rd-degree realm Wusheng, you don't have the right to sit alone. There are more people on my side, don't tell me you want to sit with me? Or do you want us to stand and drink? Lin Ling said calmly. Even so, first come first serve. You're not following the rules. Xian Di said coldly. Rules? Lin Ling's lips curled into a cold smile. He had never seen anyone talking about rules since he started learning martial arts. A practitioner's rules were actually strength. Lin Ling didn't explain. He walked forward and picked up the wine jug on the table and poured the wine on that person's head. Are you going to scram or not? Arrogant. Extremely arrogant. As a titled celestial emperor, he was someone who could establish his own sect no matter where he went. How humiliating it was for a senior like him to be doused with wine by someone else. Lin Ling, don't be too arrogant. Finally, someone from the Xinyuan clan spoke up. It was Xinyuan's southern peak. Trash, you don't have the right to sit alone. Lin Ling said directly, his words were filled with contempt. I'm trash? Xian Di was stunned. He was ranked 70 in the Intermediate Martial Arts Pavilion. He was trash? He stared at Lin Ling with disdain. Moreover, the dragon's roar quietly bloomed, as if a dragon had been resurrected. Obviously, he was using his powerful heaven-grade talent to let Lin Ling know who was the trash. Unfortunately, he was indeed trash. Compared to Lin Ling in terms of talent, he was far too inferior. Sensing the dragon's aura enveloping his body, Lin Ling sneered. The ancient god emperor appeared behind him and his heaven-grade 10th grade talent was unleashed. Bang! A terrifying aura attacked. That heavenly emperor seemed to have seen the ancient god. His legs were unsteady and he fell to the ground in fright. As for the immortal emperors on the mountain peak, their expressions changed. It had to be known that in the Vine Leaf world, many people had guessed that Lin Ling's talent wasn't low, but as for what grade, no one could be sure. But now, everyone was sure that it was 10th grade heaven rank. Trash, are you still not going to scram? Lin Ling didn't care about the shock of the surrounding powerhouses. His voice was low and deep, but it carried an unquestionable majesty. He didn't have to be courteous to the Xinyuan clan. I'll scram. That immortal emperor trembled with fear and fled in the end. Sit down, little flame, pour the wine. Lin Ling was the first to sit down. Then he laughed heartily. Yes, big brother. Little Flame, the 9 spirits of heaven, and the others were very excited. Not everyone could be so bold and lawless in the Xiandi world. They all sat down, drank the wine, and ate the immortal peaches. They were in high spirits. As for Bai Yun Tiendi and the others, they felt like they were in a dream. They had never thought that they would be able to sit in the same place as the youngest Xiandi expert one day. Moreover, he ignored them and drank his own wine and ate his own food. This Lin Ling is indeed the boss of Little Flame and the others. Tyrant Shi Iran thought to herself. The Xiandi experts around them were very shrewd, so they didn't act up for the time being. Instead, they whispered to each other as if they didn't care about Lin Ling's frivolity. Perhaps in their hearts, Lin Ling's actions were just a clown's. As for the Xinyuan family's table, 2 young men looked at Lin Ling coldly. Finally, one of them shouted, Xinyuan Nanfeng, is this the Lin Ling you wanted to challenge? How did his talent reach the 10th grade of the heaven rank? At this moment, Xinyuan Nanfeng's face was solemn. If he had 100% confidence in crushing Lin Ling at the beginning, now he only had 60% confidence. Heaven rank 10th grade talent, no wonder Lin Ling was so arrogant. Haha, but this person is brave but not smart. He dares to come here so arrogantly, he must think that he has great talent and can amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. Unfortunately, he doesn't know that a cultivator needs to hide his strength. A cultivator like this is not worth our concern. Another young man said indifferently. His appearance was exactly the same as the young man who spoke at the beginning. He was the Twin Dragons gang from the Xinyuan family. These 2 powerful Xiandi were strong practitioners who had cultivated for 400 years. Their strength reached the heavens and earth. Even among the 5th degree realm of Wusheng, there were few who could be their match. They were on par with the ancient Ji family's 4 Jade Water Fairies, the Supreme family's Jiu Yu Jiu, the E clan's Tai Lu Xiandi, and the Crystal 7 Talents. These Xiandi practitioners who had cultivated for less than 500 years were almost comparable to the Supreme Xiandi, Symbol Ancestor, and other strong practitioners. Don't worry. Although Lin Ling's talent has increased greatly, he is only in the 2nd degree realm of Wusheng. As for me, I am in the 4th degree realm of Wusheng and possess 11 laws. Oppressing him is as easy as flipping my hand. Moreover, Lin Ling is indeed too foolish. He shouldn't have revealed his talent so quickly. If he had used it at the crucial moment, Perhaps there might be an unexpected effect. Xianyuan Nanfeng quickly regained his confidence. He stared at Lin Ling with disdain. Lin Ling had disappointed him. Unfortunately, how would he know that Lin Ling's heaven-ranked 10th grade was Lin Ling's final trump card? That's good. Many people are watching this gathering. We must spread the name of the Divine Dragon Warrior. The two Twin Dragons Society members spoke out. The crowd continued to eat and drink. They knew that something was going to happen next. Outside the Heavenly Witch Mountain, those onlookers also had the same thought. They even knew that Lin Ling's goal today was to battle Xianyuan Nanfeng. Mad God Lin Ling, you have drunk and eaten. Perhaps you should know the purpose of Xiandi's gathering. Suddenly, a Xiandi opened his mouth. He was one of the 4 jade water fairies, Xiandi. I'm sorry, I don't know the purpose of Xiandi's gathering. Lin Ling drank his wine and replied. Ha! The crowd laughed. Lin Ling dared to come here without knowing anything. What was the difference between such an action and coming here to die? This time, it's for the Xiandi Alliance. Many alliances will be discussed. Then, the Xiandi powerhouses will each choose an alliance suitable for them to join. After the demon invasion, they will resist the foreign enemies. Lu Susu rolled her eyes. Was that guy here to cause trouble? Oh, I understand. Lin Ling nodded in realization. No wonder there were so many powerhouses here. Since you don't even know this, what's your purpose here? Another Xiandi laughed. His tone was full of ridicule. Very simple. I had an appointment with someone before, but because I missed the time, someone spread the news and laughed at me everywhere. So, I came here today to accept the challenge. Lin Ling stopped drinking and said indifferently, Huh, didn't you say you didn't dare to fight? Why did you find an excuse to say you missed the time? You arrogantly asked for a challenge, but since you missed the time, it's normal for you to be laughed at. Do you know why we didn't stop you from coming here? It's not because we acknowledge your strength, but because we were waiting for the powerhouses to arrive. We were a little bored, so we wanted to find some entertainment for you. Hearing Lin Ling's words, those powerful Xiandi finally opened their mouths to mock him. Among them, many of their cultivations had reached Wu Sheng's 5th degree realm. Naturally, they didn't put Lin Ling in their eyes. Only Wu Sheng's 2nd degree realm. Although his innate talent is not bad, but it's better to keep a low profile. Otherwise, be careful not to kick an iron plate and die without knowing why. One of the handsome young men drank his wine and muttered to himself. Apparently, he was extremely unhappy with Lin Ling. Mad God Lin Ling, Human Realm's hero. Chapter 1842. Battle at Xianyuan Nanfeng. Ha! Many Xiandis began to laugh mockingly as well. These fellows actually think that Lin Ling is an entertainer who drinks to liven things up? Lu Susu couldn't help but frown when she saw the experts mocking Lin Ling. She was about to speak when Lin Yanchen waved her hands at her. There are too many experts here. If you stand up for Lin Ling, you will bring more trouble to Lin Ling. After all, the Crystal 7 talents like you very much. Lu Susu fell silent instantly when she heard this. Sometimes, if she didn't help, she would indeed bring trouble to Lin Ling. Especially the Crystal 7 talents. The 7 lecherous Yendis weren't pushovers. However, just as everyone was mocking him, a chuckling voice drifted over. Although Wu Sheng is only at the 2nd stage, it won't be difficult for him to kill you, who is only at the 5th stage of Wu Sheng. This voice caused the entire mountain peak to fall silent. This was because the person who had spoken was Lin Ling. Furthermore, he had said this to one of the Crystal 7 talents. Such words were simply boasting shamelessly and even seeking death. How dare a mere Lin Ling say that it wouldn't be difficult for him to kill the Crystal 7 talents? Gradually, an oppressive atmosphere spread. All the experts tacitly fell silent. Obviously, they knew that Lin Ling's words had completely offended the Crystal 7 talents. Ha! That's a good joke. However, to everyone's surprise, the handsome young man fiddled with his wineglass and didn't show any signs of anger. He seemed to treat Lin Ling's words as a joke. The crowd was stunned before they burst into laughter. Indeed, this was a joke. Linling, do you know that you are talking to the Crystal Seven Talents? Do you think you have the right to meet him? You're not even my match, you only know how to spout nonsense. At this time, Xinyuan Nanfeng stood up and finally decided to fight. In the beginning, Linling didn't dare to fight against Linling. This caused the entire human world to laugh at Mad God Linling. But now, Linling had finally arrived. However, this was also according to his wishes. If he could defeat Mad God Linling, not only would Linling be ridiculed even more, but the southern Xinyuan peak would also become even more famous. Although it's just drinking to liven things up, how can a battle between warriors be a spar? So, if we're going to fight, we'll fight to the death. Those who die will be thrown into the ancient lake to feed the desolate beasts. One of the members of the Twin Dragons Society said calmly, but his words were extremely vicious, as if the loser would become nourishment for the desolate beast. However, this ruthlessness wasn't limited to just one person. Another person beside him also said, if you don't want to fight, then throw him into the ancient lake to feed the desolate beast. A moment later, those immortal emperors coldly laughed. Wanting to step into their world? This wasn't a place where one could come and go as they pleased. Right now, Linling could be considered to be stuck between a rock and a hard place. Whether he fought or not, he would still die. What a ruthless method. As for the crowd far away from Heavenly Shaman Mountain, their expressions changed dramatically. For a moment, everyone looked at Linling. Linling had arrived with such great fanfare. He shouldn't be afraid of this battle. As you wish. How could Linling not know their tricks? He sneered and slowly stood up. Xinyuan Nanfeng also walked forward step by step, at the same time saying indifferently, I'm not the trash Xiandi you defeated previously. I'm one of the 5 heavenly monarchs. In the past, I was one of the 5 strongest heavenly emperors. Today, I'm also an existence that can't be underestimated in Xiandi world. Don't think that you can be lawless just because you have a 10th grade heaven rank talent. It's just that some people aren't like you, bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Bullying the weak and fearing the strong? Linling was startled. He was bullying the weak and fearing the strong? Isn't that so? You only dare to bully those first-degree Xiandi from Wuxing world. When you meet me, the Xiandi from the Twin Dragons Society and the Crystal Seven Talents, you don't dare to be arrogant. Xinyuan Nanfeng stopped walking and stood 10 meters away from Linling. Linling was startled again, but he was too lazy to explain. He said, that's right, I'm bullying the weak and fearing the strong. I'm not as low-key as you. You're strong but you don't bully the weak. Today, because I'm too arrogant and caused you to be dissatisfied, you came out to defeat me, right? You're right. Xinyuan Nanfeng nodded indifferently. Linling shook his head, then let's start. Since you said that I'm arrogant and fearing the strong, then I'll be arrogant to the end. I'll let you have 3 moves. Boom. Hearing Linling's words, everyone's heart was struck by lightning. With a difference of 2 realms, Linling actually let him have 3 moves? Although his talent was stronger, talent didn't mean everything. Idiot, do you think you can defeat your opponent with pressure just because your talent is strong? If a true expert doesn't have a law, then it's useless no matter how strong his talent is. This Linling doesn't look like a knowledgeable cultivator. Arrogant soldiers are bound to lose. One of the Crystal Seven Talents snorted coldly. Previously, he even burst out with a 10th grade heaven rank talent. He won't hold back. He's too straightforward, he won't be able to achieve anything. Another person shook his head. On the mountain peak, the experts were discussing with ridicule and disdain. Even Xinyuan Nanfeng was shaking his head. He won this battle too easily. You'll regret it. South of the South Mountain, peak among peaks, dragon among dragons. Xinyuan Nanfeng was too lazy to talk nonsense. He erupted with his full strength and released his law. An ancient mountain peak appeared behind him, soaring to the sky, and a divine dragon in the sky. According to legend, the height of a mountain didn't matter, as long as there was a dragon. South of the South Mountain, peak among peaks, dragon among dragons. One of the 5 heavenly monarchs in the past, today's genius with the title Xiandi, He's fighting the #1 heavenly emperor, Mad God Linling. I wonder who will win. That's nonsense. Xianyuan Nanfeng will definitely win. Yes, although Linling can also defeat Xian Di, don't forget that when Linling became the #1 heavenly emperor, Xianyuan Nanfeng was already titled Xian Di. The crowd in the distance was extremely excited. They were witnessing the battle of the most talented geniuses that they had missed. First move, south of the South Mountain. An ancient voice sounded, and the law descended. A mountain within a mountain appeared, suppressing Linling. The ancient mountain appeared around Linling, and smoke filled the air. It turned into a huge mountain in the shape of a dragon, sealing off Linling's space. Even the void was sealed. This is a law-locking martial art. Lu Susu frowned as she stared at the majestic scene. Since the development of law martial arts to this day, there had already been several domains. It was no longer a simple clash between the strong. Sometimes, there would be schemes within schemes, as well as attack methods such as superimposing the power of law. As for law-locking martial arts, the power of law was not strong. Its only advantage was to seal Linling. Moreover, this was only the first step. The second and third steps were the most terrifying. Second move, peak among peaks. Another law descended, and there were as many as 3. An ancient mountain fell from the sky, forming a triangle as if to suppress the earth. It was said that this peak among peaks was extremely powerful. If it suppressed an expert, it could last for 500 years. Moreover, the suppressed expert could not use any law, such as stepping into the void, shrinking, or using the power of wind, fire, and thunder. These could not shake the peak among peaks. This was an extremely powerful domain of law-locking martial arts. Dragon among dragons. An ancient azure dragon roared out. Its dragon horns were majestic and its azure scales were shocking to the eye. After circling in the sky, it coiled around the mountain peak. Inside the mountain peak, Linling was trapped and suppressed by the mountain peak. In the end, he was going to be swept to death by the azure dragon. This was a law-locking martial art. Chapter 1843. Defeating the enemy in one move good. Such terrifying power of law. Even if the gods of the 9 heavens were suppressed in the mountain, he would still die. Yes. Linling only has this kind of strength, and he actually gave him 3 moves? Yes. Outside of the heavenly witch mountain, on the summit, everyone was shocked. In their eyes, the azure dragon was constantly circling the ancient mountain. At first, it was slow, but in the end, it reached a terrifying speed. It was like a spinning fan, cutting through space and everything. Defeat. Yes. Following Xianyuan's southern peak's last figure, the azure dragon's roar was deafening. It was as if a passage to the devil world had been opened. The people in the distance were shocked. Linling might have been torn to pieces by the azure dragon. Reverse for me. However, at this time, a loud voice suddenly resounded. The azure dragon's speed suddenly stopped, and then it began to rotate in an anti-clockwise direction. The ancient mountains suddenly exploded, and rocks flew everywhere. An ancient god emperor's figure walked out, and a dragon's roar resounded. The power of 11 laws is too weak. Yes. The cold voice was like thunder, and it caused the wind and clouds to blow. Under countless gazes, a dragon's claw appeared. The blue-robed youth actually grabbed the huge azure dragon, and then fiercely clenched it. Dragon against dragon, the scene in front of them proved what a real divine dragon warrior was. Everyone's jaws dropped. Xianyuan Nanfeng used a law-locking martial art, but Linling used an immortal emperor's other battle tactic, which was also the simplest one. It was a head-on clash and a direct destruction. However, in order to directly destroy the opponent, one's strength must be twice as strong as Xianyuan's southern peak. However, in the eyes of the crowd, Linling was only Wu Sheng's second layer. How could they know that at this moment, Linling was using the dragon claw and the ancient god emperor's power of 19 universes? Even the geniuses from the 18 islands couldn't stop this attack. Xianyuan Nanfeng's cultivation couldn't compare to these geniuses, so how could he be a match for Linling? Lin Ling was determined to prove himself today. The dragon claw in his left hand roared, as if his left hand was a dragon. You said before that you were strong, but you never bullied the weak. Today, because I was too arrogant, I made you unhappy. That's why you came out in a low-key manner to defeat me. Lin Ling's mocking voice was like the crisp sound of a slap. The slap on Xianyuan Nanfeng's face was undoubtedly extremely painful. Xianyuan Nanfeng thought that he was very strong, so he mocked Lin Ling for bullying the weak. But now, what qualifications did he have to say those words? He was not even comparable to Lin Ling. In fact, he was also weak. 2 spatial laws, plus physical strength and a 10th grade heaven realm talent? The powerful Xian Di frowned. They thought that Lin Ling's trump card was his talent, but obviously, Lin Ling was also very strong in other areas. You lost. Ignoring the shock around him, Lin Ling took a step forward, and the dragon claw fiercely clawed out. The space cracked open, and 2 beautiful worlds appeared. No one knew which world they were from. Xianyuan Nanfeng's expression changed. He couldn't defeat Lin Ling in 3 moves, and Lin Ling's 1 move made him feel extremely pressured. There were 2 reasons for this. First, Lin Ling's talent was higher than his. Second, Lin Ling's physical body was too strong, and no one among the young Xian Di could compare. Third, a strong physical body combined with the fusion of laws made this dragon claw even more terrifying. I admit defeat. Xianyuan Nanfeng kept retreating. He was a little scared. Everyone was dumbfounded. At first, they mocked Lin Ling for a reason. Before the end of the Vine Leaf world, Lin Ling was only the first heavenly emperor, and Xianyuan Nanfeng's title was Xian Di. In the following half a month, Lin Ling's strength was limited. However, who knew that Lin Ling would exceed the norm? In half a month, his strength would increase greatly, and he would suppress Xianyuan Nanfeng. Of course, there were also people who guessed that Lin Ling's strength had increased greatly in the Vine Leaf world, but he had only shown it now. Because it was impossible for his strength to increase greatly in half a month. He admitted defeat. You still dare to mess around? Seeing Lin Ling pounce towards Xianyuan Nanfeng, someone immediately spoke. It was the Twin Dragons gang. Ironically, it was the Twin Dragons gang that forced Lin Ling to fight, and now it was the Twin Dragons gang that interrupted the battle. Lin Ling sneered. His goal was simple. Defeating Xianyuan Nanfeng was only one of his goals. Fighting for a seat in the human world was his most important goal. Because if he didn't fight for a seat, there would be endless trouble. For example, today, Tian Shui brought people to the rainforest's sacred land to cause trouble. Therefore, he didn't stop. How dare you? The Twin Dragons gang youth was finally furious. Xianyuan Nanfeng was even more flustered. He was sure that Lin Ling had missed the time, and he wasn't afraid of fighting with him. Rumble. The dragon claw shone brightly, and the spatial laws also arrived. It swept across Xianyuan Nanfeng, making him spit out blood as if he had been hit by a dragon's head. His body emitted the sound of breaking bones, and then he floated towards the ancient lake in the distance like a kite with a broken string. There were many wild beasts in the ancient lake, and they swallowed Xianyuan Nanfeng in one gulp. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked, especially the titled celestial emperors. Their mouths were wide open, and they even forgot to breathe. Xianyuan Nanfeng, one of the 5 celestial emperors in the past, was one of the 5 geniuses of the celestial emperor world. After stepping into the Xian Di world, he wasn't weak because of his talent. But now, he was defeated in one move. This battle undoubtedly made Lin Ling's brilliance reach its peak. Who would dare to provoke Mad God Lin Ling? As for the Xian Di world, their faces were solemn. If they didn't put Lin Ling in their eyes at the beginning, who would dare to now? This was because Lin Ling's strength was above average in this group of people. Of course, the most terrifying thing was Lin Ling's growth speed. He defeated a Xian Di world genius in half a month. What if he was given another half a year? Then they would all have to stand aside. It was just an agreed battle, but you killed him. Even if he admitted defeat, you still wanted to kill him. Do you think we don't exist? The youth from the Twin Dragons Society shouted angrily. He raised his hands high and a golden dragon sat cross-legged above his head. It was as if it was a treasure dragon. Twin Dragon Society, that's one of the twin dragons, Xianyuan Kuan. Many people narrowed their eyes, but they weren't surprised that Xianyuan Kuan made a move. If he didn't, they would be surprised because the Twin Dragon Society and Xianyuan Nanfeng were from the same family. Xianyuan Kuan, don't forget the purpose of this gathering at Heavenly Witch Mountain. Lu Susu quickly said. Xianyuan Kuan was a 5th-stage expert of Wu Sheng world and a 9th-grade heaven-rank talent. Lin Ling couldn't win. He's so arrogant, I don't think he's afraid of fighting with me. Lu Susu, you'd better not bother about us men's battle. Before Xianyuan Kuan said anything, another youth from the Twin Dragon Society said sinisterly. His name was Xianyuan Li and his words were full of arrogance. He raised Lin Ling up high so that Lin Ling wouldn't be able to back down. If Lin Ling refused, then he could use words to suppress Lin Ling. People from the Xianyuan clan don't keep their promises. I'm used to it. Senior Lu Susu, if he wants to come, then let him come. I want to see what ability this Twin Dragon Society has. Chapter 1844. Twin Dragons Converge. You have guts. As expected of Mad God Lin Ling. I admire you. Take this. Xianyuan Kuan sneered and pushed out his golden dragon. Comparing guts, I'm definitely more gutsy than you. Unlike you, you're just a clown. However, Lin Ling didn't seem to understand Xianyuan Kuan's humble words and scolded him. Flames appeared on his dragon claws, cold and hot, forming the power of law. Who is this person? He's crazy enough to fight with the Twin Dragons gang. Is he looking for death? It's Mad God Lin Ling. He's crazy. Another large number of CND arrived and they were all shocked. Today, their immortal emperor's world had a mad god that could battle the heavens and the earth. Not necessarily. Among the CND experts, a young man smiled faintly. He was Blazing Angel. He and Lin Ling had just arrived at the Heavenly Witch Mountain, and Blazing Angel was slower. However, when he saw Lin Ling suppressing the crowd, he understood Lin Ling's intentions. It seemed that Lin Ling wanted to seize a seat in the human realm. As for Lin Ling's strength, other than a few monsters in Wu Sheng's 5th realm, there weren't many who were Lin Ling's match. Sure enough, as he guessed, Lin Ling's Fire Dragon King appeared and clashed with the Golden Dragon. It actually suppressed the Golden Dragon and made it almost collapse. Seeing this scene, the entire mountain peak and outside the Heavenly Witch Mountain fell into a dead silence. One must know that Xianyuan Kuan refused to accept Lin Ling's rise, so he wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson with the attitude of a senior. However, everyone knew that he didn't have the qualifications to call himself a senior in front of Lin Ling. Lin Ling could be said to be even crazier than before. What kind of fire is this? Why is it so strong even though it doesn't have much power of law? Those top-notch CND sucked in a breath of cold air. If they were surprised by Lin Ling's strength at the beginning, they were now horrified. You fought with me on Xianyuan Southern Peak, and after you won, you killed me to silence me. Is this the Grand CND? The other Xianyuan Li saw that the situation was not right, so he immediately joined the battle, but before he made his move, he also found an excuse for himself. I'll silence you? Do you have a pair of dog eyes? All I did was kick him out of the Heavenly Witch Mountain. Who knew that he would be swallowed by the ancient lake desolate beast? He can only blame it on his luck. Lin Ling's sneer deepened, but he was still as carefree as before. How could Lin Ling not know what the opponent was thinking? He taunted again, if you want to fight, then come. Why bother finding some hypocritical excuse? Crazy! If Heavenly Emperor powerhouses knew about Lin Ling's craziness, then now, CND powerhouses also knew how crazy Lin Ling was. One had to know that the so-called Twin Dragons Association was born from the same womb. According to legend, the two were born from dragon eggs. Only by combining the power of gold and silver would the two be able to merge. Once they merged, their strength would increase greatly. There were not many present who were his match. Then go to hell for me. Ha! Xianyuan Li also did not want to talk nonsense. His two heads held up the sky, and the silver dragon hovered in the sky, also releasing a treasure light. The entire sky was silver at this moment, then it swept towards Lin Ling. In this way, the gold and silver dragons merged, and the treasure light shone brightly. For a time, the great battle of the ancient dragon on the mountain peak made countless people's blood boil with anticipation. And with the addition of Xianyuan Li, Lin Ling immediately felt the pressure. When the two joined forces, the power of law reached 25. This was an extremely strange law that could merge with each other. And Lin Ling's fire law only had 4. It was obviously very difficult to win in a head-on clash. Lin Ling's eyes flickered as he stared at the gold and silver dragons, wanting to find the flaw of the law. Gradually, the eye of time and Li Xiaoyao's memories appeared, making his eyes light up. Soaring Dragon Universe. Erupting all the fire law, Lin Ling let the Fire Dragon King become even bigger and rush towards a certain direction. Rumble. The Fire Dragon King seemed to have incarnated the great law of fire. From the looks of its body, it was obviously more terrifying than the gold and silver dragons. He only has 4 laws. Why is it so huge? Those powerful CND powerhouses were shocked again, and in their eyes, the Fire Dragon King did not meet the gold and silver dragons head-on. Instead, it swept towards the place where the 2 dragons converged, forcing the 2 dragons to separate. Once separated, the gold and silver dragons could not merge the power of law. Destroy for me! Lin Ling controlled the Fire Dragon King to sweep the gold dragon away. First to deal with the gold dragon, he would undoubtedly seize the initiative. Xianyuan Kuan's expression changed greatly. He did not expect Lin Ling's eyes to be so sharp, breaking the convergence of the 2 dragons, causing the north and south to be separated. Now that the gold dragon was entangled by the Fire Dragon King, he felt that the gold dragon's aura was greatly weakened. "Brother, help me!" Xianyuan Kuan shouted, his voice startling the crowd. Xianyuan Kuan was actually panicking? The 2 of them were fighting one person, and the one who had the upper hand was Lin Ling? This was too unbelievable. Evil demon dares to be so arrogant. Xianyuan Li reacted and controlled the silver dragon to rush towards the ancient dragon battle in the sky, but it was obviously too late. After the Fire Dragon King swept the gold dragon away, it seemed to have a spirit. It raised its head high and looked down at the silver dragon that was rushing over, and actually made the silver dragon not dare to swim a step forward. "Destroy!" Lin Ling spat out a word. The white Fire Dragon King roared, and the hell of the underworld descended. The extreme yin and extreme yang rushed towards the silver dragon. Xianyuan Li's expression changed greatly. He continued to push out the laws, making the silver dragon circle around the heavenly witch mountain to avoid the Fire Dragon King's power. However, everyone could see that it was only a matter of time before the silver dragon was annihilated. Sure enough, it only lasted for a stick of incense's time before the silver dragon turned into endless silver light and disappeared. The Fire Dragon King's roar shook the heavens and earth. The twin dragons gang, defeated. The crowd was silent again. Lin Ling defeated the twin dragons gang by himself? He only caught them off guard and made the convergence of the 2 dragons fail. If the 2 dragons had converged, they would not have been able to defeat the twin dragons gang with just 4 laws. At this time, a cold voice sounded. The silent youth who had been drinking finally threw away his wine cup. He held his sword and stood up, as if he was strolling through the sky. The strange thing was that his speed was not fast, but it gave people a very mysterious feeling. This was one of the Crystal 7 Talents, Xian Di. According to legend, the Crystal 7 Talents were titled by the human realm's highest Deacon Palace. Each of them had God-level talent and were extremely terrifying existences. God-level talent? Who among the Xian Di had reached this level of talent? Crystal Sword. As the young man roared, endless light gathered in his hand like fireflies, forming a terrifying sword. His steps were not fast as he slashed his sword at Lin Ling. In reality, his speed was extremely fast because he had slowed down the flow of space around him. That was why he looked slow. You said before that Wu Xing, you, who is in the second realm, could kill me like killing a dog. Now I want to see." When everyone heard this, they knew that the Crystal Seven Talents were angry at Lin Ling's arrogant words from before. "You want to see? Sure, but everyone who wants to see will end up like Xinyuan Nanfeng and the Twin Dragons gang. You will not be the last." Looking at the youth in the sky, Lin Ling said indifferently. These words undoubtedly made many people suck in a breath of cold air. Everyone could see that Lin Ling's power of laws had completely erupted. Now that he no longer had any laws, he was actually not afraid of the Crystal Seven Talents. "I will definitely be the last person who can end your light." The crystal sword became more and more dazzling and sharp, forming the power of 20 laws. Chapter 1845. Desolation's arrival. We, the Crystal Seven Talents, don't have any backing behind us and relied on our own hard work to finally gain the attention of the highest authority in the realm. In front of me, you don't have the right to be arrogant. His sword had already been drawn and he wanted to battle Lin Ling. The crowd was looking forward to it even more. Those who admired Lin Ling started to worry, and those who couldn't wait for Lin Ling to die started to laugh even more coldly. But just as the Crystal Seven Talents were getting closer to Lin Ling, his footsteps suddenly stopped as he looked deeply at Lin Ling. On the top of the mountain, Lin Ling's blue long robe fluttered as his long hair fluttered in the wind. His clear eyes were filled with determination, and his right hand was already touching the ancient sword behind his back as though he was waiting for the Crystal Seven Talents to draw their swords. Time seemed to have stopped as the scene was extremely shocking. In the sky, the arrogant swordsman drew his sword, and on the ground, the blue-robed youth held his sword as though the strongest swordsmen were clashing. Today is the day Xian Di is gathered, and I'm not the main character. However, moments later, the youth in the sky spat out a sentence and left with his sword. Boom. On seeing this scene, everyone was shocked as they didn't know what had happened. After all, swords were drawn and bows were about to be drawn, but in the next moment, the raging storm had retreated. Who wouldn't be shocked by such an outcome? Momentarily, everyone started to discuss and make guesses. If it was really because of the gathering of Xian Di, then why did the Crystal Seven Talents draw their swords, and when they were about to slash Lin Ling, they kept their swords? Obviously, the reason was not like this. Only the Crystal Seven Talents knew that he couldn't draw his sword earlier because at the moment he drew his sword, a natural instinct told him that it was dangerous to get close to Lin Ling. The reason was that the sword behind Lin Ling's back was even sharper. So he didn't dare to take the risk. When a swordsman drew his sword, it was either you die or I die. Initially, he couldn't stand Lin Ling's arrogance, but if Lin Ling had enough ability to be arrogant, then he wouldn't dare to say anything. This made him recall what Lin Ling said earlier. As Wu Sheng's second-degree realm, it wasn't difficult for him to kill the youth. In this case, there was indeed such a possibility. Whereas Lin Ling's hand, which was holding the Peerless God sword, also loosened. Previously, he was waiting for the other party to draw his sword as he prepared to unleash a fatal blow, but the other party's reaction was quick and gave up, so Lin Ling didn't bother to follow up the victory to pursue the attack. Because his motive today was to snatch Xian Di's position, and now, this goal was achieved. However, the result was indeed so. The powerful immortal emperors on the mountain peak all had solemn expressions. Regardless of whether they admitted it or not, they had already acknowledged Lin Ling's position in their hearts. Lin Ling was now a titled celestial emperor. But today At this moment, a voice came from the sky. A young man in a red robe looked down with a smile. He was arrogant and unruly, and his smile carried a touch of cynicism. Everyone stared at the young man and their expressions changed drastically. At the same time, the entire Heavenly Witch Mountain was in an uproar. Although they didn't know who that person was, he must have a strong background to dare to speak in such a manner in the powerful Xian Di world. The son of Huang has descended to the mortal world. It is said that he is the reincarnation of the number 1 emperor from the desolate, ancient, and recent ancient eras. Finally, someone exclaimed in horror. The number 1 emperor from the 4 great eras. In the long history of the four great eras, there were emperors who ruled the mortal world. However, the one who was recognized as the strongest and was remembered by some ancient figures was only that man. Carefree world, Li Xiaoyao. The whole world was in a heated discussion. Many people didn't know who Li Xiaoyao was, but after hearing it from others, they were all shocked. It was said that one of the ancient figures in the Deacon Palace was Li Xiaoyao's disciple. It was said that the Firmament Sword Immortal was also Li Xiaoyao's disciple. It was said that Li Xiaoyao left his footprints in the ghost realm and demon realm. Li Xiaoyao's reincarnation. Lin Ling listened to the voices around him and his expression changed slightly. Not bad, not bad. Are you interested in following me? The red-robed youth in the sky smiled and stared at Lin Ling. Obviously, he was very interested in the strength that Lin Ling displayed before. Thank you, but I like to travel alone. Lin Ling smiled and rejected the other party. He was even more shocked. Li Xiaoyao's reincarnation actually appeared? However, he was too lazy to say it out loud. No one would believe him even if he said it out loud. Instead, it would put him in danger. He, Lin Ling, rejecting the son of Huang is rejecting the best opportunity to grow. However, if you agree, you won't be Lin Ling. At this time, another voice drifted out. The sky suddenly became oppressive and murderous. Then, a young man appeared indifferently. It was Xiaoyao Tianzi. Another son of Huang has arrived. Xiaoyao Tianzi, many people knew this person. To many people, Xiaoyao Tianzi was very mysterious. No one knew how he grew. Anyone who went against him was said to be dead and devoured by him. Not long ago, there was even a rumor that he devoured his own master. However, what surprised many Xiandi was that Xiaoyao Tianzi actually knew Lin Ling. One must know that although Lin Ling was powerful, Xiaoyao Tianzi was the son of Huang. The two of them were not from the same world. Lin Ling smiled. Although he was surprised that Xiaoyao Tianzi was the son of Huang, he felt that it was normal. Because in this world, Xiaoyao Tianzi was one of the people that he couldn't see through. Although I know it's useless to ask, Xiandi is forming an alliance today. Are you interested in joining my alliance? Xiaoyao Tianzi walked down and smiled again. I like to travel alone, so I don't plan to join any alliance. Lin Ling smiled and refused. Xiaoyao Tianzi also smiled. You and I are considered friends. Are you not going to give me face? His words were mostly joking, but for some reason, Lin Ling felt that there was a hint of killing intent in his words. There was even a hint of excitement. It was as if Xiaoyao Tianzi was very happy and excited to see Lin Ling. Friends are friends, alliance is alliance. I'm used to being lazy. How can I accept being bound? Lin Ling replied calmly. Then forget it. I hope you and I can join hands when the demon race invades. Xiaoyao Tianzi waved his hand indifferently and sat down at a banquet. On the heavenly witch mountain, they, the sons of Huang, already had their own seats. Xiandi secretly gritted his teeth. Xiaoyao Tianzi only talked to Lin Ling. It was as if Lin Ling was the Xiandi that Xiaoyao Tianzi valued. The other Xiandi were like ants. This kind of treatment was very unpleasant. Fallen Mortal took a deep look at Lin Ling and walked into the banquet with a smile. He knew that Xiaoyao Tianzi had told him that Lin Ling was his friend. If he wanted to touch Lin Ling, he had to think twice. Although Fallen Mortal didn't fear Xiaoyao Tianzi, he wouldn't offend Xiaoyao Tianzi for a Lin Ling. He was a little curious. Why was Lin Ling valued by Xiaoyao Tianzi? Everyone sat back down and whispered to each other. Chapter 1846. Heaven-chosen martial prowess Xiandi powerhouses, the strongest fighting force in the human world pyramid. When the demon race invades, they must summon millions of powerhouses. The human world's highest administrator palace originally wanted to let the Xiandi alliance be led by a stronger Xiandi. But considering the fact that the Xiandi powerhouses are arrogant, they can't be easily led. So the human world's big shots think that the Xiandi can be divided into several alliances to resist the demon race's invasion. Lu Susu saw everyone sit down and slowly said, "Many immortal emperors nodded. Fallen Dust looked at Lu Susu with interest. If big sister Lu wants to join some alliance, little brother will also join. He was still frivolous and his words were full of ridicule. Hee, Lord Fallen Mortal is teasing sister. Let me remind you, there are human world's big shots watching here, especially the Martial Pavilion's big shot. Lu Susu replied with a smile, making Fallen Mortal smile and restrain himself. Obviously, after the Sons of Desolation arrived, the human world's big shots also began to pay attention here. "Ha, I'm not late, am I?" At this time, there was another voice in the sky. The power of laws spread out and several figures appeared, forming a rolling storm. Heaven-chosen martial prowess, Wanyan Xiandi. Fallen Mortal and Prince Xiaoyao stood up at the same time, emitting battle intent. Their auras collided. Countless people felt the pressure increase and retreated. Even the Xiandi powerhouses on the mountain peak were pale. They knew that the Sons of Desolation were colliding with their auras. Obviously, the Sons of Desolation were not on good terms with each other. They were fighting openly and secretly. God-rank talent? Other than the Crystal 7 talents, everyone can't resist. The Twin Dragons Union, the Jadewater 4 Fairies, the Iron Reed Xiandi, and other powerful geniuses, all gritted their teeth and endured. If there was an exception, it would be the Crystal's 7 heroes. They obviously weren't as embarrassed as Xiandi. One of them swept his gaze over the crowd, and his gaze fell on Lin Ling. He was surprised to discover that Lin Ling was also calm and collected, and he didn't have any reaction. This surprised him. Wasn't Lin Ling afraid of divine-level talent? If you want to fight, let's fight tomorrow. That lord is watching this place. A moment later, the terrifying aura in the sky dissipated. The carefree and unruly man walked down with large strides. Behind him were 3 figures. 2 of them were women. One was as lively as a lotus, and the other was as cold as a snow mountain. They were all first-class beauties. The 2 women were holding hands with a child. The child had delicate features and was extremely cute. As for Lin Ling, he stared at the 2 women and his entire body trembled. They were Yu Yu and An Yuer. He immediately became excited. He never thought that he would be able to meet Yu Yu and the others here. Lin Ling immediately stood up and shouted, "You, senior sister Yuer?" This sentence was undoubtedly like a bolt from the blue. After all, when the Son of Desolation arrived, all the Xiandi remained silent. However, Lin Ling dared to speak. This was simply disregarding the Son of Desolation. Moreover, he couldn't see through himself. However, Lin Ling didn't pay attention to everyone's gazes. He strode forward. At the same time, the 2 women behind the heaven-blessed martial warrior changed their expressions, and they both laughed excitedly. Their smiles were very beautiful, as if it would be unforgettable for a lifetime. They walked out from behind the heaven-blessed martial warrior, and quickly ran toward Lin Ling. "It's him." The heaven-blessed martial warrior was shocked. He wanted to stop them, but he didn't dare to because the 2 women's status wasn't lower than his. They were the daughters of that lord. Everyone was silent. In their eyes, Lin Ling and the 2 women hugged each other. Although the atmosphere was harmonious, people couldn't help but secretly worry, especially Fallen Mortal and Prince Xiaoyao. They knew that the heaven-blessed martial warrior was a strange man who had always liked the 2 women. It was just that he had been pursuing them bitterly all this time to no avail. They had seen the heaven-blessed martial warrior with the 2 women in several places. Moreover, he was extremely polite to the 2 women, as if they were bodyguards. But now, the 2 women had sought refuge in the arms of another man in front of everyone. This was a disgrace to the heaven-blessed martial warrior. "Brother Ling, you've lost weight." At this moment, Yu Yu didn't pay attention to the surrounding gazes. She hugged Lin Ling excitedly. At present, she still had the liveliness of a young girl, but she had the charm of a woman and appeared extremely gentle. "We've been looking for you." And Yuer was so emotional that her beautiful eyes were wet. Although they had brushed past each other last time, she didn't blame Lin Ling because she also knew the responsibility Lin Ling shouldered. She even secretly collected everything about Lin Ling. When she knew that Lin Ling was the true martial realm's Seal King, that Lin Ling stepped into the fire race, that Lin Ling fought in the Forbidden City, that Lin Ling rose in the Vine Leaf world, all of these made her proud and excited. Because she knew that as Lin Ling continued to rise, Lin Ling would find them. Therefore, she had been waiting for the man who saved her in the Heaven Mystic's kingdom to take her back. No matter what kind of existence she was in the ancient Yungu Immortal Plateau, she knew that she was Lin Ling's woman. You, senior sister Yu. Lin Ling's eyes were a bit wet. In fact, he was arrogant and let the entire mortal world know that he was Mad God Lin Ling. Part of the reason was that he, Lin Ling, was qualified to see his wife. He was very clear that in this world, strength was respected. Without strength, even if he saw his wife, he might not be able to bring her back. Therefore, he had been working hard, and now he had the qualifications. He looked at the two women and seemed to have returned to the beginning of his dream, to the Heaven Mystic's kingdom, to the Gu Yen sect, and to the vows that the young man and woman made. The three hugged and cherished that hard-earned moment. Many people's eyes flashed. They could see that the three were very close. Brother Ling, this is Yi. At this time, Yu suddenly smiled and pulled out a 10-year-old child from behind. This child was delicate and handsome, and his facial features were similar to Lin Ling's. He looked at Lin Ling blankly. Although it was the first time he saw Lin Ling, his mother and second mother often told him about his father's pride. Therefore, he had been worshipping his father since he was young. Now, he finally saw his father. In his eyes, his father was tall, imposing, and had a smile on his face, which made him less nervous. At the same time, a kind of kinship that blood was thicker than water spontaneously arose. Although he was unfamiliar, he seemed to have seen this man in his dreams. Lin Yi, my son Lin Yi. Lin Ling was incoherent. His son Lin Yi, he also had a son. At this moment, he was more excited than anyone else. Subconsciously, Lin Ling hugged Lin Yi and kissed him heavily on the face. Yu and Yuer and the others smiled with gratification. Their family was finally reunited. Father! Lin Yi shouted subconsciously. Then he hugged his father, his heart filled with joy. The crowd stared at Lin Ling's family reunion and were astonished. This Lin Ling was used to being arrogant. He actually had a family reunion in Xiandi. This was simply unprecedented. Chapter 1847. Retreat in the Face of Difficulties. Yu and Yuer are the daughters of that lord, and Yi is the grandson of that lord. You don't have the right to get close to them. Finally, Tianzong martial artist said coldly. What are you talking about? We are Lin Ling's wives. Why is Lin Ling not qualified? As soon as he finished speaking, Yu and Yu shouted angrily. Tianzong furrowed his brows and became furious. All this time, he and Yu treated each other with respect. Wanyan Xiandi was like a brother to him. But after Lin Ling appeared, their relationship was broken. It was all because of Lin Ling. How could Lin Ling get Yu and Yuer? Xiandi, I know you treat us well and we treat you as a brother. But you have to know that he is our husband. When we were young, he was the one who protected us. And Yuer said. In fact, she also knew that Tianzong martial artist and that lord had been lying to them. But they endured it. Tianzong martial artist's face became gloomier. He felt that Xiandi was laughing at him. Suddenly he looked at Lin Yi. How does Uncle Xiandi treat you? Yes. Uncle Xiandi treats me very well. Yes. Lin Yi replied immediately. Do you still want to follow Uncle Xiandi? Tianzong martial artist asked again. Yes. Lin Yi thought for a moment and finally looked at Lin Ling. He said slowly, I want to follow father. After all, he is my father. Yes. Yes. Tianzong martial artist's face changed again. He finally knew that it was impossible to change Yu and Yuer's minds. He could only look at Lin Ling and say, Lin Ling, do you think you are qualified to have them? You're just a mere Xiandi, you're just the king of mortals. You're just a weak little Wu Sheng in the second-degree realm. Do you even have the face? They are the daughters of that Lord who felt like old friends at first sight. They are proud daughters of the heavens. If you feel inferior, if you have self-awareness, you should leave them. Don't delay their future. He couldn't change Yu and the others' opinions, but he could make Lin Ling back off. Take a good look at yourself. Heaven-blessed martial god stood up and unleashed his powerful aura, telling Lin Ling the difference between him and Lin Ling. The atmosphere of the entire heavenly shaman mountain suddenly became oppressive. The crowd didn't expect that Lin Ling would start fighting with Desolate's son right after he gained a firm foothold in the human world. And the Son of Desolation was the most valued existence in the human world. After the demon invasion, he was bound to be an absolute fighting force. Could Lin Ling compare? Lin Ling, you'd better give up. It's better to look at yourself clearly. Are you qualified to compete with the heaven-blessed martial artist? Shameless boasting. Many Xiandi in the heavenly shaman mountain also shouted coldly. Although Lin Ling couldn't be underestimated, with Desolate's son here, why should they fear Lin Ling? And Son of Heaven, fallen mortal, and the others watched this scene with great interest. Lin Ling wanted to take back his family, but it depended on whether he was qualified or not. The voices all around were like waves. Lin Ling looked at Yu and found that they were as firm as ever. Even if Lin Ling was now a cripple, they would always follow Lin Ling. Then Lin Ling looked at Lin Yi and found that Lin Yi secretly clenched his fists. The child obviously didn't want his father to be humiliated. Lin Ling smiled. He was Yu's husband, Lin Yi's father. How could he not be qualified? Who could break up his family? He had been working hard for this day. This time, he also had enough qualifications to challenge Desolate's son, challenge all those who looked down on him. You, how can you become Desolate's son? Finally, Lin Ling spoke, causing the heavenly shaman mountain to become silent. I have God-tier talent, endless potential, the most valued genius of the human world's highest attendant palace. In the future, I will protect the entire human world, so I became Desolate's son. This is my qualification. Tianzong laughed mockingly. A mere Xiandi actually dared to ask him why he became Desolate's son. He simply couldn't see through himself. You're not the only one with God-tier talent. Lin Ling sneered and stretched out his left hand. The yellow spring flame bloomed without holding back. The white flame was shocking, as if the yellow spring great emperor had descended. In that instant, the entire heavenly shaman mountain became silent. The twin dragons' union finally understood why they lost before. Tianzong's pupils constricted. Lin Ling had God-tier talent? God-tier talent was no small matter. For example, Xiandi's crystal 7 talents were valued by the human world's highest attendant palace because they had God-tier talent. And Lin Ling also had God-tier talent, which meant that the human world's highest attendant palace also valued him. You say that I'm the king of mortals? But even if I'm the king of mortals, there are still many people in this world who support me. There are many who view me with importance. Qin Wentian continued. Shouted Lin Ling again. For his family, for Lin Ling, for Yu, he would tell the whole world what kind of potential he had, what kind of strength he had. He would show them everything. His family would be proud of him. Emperor Shou of the 7 emperors supports Lin Ling. Emperor Yu supports Lin Ling. Emperor Qing Jing supports Lin Ling. Emperor Duo Wen supports Lin Ling. 2 champions of Champion University supports Lin Ling. The Supreme Clan supports Lin Ling. The Eternal Palace supports Lin Ling. The Xinhuang Deusher clan supports Lin Ling. After Lin Ling's voice, many people's voices resonated in the air, shaking the whole world. Many people were astonished. Actually, the Eternal Palace, the Supreme Clan, and the other attendants of the human world had wanted to make peace with Lin Ling in the Vine Leaf world. Now Lin Ling had revealed his God-tier talent, the Yellow Springs Flames, which was one of the 10 godly flames of the world. They supported Lin Ling even more. They could see that Lin Ling's future was dazzling. Lin Ling's enemies in the past are now supporting Lin Ling. The crowd's hearts were pounding. Lin Ling's call had attracted hundreds of people. The most terrifying thing was that the 2 champions of Champion University were supporting Lin Ling. Was he really a king of ordinary people? Tianzong Shenwu's expression changed drastically. He hadn't thought that Lin Ling would be so strong. On top of that, Lin Ling had god-tier talents. Surprisingly, he wanted to make Lin Ling feel inferior. Would Lin Ling retreat? The son of Huang, you have more resources, that's all. If you want to compare the importance of the human world, I, Lin Ling, am not inferior to you, said Lin Ling indifferently. Lin Yi clenched his fists in excitement. He had heard about his father's pride from his mother, and now he was seeing his father's pride again. However, that wasn't the end of it. Lin Ling, congratulations on your family reunion. In the sky, the dragon turtle battleship broke through the clouds and arrived. An old man with a turtle shell on his back appeared and smiled at Lin Ling. He had known that Lin Ling would be in trouble, so when Lin Ling left, he had followed him. Who's that? Who? The prophet of the human world, Zhenren, came. What? Everybody was astonished because the prophet of the human world was supporting Lin Ling. As a prophet of the human world, I have a feeling that in the future, Lin Ling will be the most important person to protect the human world. He's going to come, said Taoist came indifferently, glancing around. Tianzong Shenwu was the most important person in the human world because of his natural talent, but now Taoist came was telling everybody that Lin Ling was even more important. Because Taoist came was the prophet of the human world, he knew everything. He was telling everybody about Lin Ling's future. Chapter 1848. A single stone raises 1,000 ripples. The entire heavenly shaman mountain was silent. In terms of talent, Lin Ling surpassed most of the Xiandi. In terms of background, Lin Ling was even more important to the human world. In terms of strength, Lin Ling was invincible among the early Xiandi. No one could remain unmoved by the power he displayed. Then was he still not qualified enough? This is your father, Lin Ling. Yu looked at Lin Ling with a smile. She knew that Lin Ling had been secretly preparing for this. Lin Yi nodded heavily. He stared at the side of his father's cold face. His father was a venerable emperor, always so tall and mighty. In my opinion, although Lin Ling can't become the son of desolation, he is still at the level of the 7 crystal heroes. The highest authority in the human world should give him enough attention and nurture. Do you have any objections? In the silence, Emperor Li Shou's voice floated out. I have no objections. Everything is for the human world. At the Yungu Immortal platform, the Sky Lord's voice came. He finally recognized Lin Ling's supreme status. Of course, he had no right to refuse or stop Lin Ling's rise. The demon race is about to invade. The human world should be united. If there is internal strife, the human world will face a great disaster. So, no matter who it is, we should put aside our differences and fight against the enemy together. Taoist came also said. He was a person of virtue and prestige. No one disagreed with his words. Tianzong martial god didn't say anything. He was the son of desolation, but he didn't have the qualifications to refute the entire human world. He could only say that Lin Ling had won the battle between him and Lin Ling. Seeing the entire mountain was silent, Lin Ling knew that he finally had his own seat in the human world. No one dared to say that he didn't have the qualifications. Then, Lin Ling looked at Taoist came. He was a little surprised because he didn't know that Taoist came would come. After that, the gathering at Xiandi on Heavenly Sorcery Mountain finally got to the main topic. It was about the alliance. After a lot of discussion, more than 10 alliances were formed. This had nothing to do with Lin Ling because he had achieved his goal. Then he left with Yu and the others. Everyone sighed inwardly. Today, Lin Ling could be said to be even crazier and crazier, rising in a single day. In the mortal realm, Lin Ling's reputation was probably only below that of the 8 great desolates. Don't underestimate reputation. As the saying goes, money is easy to find, but fame is hard to find. Especially during the invasion of the devil race, one would have a huge reputation and more supporters. Moreover, at this sensitive time, ordinary people wouldn't dare to touch Lin Ling because it would bring about a crusade from the entire human world. Unless one's strength could dominate everything, no one would dare to touch this bad luck. There are two champions in Champion University. They both support Lin Ling, the Supreme Clan, the Eternal Palace, the Stone Clan, and even Taoist came. On Yungu's celestial stage, the leader of the Sky Clan frowned. Next to him was the Jade Lake's celestial mother. At the beginning, when she had heard that Lin Ling wanted to steal Yu, she had looked down on him. But who would have thought that Lin Ling would suddenly become a godly cultivator? Now, she had a whole new level of respect for him. Little you, my daughters?" whispered the Jade Lake's celestial mother. Back in the days, she had 2 daughters, but they had both died. Therefore, she had taken Yu and the others as her daughters. As time passed, she had realized that Yu and the others had the same temperament as her dead daughters. But now, her daughters had left her. Lin Ling had stolen the things she loved the most. Of course, if one had to say who was the angriest, it was actually the heaven-blessed martial artist. Although Lin Ling's talent was indeed not bad, it was still very weak to him. However, such a weak existence had snatched the woman he loved from his hands. How could he be satisfied? Godly cultivator, not bad, not bad. "Lin Ling, you're the best nourishment for me," said Tianzong. Lin Ling had shown that he was a godly cultivator. The whole world was astonished. Xiao Yao Tianzi had a different opinion. As for Lin Ling's enemies in the past, now they wanted to shake hands and make peace with Lin Ling. Even though Lin Ling had created many miracles in the past, his future achievements were limited, so no one obeyed him. But now, no one dared to doubt his achievements. A godly cultivator was one of the strongest geniuses in the mortal world. He would definitely become a big shot in the future. The 7 emperors, law overlords, and encompassing overlords began to support Lin Ling. In fact, their grudges with Lin Ling weren't that great, so it wasn't hard for them to take a step back. Of course, when they supported Lin Ling, they were inevitably mocked by the Li Shou imperial warriors. Some were happy while others were sad. The famous clans, the ancient Ji clan, and the Shenyuan clan, these deacons of the mortal world were worried. Their feud with Lin Ling wasn't a small one, and it couldn't be resolved. Thus, the stronger Lin Ling was, the greater the pressure on them. As for the Hua clan and the Yi clan, after hesitating for a while, they finally chose to support Lin Ling. Especially the Hua clan, they couldn't help but sigh with emotion at the foresight of their ancestor. Letting Lin Ling go in the past was indeed the most correct decision. Heavenly martial prowess, with a powerful source of physical strength, also has a godly talent. In the mortal world, Xian Di is the strongest Xian Di. Although he's currently in the realm of Wusheng, he's half a step into the martial emperor realm. Lin Ling, you must know that the martial emperor realm is the emperor realm, so the strength of the son of Huang can't be underestimated. At this moment, in the Dragon Turtle battleship, Taoist looked at Lin Ling and said. Although Lin Ling knew that heavenly martial prowess was very strong, he was still shocked when he knew the approximate strength. The source of physical strength was Wusheng's strength after the 5th stage. As for godly talent, Lin Ling had the flame of the underworld, so he naturally knew how powerful godly talent was. For example, right now, his law of fire could replace 3 or even 5 laws of other people. So, your previous action of showing your talent was correct. Only in this way will the highest deacon hall of the mortal world value you. Next, you will get a lot of merit points, which is the mortal world's reward for people with godly talent. There are still 10 months before the invasion of the demon race. Although the mortal world is constantly sealing the void boundary, most of them have failed. So, during this period of time, you have to improve your strength as much as possible because the demon race is very powerful. If you don't have the power to protect yourself, it will be very dangerous. Moreover, when the demon race invades, the first thing they want to do is to wipe out the powerhouses of the mortal world, such as the sons of Huang, the Crystal 7 Talents, and you. However, in addition to being careful of the demon race, you also have to be careful of humans. I've divined for you that some of the sons of Huang are against you, but it's difficult to calculate who it is. I'm sure that the heaven-warping divine martial artist is one of them. Taoist came continued to say, which made Lin Ling's expression turn serious. He had shown his talent, which had both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage was that he was valued by the mortal world, and the disadvantage was that he had become a thorn in their side. Moreover, the enemy was hidden in the dark, making it impossible to guard against. Right, I see that you are a little familiar with the boundary, so I'll tell you the level of the boundary master. In fact, the divine weapons of the mortal world can't be called divine weapons, and can't even be called immortal weapons. They can only be called half-immortal weapons. This kind of heavenly weapon can barely reach the power of a half-immortal weapon when it's unsealed. And the sword on your body is at the immortal weapon level. Taoist came looked at Lin Ling and said, in fact, he could calculate many things about Lin Ling, but he couldn't see through the most important secrets. The ancient sword on Lin Ling's back was one of them. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.